And good morning to everybody. We appreciate you being here as this opening day of our 2021 CT Summer Conference. We're privileged to have a pre-conference today for our 911 NECI certification for Train the Trainer. We're privileged to have Heather Joyner with us, who leads this effort for us for Lapson. And we're going to, it's pretty much their program. They were doing the same things if you attended the other two sessions that they've already had. And so this is just an opportunity today. If you are here, let me say this. If you are here and you have not passed your 911 NECI certification, then you probably don't need to be taking this class, because this class is costing you $300. And if you did not pass the certification, you don't want to do that, because if you do, your school's going to turn around and pay another $300 for you to take it again, because you cannot get certified in this class if you have not gotten your 911 NECI certification. So for those of you that have not gotten your NECI certification like you're supposed to before you took this course, you need to log out and watch it in a video. We'll be Heather will emphasize that when you come on board. She'll make sure those people that know that they really should not be here. And what I would suggest you do, Heather, is just kick them out, because there's no reason for them to spend that $300. So if you're here and you've not passed your NECI, you need to exit. And Heather, you know how to expel people?
Yeah, let me look and see.
Right mouse click and expel. I believe you should be able to see that.
Okay, yep. Yep.
So anybody that's not on your list that have passed the NECI 911, just expel them. You might want to ask them if they've taken it. If they haven't taken it, then expel them.
Okay.
What, you have a question? Yes, sir.
I've done everything except for actually take the exam, and they had a quiz password that was for the exam, and I was trying to take it, and I don't have that quiz password. Can I still, what do I need to do at this point?
Yeah, if you've not passed the 911 course, regardless, then you don't need to be taking this class, because it is required that you have to have it to this. So that's a requirement from NECI. It's not our requirement. It's NECI's requirement that you must have possession of that. Is that not correct, Heather?
That's correct.
I understand that, but I'm saying the only thing that I have left to do is to take the exam. And
Ronnie.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Ronnie, I had the same problem, and Chris Wood and I will never answer my email, and I know you've probably done the same thing. So I had to call Tom Washburn. Tom has got the code that you need to put in, because I had to keep going the same thing to get the code so you can take it.
So Heather, in this situation here, we've already taken the course completely. I'm just asking you for your view on this. Since he has already passed, already taken everything, he's just waiting to take the test, and the odds of him failing the test is not good. You know what I'm saying? The odds of him failing it is not good. So in that situation right there, the question is, do you feel like you have the authority to allow him to take the course, even though he's not passed the 911 stuff, since he's only waiting for the test, and since he's had some technical issues that was obviously by something that NECI did, not that he did?
Yeah, well, in fairness, last year in October, we had something similar where the pass from taking the final and Chris allowed for those students to go ahead and go through the instructor's course, pending they would not get their certification as an instructor until they that test. Yeah. So I have no problems with Ronnie being in the class today. We've done it before, but just understand, Ronnie, if you actually don't pass that test, then we can't certify you on this side of it. So, which I don't think we'll have a problem, but I just, as a disclaimer, I just want to say that, so I think we'll be fine.
So then the question would be asked then, if these other that come on board that haven't passed the test yet, would they be allowed to do the same thing? That's the question then. Well, so if they can't get the trainer certification, and they're supposed to have this before they come here. But if if they've done it before, then would you allow them to still attend the course? And then when they're done, they still have to pass that, and then the other, have both of them.
Yeah,
But
that
would
is
you
what.
allow them, since obviously NECI has done that before?
And Tom, Tom and Chris, all three of
Yeah.
us were on a conference call and they both agreed to that. So unless something's
Okay.
changed
Okay.
beyond my privy, but here's the thing too, David, just again, a disclaimer, because I know everybody may know this, but I just have to say it. If by chance a participant takes this instructor certification course and they fail after their attempts to do the basic, then they probably will have to pay for this again to go back through the instructor side too. So,
Right.
just throwing that out there. I have no problem. We've done it in the past, and knock on wood, we haven't had anybody to have that effect. But we still have to say it because there may always
Right.
be that one person that does.
Yeah, I understand that. So therefore, they take the deal is they're taking it at their own peril.
Yes.
So if
Yes.
you're here today and you've not passed the NECI 911 test itself, and you're in the train the trainer course, then it is our understanding that NECI has agreed to allow you to take this course, understanding that you have to pass the 911 NECI certification first before they can give you the trainer certification. And if for some reason you fail the NECI 911 certification itself, you would have to pay for everything all over again, and your school system probably would not be happy. So, but that's
And
my
like I
understanding. Is that
said,
correct, Heather?
yeah, that's correct. And like I said, we haven't, knock on wood, we haven't had that to be a problem. But again, we still have to make that disclaimer just in case that should happen to someone. So, but I don't foresee it being a problem because they're able to use their notes and everything when they're taking that test. So I think it will be okay. But just again, just knowing that small percent that it may affect,
Right. Okay, so I think that answers that question then. So if you're here, then just stay, not a problem. Again, you're staying at your own peril, but you are welcome to stay. And then this would count if you went back and when you complete your 911 certification. That Heather said that NECI has agreed and LAPS has agreed to count this for your train the trainer in after the fact of getting the other day. And it's actually called in escrow, you could say. It's held in escrow.
Exactly. Yeah, we're gonna hold it. We're gonna hold this until you get that other cert, and then once you get that, we'll release this. So
Right.
yeah.
But understand it's only held in escrow if you pass it when you take it. If you fail it, you got to take it all over again, both courses.
Yeah. So Ronnie, don't let me down, bro. Don't let me down.
All right. Is there any question for me right quick? And then I'm gonna get out of here and just let you guys run your show for the day. I do not plan on coming back at all. If you have a question for me, feel free to reach out to me, but I don't plan on coming back. I've got other sessions I need to attend. And I know that Heather is more than equipped to handle the program. If for some reason you have a problem with the WebEx, let me know and I'll be glad to come and start it back for you if something happens. Okay?
Well, I'm not touching anything. So when we break, I'll just cut my camera, like slide my Mac camera over or whatever, and we'll be good. So I think we'll be
If you
okay.
have a problem, let me know, and again, I'll get back over and help you. Folks, have a
Thanks.
great day. Appreciate you coming. Appreciate what you do. Appreciate you building this 911 program. We're very excited about it. Our public safety 2 classes have grown drastically because of the 911 courses, and so we're all excited about that. So thank you for being part of it. If you have a question for me, feel free to reach out to me. You can call my phone number at 984-236-2781, or you can email me at david.barber@dpi.nc.gov. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you, Heather.
Appreciate it. All right, good morning. Just so I have an accounting, I want to make sure I got everybody. So I see I've got Ronnie Smith. I have Victor. How do you pronounce your last name, Victor?
McCaskill.
McCaskill. Okay. I got Angela Gonzalez. I have Bradley Grissom, Wendy Jones, and I've got Stephen Hare. Is that how you pronounce your last name, Stephen Hare? Okay. All right. So those, if I have someone that I haven't called, then please unmute and just let me know who you are. Just want to make sure I got a counting of everyone. Okay, so this is the NECI Train the Trainer, is the instructor certification program for teaching the basic 911 telecommunicator course in the Public Safety 2 program for the high schools. Really excited about this. I've been very fortunate and blessed to be a part of this growth. And very much an appreciation to you guys and your schools for allowing this to be a program added to your Public Safety 2, course program. So I'm real excited because as a small PSAP, Public Safety Answering Point or 911 Center, we are always looking for top talent. We're always looking for individuals to be able to come in and learn the technology and the ways and the beings of working on the backside of public safety from police, fire, and medical emergencies. So very appreciative of this. And as we go through, I'm very open as an instructor at any time. And I do love conversation because we are going to co-create this course together. What makes this course kind of like drawn out is when there is no participation. So I'm counting on you guys to kind of work with me in co-creating this program because I need your feedback because that feedback is going to help me in helping to build this program in a whole new level. Okay. So just want to get that started there. So just to introduce myself, my name is Heather Joyner. I am currently the Assistant Director at Franklin County's Communications Center located in Lewisburg. Prior to coming to Franklin County in October of 19, I was the former 911 Director for 22 years working at the Halifax County 911 Center located in Halifax. And so I relocated over to Franklin County back in 2019, and it has been a big transitional growth and change for me. And it's amazing to me how we all work in the state of North Carolina and doing the same jobs, but every jurisdictional place or geographical location that you go in 911, we all do the same concept of the work, but the system itself may operate differently. So Victor had a question that I'm going to let him kind of ask me again so we can put it on the recording here for everyone. But I just wanted to say a lot of times there's a lot of assumptions about 911 centers, what we can and can't do. And also television, when Rescue 911 came on board, when the Emergency 911, Reno 911, all these programs that are out today, it's kind of misleading in a sense that we're all the same. And I can guarantee and tell you that we are not. So your 911 centers in Washington, Arlington, and different places, Charlotte, Mecklenburg, they have more money, they have more revenue, they have more stock and support in their structure for public safety. Whereas your rural counties, such as myself in Franklin County, Halifax County, Northampton, Warren County, some other of the counties, Vance County, we are not structured in the same way because our revenue, our budgets are not massive like what you may expect in New York or other places. So just want to put that out there that, a lot of times the public, they see something and they automatically assume that's if it works here, it should work there. And that's not entirely true. And we'll talk about that. And you guys will be educated on the back end of 911 communications and be informed of a lot of stuff that you'll be sharing with your students as you teach this course that's really not public knowledge. It's not that it's secret, it's just that people don't know how it works. So by this course, it's helping me to educate you so you can help educate students for the realistic approach when they're actually going into 911 telecommunications. So this is my contact information, my mobile personal number, 252-678-3788. My email address, outside of my role as an Assistant 911 Director for Franklin County, I have my own business, PSAP Consulting Group, and I travel nationally around the country and even Canada, helping other PSAP directors and managers to succession plan in their PSAPs, to have leadership skills and development in their culture of PSAP, and just really helping to educate and train telecommunicators because when you call 911, regardless of where you are, you're hoping that you're going to connect to a compassionate, competent, skilled telecommunicator who can help you in your time of need. You don't want to call 911 and speak with someone who has an attitude or kind of, has this demeanor of, well, what do you want me to do? You want to speak with someone who can give you the help that you need and explain the process as you go to comfort you in your bad day, a moment of what you may be experiencing. So my goal is to always rekindle the passion of the why we do this, why we join up for this. This is a very stressful job. It is a behind the scenes job. It is not a job that we get a lot of accolades for, but it is a job that if we make a mistake, we're going to be known for it. So, just want to kind of put out the good, the bad, and the ugly behind it all, but we'll discuss a lot of that as we go forward. So websites there, Stop 911 Drama. That is my brand. That is what I have been working on since 2012. And it has served me well because, in any business, there's always some conflict arise. And if you can imagine, I'm sure many of you have police, fire, medical, or 911 background. So you know what I'm speaking about when you have people working 24/7, swing shifts, first, third. You're working with the same people day in and day out. Complacency can sometimes set in. Drama can rear its ugly head. And we as managers and leaders and supervisors have to try to control that workplace environment. And our society temperature right now is hot, with sensitivity. So we have to be very mindful about, how we're communicating and what we're communicating and how we're processing through calls of service as well, not only with the public, but also with each other within our workplaces. So just want to kickstart that right quick. So before we jump into content, I want to pause for a moment and get Victor to ask his question again, because I'm sure many of you may have the same question, or it may come up in conversation as you're doing this within your local community. So Victor, if you'll just go ahead and ask me that question again, and then I can, answer that for everybody.
Okay, what I had asked them, I contacted our 911 system, which is run by our emergency manager for the county, to find out if this program, the E911 that we have taken, do they recognize it in for them to get hired to, once they receive as part of the base, for them to get hired when they come out of high school. I found out they do not. They run another program, and I forgot the name of it. Heather will tell you that. For that, they said, my main question is, where does this E911, where will they be certified? Is it in North Carolina? I just learned from you that everybody's got a different one that they run. I was told, no, the whole state of North Carolina follows the program that they're running. So that was my question through that. So when you're in your areas, the teacher need to contact the 911 systems or their emergency manager to see where it follows and where it's going to lead to. So that's where my question comes to.
Yeah, and it's a great question, Victor. So to answer that, it's multiple answers to your question. The first is about the certification course and its recognition in the state of North Carolina or on a national level. So I currently sit on a committee, an education committee for the NECI 911 board, who sets the standards and approves the courses that telecommunicators are allowed to take that are recognized on a state level. So right now, the priority dispatch is one. We have APCO, we have NENA, we have other 911 association groups that have their basic program approved. And NECI is now on the list for that review and approval as well. So yes, this will be a nationally known certification. It's not just in the state of North Carolina. It is known on a national level, just like all the others. And in the state of North Carolina right now, like for me as an example, we have our students or our employees to go through the NC Sheriff Standards Basic Telecommunicator 47-hour course. But that's all we had prior to all these other vendors coming online, being competitors, I guess, with content and information. So the NC Sheriff Standards is an approved course, and NECI will also be on that list soon, as a recognized course, because July 1st of 2022, all the municipal and sheriff's personnel who work for sheriff or work under the police chief are going to be required to have a basic telecommunicator certification course. So it doesn't matter if it's NC Sheriff Standards, if it's Priority Dispatch, if it is APCO, NENA, or even NECI, they just have to have a national recognized certification. Now, does that mean a PSAP can still ask for their employees to take an additional basic course? They can, so like, for me, for example, until the NECI program has been certified by the state, if I hire someone out of the high school program and they come in to work for me, even though they are retaining the NECI basic certification, until the approval has been done by, still have to go through NECI standards, training as well, or certification program as well. So that answers that question. That right now, some of the managers and directors may not be aware of that, because it's something we just spoke about a month ago that is in the pipes to come down for that certification review and recognition. So the second part of your answer to your question is, that's where my role comes in, to be a liaison to help you guys to establish memorandum of agreements within your local 911 centers. Because sometimes, and I'm just going to be very transparent with you, a lot of times there is no succession planning in 911 centers, and a person can come in the door as a telecommunicator today and 2 years find themselves being a director. That was my case. So they may not know or have the awareness or the foresight to understand how all this works. So my role in this is to partner with you to help make this program successful, not only for the students that you're releasing out of the program or certifying through the program, but the high school to 911 career stats is really where we're looking to have an onboarding, constant onboarding of people who we can have as employees for our centers. Right now, we don't have a constant funnel of talent coming into our centers. We basically put a job posting out, people see that job posting, they apply. A lot of times people apply and they don't know what they're signing up for until they come in for the backgrounds and the reviews and the observation. And then many times in my career, I have had individuals to come in for an observation, they take a break and they don't come back because there's unrealistic expectations of what we do. And so they're seeing it live on the scene, and then they're kind of making their decision at that point if this is really something they want to do. Whereas this program, by you guys doing that, it's helping us to filter out those cases where you're having students who are showing an interest, because we can hire at the age of 18, whereas law enforcement and other professionals may be 21 years of age. We can hire at the age of 18. So when they graduate, if they're looking to go into law enforcement or firefighter or even paramedic level, they can actually work with us as a bridge piece until they get to that age where they can certify and move on with their careers. But at least it is that swing piece still in the public safety family, where they're getting the knowledge, education, and understanding of what's going on behind the scenes or on the other side of that radio. So I hope that answered your question, Victor. If you have another question, please feel free to let me know now or as we go through the course.
Just one more question too. This is for the other teachers.
Mhm.
Also, I found out that there's no internships going to be allowed at the 911 centers because of security reasons. Can you answer that one? Why we can't get, because I try to send my students to internships. I've got a lot of students jobs as soon as they graduate because they're 18 years old. And it's stated that it's 18. If I can get them in there, get them trained, see what they got to do, even if they have taken another course, that's where I found out through internships and things like that. The people see what they're getting. They know who they're hiring. And so, and they're guaranteed a job as soon as they graduate. So why can't we use internships in 911 systems?
Yeah, well, it's a multifaceted question, but here's the short answer. One PSAP's decision not to allow interns does not represent all PSAPs in the state or across the country. When I was in Halifax, and currently in Franklin County, and even my sisters and brothers, that I work with on a regular basis in this industry, they do allow for interns to come in and work in their centers because of the very reason you just stated. Students have to have a realization of what they're learning. It's almost like you're taking classroom lecture time and then you're bringing them into a live environment for them to practice skills and to get understanding on a whole nother level, from a textbook to a workplace. And so just because your local PSAP has rule, it doesn't mean that it may not change based on me consulting with them, working with them, because we all have to apply to the same standard and rules when it comes to state regulations with the systems that we use, which is why you have students that are under the age of 18. The parent has to sign on their behalf that they have to have some type of an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, and understanding that what you're learning here, you can't go out and put it on social media. And if you do, there's a legal course of action that will be taken against you for that. So, and that again comes in with the liaison piece for me to help educate some of these PSAP directors and leaders, because they may not know what they can and can't do based on their awareness and knowledge of what history has passed down to them from previous administration, if that makes sense. So if your current PSAP, if you reach out to a local level and they say, well, we don't do this, we don't understand this, then you can give them my name and information, and I can have conversation with them, and we can partner and work together to make this beneficial. Now, can I get all of them to make an approval to allow people to come in their centers? No, but at least they will be able to make a decision based on factual information instead of based on, well, we've never done it before. Because we've never done it before doesn't apply today. I mean, it's changed dramatically. And I'm sure you as instructors, depending on how many years of service you've got in your field, you too can see where maybe you didn't do things 10 years ago, but you're allowed to be able to do it today. Look at COVID, look at the pandemic. Did you ever think that you'd be teaching online courses from I mean, you never did it before, but it brought something to the table where we had to think outside the box. And now the world is seeing that work can still be accomplished. It may not be my preference, or it may not be, everybody's got a different opinion, but at the end of the day, people are able to still get majority of their work done. So we have to sometimes think outside the box. And just because it hasn't been done before doesn't mean it's something we can't explore today. So I hope that answers your question there too, Victor. And any other questions you can think, or anybody, does anyone have any questions right now at this point before we move further? We good? Okay. All right, so this is a full day course, and the expectations before I get into the objectives are, we're still going to have breaks, because I am a firm believer that the mind can only retain as much as the butt can endure, and I'm sure you guys understand that too. We have to have little break sessions here and there. At any time throughout the content sharing, if there's a question, please feel free, to speak up. I know you can raise your hand and things like that, but my window is condensed, so I can't see really all the blocks of people. I see 4 people basically. So if I miss you or something, please just speak up and let me know if you have a question, or if you want me to explain further of any of the content that we may discuss today. The other expectation is, yes, we're going to have breaks. Yes, we will break for an hour for our lunch period, but this is scheduled to go from 8 to 5. But depending on how we are in our conversations and discussions, we may be done a little earlier than 5 because I have limited amount of students. And again, this is a participation kind of course that, it requires your participation to make this really pop, basically. So those are kind of my expectations, before we get in. The objectives for what we're going to do today is we're going to discuss some lesson plan development, teaching methods, and classroom management. Now, I want to put a little statement on this. I am not here to change how you do business, okay? I'm not here to change your way of what your schools are expecting of you. I am here to share with you NECI's approach to ensuring that when you're teaching the basic course, that you have your I's dotted, T's crossed, and that you have the resources that you need to make this course very interesting and pop for your students, versus it being death by PowerPoint or, mundane for a student. I want to be able to kind of share with you some of the resources that you can take from this program today. You can email me and ask me for anything or any assistance that you feel that you need, and I will be able to assist you and help you with that. And if I don't have an answer, I will reach out to resources that I have to be able to provide you with one. But again, I'm not here to change how you're doing your job, because you know what you do and you're skilled and you're the expert in your field. I'm just here to share with you some of the things that we look for when we're trying to develop this course and teach it to our students that we're certifying on the PSAP level in the same respect. The second is we're going to discuss use of resources, media, exercises, virtual learning labs for practicums and simulators, and also those memorandum of agreements with your local PSAPs. And PSAPs is basically 911 Center. It's acronym for Public Safety Answering Points. So we'll talk about those things because, from my perspective as an instructor assisting you as a partner in this, I have audio recordings that I can share. I have, certain resources that are online for them to practice if your school does not have simulators for them to be able to get that hands-on skills practice. And I can share those things with you guys as well. And then we're going to review and discuss teaching concepts regarding these focus chapters for the first 3 that we're going to talk about, chapters 1, 2, and 3, for the basic 911 telecommunicators course. So does anyone have any questions about the objectives before we move forward? Okay. All right, so in our lesson plans, what we're looking for is our standards of professional educators. So again, Please don't think that I am saying anything negative towards you guys. It's just everybody has learned differently. Everybody has different expectations and guidelines and standards that they follow. And I'm not changing that. I'm just giving you additional resources that you can tap into. So please don't think I'm discounting your abilities or what you do. It's just giving you NECI's kind of preparation for what we do. And if some of this sticks and works for you that you can add into, what you're currently doing, fine. If it doesn't resonate, that's fine too. You still have to have choice to do what it is that you're required to do in your lesson preparations and plans. Okay. Number one is knowing the subject. Okay, we got to understand the concepts and the subject to be able to teach it from a wisdom place or from an educational place to be able to say, hey, here's my experience of working with 911 communications, whether it be on the other side of the radio, whether it be from just your appearance and observation of what you see the position to be, just knowing the subject and the content basically. Now, before I move forward, I do want to kind of poll everybody and just see, where you are in your professional standard level. When you started teaching the public safety courses, did you have a background in any public safety profession before teaching what you're currently doing now? So I'll just do a roll call. So I see Victor's first on my list here. So Victor, do you have a background in any public safety, whether it's police, fire, medical, or 911?
Got it in fire, EMS, military telecommunications, and the public safety, working with the public.
Okay. All right, Ronnie, I see you're up next, sir.
Basically, I retired with the public safety on the correction side back in 2017.
Okay. All right, Miss Angela.
My background is EMS.
EMS. Okay. All right, let me see. All right, Steve, how about you, sir?
So my professional background is law enforcement, but I do have some volunteer firefighting experience, as well as when I was 20, I went and did my basic EMT.
Okay. All righty, Bradley, sir, how about you?
So my background is in EMS. I've been a paramedic for 19 years in Franklin County before moving to the classroom.
All right, good deal. And Miss Wendy.
Mine's in law enforcement.
Law
I was
enforcement.
grandfathered in from 911.
Okay. All right, so for you guys then, you have an understanding from one perception or perspective from operating on the other side in your field. So working with EMS, we dispatch you out. Even law and fire, you get a call of service, we dispatch, we try to give you information, give you updates as you're en route, follow any requests that's made by incident command or by personnel on the scene, and then getting a disposition of closure, based on the call being ended. So I'm going to take you guys on the flip side behind the scenes into what really happens when you're answering a 911 call, from how we get the call to how we dispatch that call. And also I'm just going to own it and say it up front. There are some telecommunicators that are better in their profession than others. When I started working in the career, just like on the other side of the radio with police, fire, and medical, you have some great officers, some great responders, and then you have lazy ones and people who want to milk calls forever and a day, so the work professions on all sides, you have your good apples and your bad apples. And my goal is to try to bring awareness to ensure that we have a standard of operations and a standard of practice for how we're communicating. And when I came over to Franklin County, the pandemic hit. I came in October and then the pandemic hit in March. So it's put me behind a year in being able to build relationships and to do what's needed to make those improvements within our own center. But those are fast approaching, once we get back into in-person and able to do training and getting back to a systematic way of work. So I'm really excited about it. But am I going to create some upset individuals? Absolutely, because when you have individuals who have been allowed to behave a certain way for 16 years or however long they've been doing something, and you bring a person in who's now going to hold them accountable, it doesn't feel very well, you know? So just want to throw that out there that, yeah, you know, there are some voices you hear and you're like, yes, I'm glad I feel good today. I know I can trust this person. What they're telling me is golden. And then there are others you can hear a voice and you're like, oh crap, man, you know, we got to watch our six. We got to watch each other's backs here because we know that we're dealing with a person that's not going to take an initiative or extra effort. So I understand that. That's everywhere. But again, you know, I appreciate, you know, your service and what you're doing. And those backgrounds are going to help you guys in understanding and being able to tap into the 911 side to teach this on a whole different level. So it does help to have some exposure and experience working in communications to help know that subject and be able to teach that and share those stories, the good and the bad, because I think it's nice to be transparent, to acknowledge when we have weaknesses and what we've done to correct those. And then here are some great aha moments that we've done as the work has presented itself. So back with our lesson plan, you know, we have to have a desire to share information. We have to be willing to discuss the information, present and discuss in a two-way forum, and present material in an outline. So again, you guys will be provided all of the content and all the information that you're needing to put together the lesson plan that you want to set forth. And again, your memorandum of agreements, if you need assistance with those, I will more than happy to help you establish those connections and build those relationships. Because like Victor said, it's going to be a win-win for you guys to have students to go out in the field and basically apply what they've learned, and for the PSAPs to be able to have that experience or that awareness of individuals coming in that can pick up where you leave off and help grow them in the profession. So it's a win-win on both sides. All right. Again, with the lesson plans, the unit preparation, you know, list all resources that are going to be utilized. And again, I can help you with that. Even when you start to build memorandum of agreements with your local 911 centers, you will be able to obtain resources from them as well. Include audio and visual equipment. Now you can go on YouTube right now and you can Google or put in there, you know, rude dispatcher or great 911 story, and you can get the good and the bad on YouTube with actual 911 recordings. Now you have to filter or vet those because there are some out there that are not true, and you can tell based on, you know, the captions, and, you know, it's not like to be made fun of, but there are serious calls out there that are on YouTube to help to learn from, you know, to kind of to give expression of what the operators are doing behind the scenes kind of thing. So those are there, you know, too. Also handout materials and references. So I have several PDFs that I can share with you guys that as you go through different blocks of instruction through teaching this course, that I can give you handouts to go along with that. It's not basically distracting from your agenda or basically distracting from the content. It's basically just giving you more resources to kind of show them, because you guys know kinetics of learning. I'm the type of person, I have to hear it, I can read it, but I also have to do it. You know, I got to get my hands on it. I got to see it. You know, some people, you can just speak it, they got it, there's no questions, they can apply it and move on. Other people, they have to put their hands on it. Other people, they have to have all three. They've got to read it for themselves, hear it for themselves, and then do it for themselves. So kinetics of learning are different with all our students, but sometimes the handout materials helps to paint a picture that may not be so clear when they're trying to think about it. Because if you've never been inside a 911 center, when you say radio console or CAD or DCI, when you're referencing some of the acronyms out of the content, they may not be able to wrap their heads around what all that is. And so the handouts are very helpful to kind of paint that picture for them to understand it in a different way. Also relevant resources, because again, like I stated before, there are several resources that you may find if you Google, but you just want to make certain that you're getting resources from credible, you know, individuals, or the main thing would be to work locally within your PSAPs that you're going to work with, or with me, you know, to kind of make sure you're getting resources that are going to be adequate and favorable to the content that you're teaching. The introduction, there has to be an attention getter. And you guys, I don't know your background as far as how long you've been teaching, but I can only assume that you've been doing this for a while now. But you know, you have to be able to catch attention right away from students, because the attention span today is not like it was years ago. Even when we do marketing, even when we're trying to do videos for the public, to do education, PR, or public relations with the public, we have to keep our videos less than 1 minute because the attention span is just not there in some cases where less is more. You know, we have to be able to have short snippets, sound bites, different things that we're trying to do to get the attention of an individual. And once you get the attention, then you can start expanding on the length of videos and the length of things that you're promoting or that you're showing as resources. So basically getting a good attention getter. So you can start out with a great case, you can start out with a bad case, you can start out with something that's going to make them inquisitive to want to learn more about this profession. And typically what I have seen instructors do, I've done it myself, is we basically start the class with the 911 audio recording where it is a tragic kind of recording, but it has a happy ending. And that pretty much gets the attention because we want them to hear it right out the gate. This is what you're signing up for. You know, you're signing up for a profession that you are going to work with people 99.9% of the time on their worst day. So you're not going to have people who are going to always be pleasant. You're not going to have people who are going to call you and thank you for everything you do. You may answer all your calls within a shift. You may be blamed for a lot of stuff. You may be called names. You may be, you know, having so many things from the public, you know, perception to tell you. And you have to be able to kind of compartmentalize in your mind, you know, what's relevant and what isn't, you know. So we know when we sign up, and this is the message we try to portray, when you sign up for this, you're taking on a challenge. You know, you're taking on a challenge that you can come into an environment that is stressful, high paced, high energy. And if you have any form of, and I don't want to make this into a negative thing because, you know, people do have different, you know, like attention disorders and stuff like that. But if you're a person that has a little ADHD, this is a place you will thrive because you're constantly being multitasked in many different directions and it's challenging you on a whole different level than if you are thinking about an 8 to 5 kind of work day. You know, this is a job where it is high pace and it's high movement and you have to make split second decisions, and your training and your education and the culture itself that's supportive will help you to grow further in that profession. So those are just some things, you know, just to kind of throw out there and share. Rapport, you know, motivation, student performance objectives, you know, how are you going to evaluate where the students are as you go through each block of instruction? The level of knowledge and then lesson tie-ins, you know, when you play an audio, how does that tie into the content or material that you're sharing with your students? Opening remarks, you know, usually sets a tone for how the student is going to take on to this, you know, content and develop from it. Make statements to grab their attention again and tell them what the objectives are. You know, we got to know our end result and where we're going to make certain that we keep everybody in the boat with us as we're traveling to that destination or that island, so to speak. Does anybody have any questions so far? Okay, I don't think I'm probably telling you anything that you probably aren't currently doing or have had awareness of, but again, we do have to kind of go over this section. Presentations, you know, teach strictly to your objectives. And I know many of you guys have already taken the basic telecommunicator course, and it was an online kind of presentation. And as you guys may know, online is not my preferable way of doing it. I love classroom interaction. I love to be able to see the faces of my students. I love to be able to interact with my students. I love to be able to feel the energy in the room with my students. And it's hard to do that when you're speaking on a virtual platform. And I've had to basically, just like you, I've had to conduct many virtual workshops, just like what we're doing now, right? And it does pose for some challenges when your students are off camera. You don't know if they're there. You don't know if they're really getting anything. You don't know what the participation level is, if there is any. And it's challenging to do on a virtual platform than it is to do a face-to-face kind of interaction. Gaining feedback from students, you know, again, it's that class participation to co-create the content versus death by PowerPoint. You know, I definitely don't like to sit in courses where the instructor just reads the PowerPoint slides to me and there's no really engagement of storytelling or, you know, hearing from others in the room, you know, about their experiences or being able to network, so to speak. And so, again, allowing the open discussions with students is always a good thing. Just like with your EMT classes, you have hands-on practices that you do. There are things that I can share with you if you haven't thought of this already, of how you can create that hands-on practice inside the classroom with two-way radios and different things to help engage students as you're going through different blocks of instruction. Encouraging student participation is a big thing. It's not about trying to dictate and tell them this is what you have to do. It's basically about saying, hey guys, have you ever thought about this? Has anyone ever explored this? And allow students to engage, because typically in my experience, it only takes one or two to get engaged, and then others will start to follow in that direction. And use good verbal and nonverbal cues, just being able, again, reading body language. How are we presenting our body language to our students and things like that? Because the energy is and some people don't believe in energy, but I do, because, we're all energy beings. And if you're in any medical course, they teach you that your heart has an electric magnetic field that expands 10 feet off your body. And so people that you get around, if you're in a negative energy, they feel that. And I know you guys throughout your careers have walked into places or rooms and you feel like you could cut tension with a knife. That's all energy. It's all energy that you're feeling. And so we give that energy as well as, or receptors of that energy. And so we have to be very good at reading those cues and acknowledging the elephant in the room, if there is one, to kind of move forward in anything that we're doing. Okay. Demonstrations, presentation, taught theories, techniques, methodology. You guys will all have your own niche to how you mold this material, how you adapt in this material, how you're teaching this material. It's just like me, I can have me and another certified NECI instructor to teach the same course, and every student may have a different experience of that lecture in that course based on the teacher, based on the students, based on the co-creation of feedback, communications, and hands-on practicums and all that. So, just like I said before, with all professions, you have those that are really passionate and motivated and find interest in their work. And then you may have others that treat it like a checklist. Okay, task, we're done, we move forward. And it's hard for people to really get excited about that level, So demonstration is a good thing, to be able to have the opportunities to allow students to demonstrate what they're learning. Also be able to allow for the feedback, even if it's negative, even when you have people that may not understand the system entirety and they're talking negative about it. It's not about trying to make them understand it on a different level. It's basically about tell me more, tell me more about why you feel that way. What was your experience? Have you had an experience? Being able to open it up into a positive dialogue versus making someone wrong for how they may be perceiving a situation or a case. Again, everybody's at different levels based on their upbringing, their experiences, their backgrounds, their interactions. And so it's not about us judging. It's about basically being open-minded. And if you ever have students that are kind of negative towards this whole thing, is asking them questions, tell me more. Well, why do you feel that way? And allow for positive interaction and feedback. Also, students learn by watching and doing. If you can take the resources that we're going to share with you guys, and you can allow them to see that, and then again allowing for space for them to practice what they're learning is huge. And they have a lot of fun with this. I know I have a lot of fun with it as a teacher, so I know that the students are getting value out of it when we can role play, and when we can like if I have a classroom of 25 students or maybe even 15 students, I can have some students to act out a scene and have the other 4 students, who are my 911 operators, so to speak, being on the opposite wall, or creating a space where they can't see what's happening on the scene, and allow the scene to play out, and then have someone to call these people, and they have to base decisions on what they're being told, not what they are able to see. And that's such a great thing to engage all students to be able to participate in that respect. The summary with the lesson plans is, again, reviewing performance objectives. I'm the type of instructor that when I teach, when I move on to another block, I'm still carrying information from the first block. So it's tying in to everything that we do. So by the time we get to the last block, they don't have to remember what we talked about in the first block. So everything kind of piggybacks on down to the end. So when they take that final exam, or when they're ready to do a final exam, that they don't have to stop and think, well, what was in the first block? I don't even remember, So it's basically tying everything in as it rolls down for the students to grasp that, so they're not having to feel like they're starting back from ground zero, if that makes sense. It's basically just, again, tying in all the blocks until you get to the end. Also comprehension of the required levels of understanding. Again, just Q&As, just allowing students to ask questions, to have conversations, have students explain how the objectives were met. Again, you can role play it out, you can discuss it out loud, you can have open-ended questions, and then recap previous information again before moving on to the next chapter or the next block of instruction. All right, any questions so far about this section? Does anyone want to share anything that's different than what we kind of talked about? Do you have a different approach to how you do your lesson plan or how you prepare for what you're about to teach? So everybody's good? Okay. All right. One final step with the summary section, again, is the evaluation, official documentation, also retention of your records, the instructor evaluations, if you guys have those. Some don't, but I know for me, I do get audited from time to time in my classes, whether I'm teaching share standards or even this course or any others. I have an individual that may stop in and audit my classes for a bit. Also, we have to understand our responsibility as we're teaching the content, because those tests, and again, I hate to harp on tests and results of tests, but that's how an instructor gets evaluated. Is if I have 15 students in my course and 15 are being set to go to test, how many of those 15 are going to pass? Because, and it's just the reality, just like with EMTs, there's a state standard of how many ratio to students versus passing that test that you have to have. And I've never been an instructor on your level to be teaching in a school system or curriculum kind of based program, but I can imagine you guys have standards and what do you call it? Checkpoints, or you have a certain plateau that you have to reach, in order to know that, hey, you're doing great at your job and being successful in the instruction that you're giving for your students to be elevating and moving forward. Okay. All right. The next section we're going to talk about is classroom management. And again, I know with the pandemic, this may not be applicable because many of you guys may have had to be on that virtual platform. So you really haven't had the face-to-face personal, touch kind of there, but you still had to manage the classroom in the sense of, having to learn how to manage it virtually when you have students who are not showing up, or students who are taking monopoly over the conversation, or, students that are being, kind of rude or disrespectful. Or maybe you have had a sweet spot and you haven't had that experience, at that level. But classroom management is very important because it's distractions that take away from the classroom overall goal, And again, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. This is something that if you have one person in your classroom that's creating distractions for everyone else, it's hard to move everyone when you're focusing on that one. So how can you take that one and try to adapt them into what you're doing? So if you have a person, for example, acting like they know more than you, then allowing them to say, okay, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to tell us, or share with us, and allow for them to be engaged. And again, you have to use your own judgment and your best sense about this, because you know your students more than me. But just trust your skill sets and your knowledge base to be able to identify and have an approach to how you're going to deal when those situations arise. And also controlling the class discussion, again, with several students with debating issues. Sometimes it can be challenging, especially in our society times right now where everything is offensive to everyone. How do we bring it to surface to say, I'm not here to judge your opinion. You're allowed to have an opinion and I'm allowed to have an opinion. It doesn't mean we hate each other, but how can we be respectful enough to hear each other and then move forward? When we start to try to take sides or trying to debate or trying to do it on it's my way or the highway approach, you're not going to get many people to kind of feel comfortable or openness in a classroom with that approach. And I'm not saying you guys do that. I'm just bringing it up to light because I have those challenges too, where we may talk about a court case and an individual may have their perception or experience with that court case versus somebody else, and it may create a debate. But we try to keep the debate on a even level where it's not being a prosecutor or persecutor to each other, but just saying, tell me more about your side of this and let me share mine, and being able to listen and to receive and to give, and having that equal kind of mutual agreement that that's what we're going to do. And at the end of the day, if we are at this place where we can't agree then we agree to disagree that we've each showed respect to hear each other out, kind of thing. Controlling a student that becomes argumentative, with you or with other students. Controlling a student that appears to be drowsy or asleep without trying to embarrass them, So I want to pause for a moment and just do a quick check-in with you guys. So if you have a challenged student in your classroom, what has been some of the techniques that you have done to try to engage that student to change the course of where it's going? But I have any volunteer that would like to share maybe some of that you've encountered?
I get them more involved. I see which way the classroom is going. And
Mm-hmm.
what I'll do is break them up into small groups and give them tasks to do. Then they all have to participate one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way that I try to control them. You see the ones that's sleepy, you see the ones that's that, you change your teaching style to meet their style that they need to get them back on track and interested in the class.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Does anyone else want to share?
Well, one of the methods that I've used in the past is similar to Mr. Victor, but I also use it as part of the grading system, class participation. And once they see that if they don't, they have options sometimes not to participate because we have slow readers, you have slow learners, you have all different types of versions of students that you're dealing with. So I
Mhm.
often try to incorporate it as part of the grading system, primarily with class participation through role playing and participating in the subject matter that we're discussing.
Yeah, I like that too, Ronnie. And I'll share this with you guys from a PSAP manager's point of view. Oftentimes I can put a job posting out and I can get about 25 to anywhere from 25 to 35, probably 40 applications at a time. And when I process those applications and we sign them up for their testing, which is a critical kind of a simulator, to test their memorization, typing, excuse me, it does memorization, typing, math, reading. It has like 10 sections that it tests a student on. And out of that 25, let's just say 25, I might have 5 that will pass that test. And here's what I have come to learn. Oftentimes I'm not a believer in the testing model to that extent sometimes, because you're taking individuals and putting them in a simulator fashion that they've never been exposed to before, and you're expecting them to pass. And even the 5 that do pass, I have hired those individuals and they not be a fit. Just because they can pass the test doesn't necessarily mean they're the type of individual that can come in and do the work, if that makes sense. So I have been encouraging our, director for Franklin County to be like, let's not be so stuck on the test. I think the testing is important, don't get me wrong, but I think it's too early in the process to try to just test them out of the gate, because I feel like we're losing a lot of potential, that we could have if we hire them, expose them, and then test them, and it might be different. You see what I'm saying? So I do understand that you guys are challenged with multiple students in your classes that are on different levels and different understanding and different capabilities of how they can, do or read or write or whatever. But again, we have to be diverse in our instructions. We have to be diverse even in our hiring practices, that we can't discount, individuals because they are not passing the reading. And when my daughter was in school, she's 23 now, they did not even teach her how to tell time on a clock with arms. Everything was analog, and you know what I'm saying? And so it's like even the math and the counting of money and things that I took, and I'm sure you took when you were in school, they stopped teaching it from that place. And then my daughter is now a millennial, and she's in this world where we've had to teach her how to think about things and how to look at things and to be able to function on both sides of the spectrum there. So I get it. But I just wanted to share that out there with you, because what happens in our schools eventually winds up in our workplaces, if that makes sense. If we have unruly students that are in our schools, excuse me, unruly students that are in our schools, and they're not being held accountable and things are not being done, well, those same individuals may wind up getting into a workplace where they become a bully, or where they are passive aggressive, or where they're bringing certain behaviors and demeanors into a workplace that make it not pleasant, you know? And so how can we take and balance all this? You know what I'm saying? It's like a whole different world now that we have to be aware of and be compassionate and understanding. Even if we don't always agree, we still have to hold people accountable, you know, for their behaviors and what they're bringing into a place, whether it be a school or in the workplace. Problem students, you know, unacceptable classroom behavior, of course, illegal activities, any violence, threats, hazing, sexual harassment, discrimination, destruction of property. These are red flags, you know, these are signs that something's not right. And, you know, unfortunately, we do have a lot of students that are coming into, you know, their adulthood, and they haven't had support, or they haven't been shown any type of guidance, or they haven't been really given an opportunity or a chance, you know, to really explore, you know, who they are and why we do this and what this is. And again, I hate to be saying this or sharing it from my perspective, but like when I was in high school, you know, we had DECA, we had all these curriculum activities that we could do that was preparing us to get into a workplace. And slowly over time, you see a lot of this changing. And I'm sure there are reasons behind it, but there's some place somewhere that we have to get back to basics and teach students that, you know, yeah, these tactics and antics may have worked when you were in elementary school, but as you're entering into middle school and as you're getting in high school, you're getting ready to go to college or go to work. And you've got to adapt to a whole new being in that respect, that these passive aggressive behaviors, this avoidance, this whatever's going on here, you know, you got to be able to go to work and feel like you're able to speak up when you need to speak up, and be able to have conversations, and be able to, you know, when you get angered or frustrated, you know, to kind of take a breath and pause for a moment before reacting. You know, we have to start teaching that space between stimulus and response, you know. And when I see problem students, and even though you have high school students, well, I have to deal with adults, and even adults can come into a training environment and, you know, exhibit some of these things, especially in public safety, because in public safety, it's almost like factory line work. You know, you're working with the same people all the time, and you kind of get into this horseplay, or, you know, conversations or jokes and things that may be said that it may not offend me, but it can offend someone else. And we have to be mindful of that, even as adults, you know, getting into a training space, how much is too much, you know, whether it's picking on someone or teasing someone or whatever the case may be. Sometimes I go to work and I feel like I'm in high school, if that makes sense, because, you know, it happens. You know, there are cliques in workplaces just like there are cliques in high school, and all these things happen. But for us, we have to be able to identify and address it, because as an instructor, we can't allow for a classroom to be unruly. You guys know that. I mean, we have to address things, and I hope you're supported by your schools and what you may need to do to help bring, you know, a calmness to your classroom. So what are some of the causes of behavior problems that take place? Sometimes behavior acts out when students are bored. Sometimes it could be a substance abuse issue. It could be lack of, you know, sleep or recognition, poor communication skills. Sometimes students have lack of social skills. They just don't know how to be in a mixture of diverse people, you know. Not enough supervision. I know with me, sometimes the ratio from student to instructor, it's increased, you know, based on demand sometimes. And we have to be able to know that the ratio of a student to or instructor to student has to be equal, or else we're going to have some problems. Sometimes you may have students that are seeking attention, you know, or they're trying to seek some type of revenge. I mean, that could play out too. Feelings of inadequacy. These are just some things, not all, but it's just some things that will sometimes create for an individual to act out, you know, sometimes. And it's unfortunate, but a lot of times, you know, we don't dig into why things are the way they are because of the mentality that, you know, well, I'm not going to get involved, or, you know, I'm not going to overstep this bound because it may create this, this, and this. But at the end of the day, we do have an obligation to acknowledge and not to embarrass, you know, when we do have these things to happen, that we do have to address them. And difficult conversations don't have to be difficult. And it's our approach, it's our demeanor, it's our intention behind it that makes a difference in our outcomes when we're working with, you know, adolescence up to teenage, all the way up into adulthood. Any questions so far? Or does anyone have a different thought or a different point of view on what we're discussing? Or have you guys seen this playing out? I know you guys had a transitional period from virtual, and now you're trying to get students back into the school system and the face-to-face interaction. How has that experience been for you? I know when for me, we've had individuals that prefer the virtual over the in-person for many reasons, good and bad, but it's it's the experience that that each student is having. But for you guys, what has your experience been like?
We'll find out this fall.
Oh, so you guys are not yet back in person yet.
I've had very few come back, so we'll really find out this fall really how it's going to be challenged. It's going to be challenging for all of us,
Yeah.
because
I-
this is a complete difference. With the ones I have in the classroom, it took me about 3 to 4 weeks to get them involved again. And once they started practical skills and stuff on them, they were back at it. And then trying to teach online doing practical skills, and then go back in and get the ones online, trying to get them more involved. And see, it's going to be a challenge. Even talking to parents. See, I call parents about every semester 5 to 6 times. During that time. If anything going wrong, good, bad, anything, I'm going to find the background out of my students to see what's going on.
So you guys are in that transitional state where you're doing both, where you have people in the classroom and you're on
Mhm.
at the same time. Is that right?
Right. At the
Okay.
same time.
Yeah, I can
got
see how that yeah. And it's unfortunate too, though, when you have your students to be even our elementary, our little kids, in kindergarten and first, second grade, they're learning the online method. And so the social skills may not be truly developed because they haven't been allowed, whether it's going to the park and playing with other kids, whether it's engaging in activities or whatever with other people. They haven't really developed social skills to understand it all. So I'm sure it can feel anxiety or overwhelming to some students who are trying to enter into an actual social environment that they haven't been exposed to, and I'm sure too, yeah, when you've got teenagers or adolescents, that are trying to juggle the online versus now trying to transition back into a classroom setting. I mean, there are pros and cons to everything, and I hope there is a balance that can be found. But my preference, just for me speaking, representing myself, is I do enjoy the face-to-face contact with students, and yeah, so I mean, it's going to vary, I guess, and what happens next, but I'm sure it does make for very challenging instructions when you're having to teach the content at the same time and not forget that you have online students, because they're not in sight. So out of sight, out of mind, I'm sure that's been a transition for you guys as well. All right. So I've got 9:23 right now. So why don't we take about a quick, maybe 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and get into our next section. Does anybody have any objection to that? Okay. All right, so I'm not going to change anything. I'm just going to mute my mic and just kind of close my camera for about 10 minutes, and then we will come back, okay? All right, guys, I think we got about 30 seconds and then we're going to get back started. Thanks for coming back, Ronnie.
I'm not gonna let you down.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh. Let's see. All right. So, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate your time and willingness to come and be certified in this course, and look forward to the partnership with you as you move forward. And any questions or anything that you have challenges with as you start this course, teaching it, please let me know. Please reach out. I'm looking to create, I don't know how many of you may have a Facebook account or whatever, but I am looking to create a kind of like a network, closed Facebook group where instructors who are certified can come online and just be able to share, and it's where I can give updates and share resources and things like that. So it's easy to get the masses versus hit and miss here and there. And I do want to create an email group list that's why I wanted to make sure I had names of everybody, because I'll be able to retain your, I'm sorry, my cats are fighting, so please forgive that background noise. Excuse me. But anyway, I want to be able to create a email distribution group to be able to share of these resources and content with you guys too. So, but yeah, as we move forward, just at any time, please feel free to reach out, and other instructors from other schools across the state are so willing to be supportive and helpful too. And we will work, together through this process. All right. So I want to take you guys as a look inside of 911. So just by a show of hands, well, I don't think everybody's on the camera, but show of hands though, how many of you guys have actually been inside of a 911 center to see what it looks like in the inside? Okay, so Wendy, Victor, okay, you have. All right, others have. Okay. So the inside of 911 centers is different for everyone, because depending on location and money will determine how advanced a center actually is when it comes to their technology, resource sharing and all of that. So this is a look inside Halifax County's 911 center. This is one workstation. And again, not all 911 workstations are going to look the same, because it depends on the county, the size of the county, the size of the operation, the size of their budgets to what they have. But when I left Halifax County, this was what the workstations looked like. And so if you look at, as you're seated at this workstation, to the far left is the radio consulate or the radio console. So it is a touch screen, or you can operate it with the mouse, to be able to manipulate, the screens to what you want to monitor, what you're going to be transmitting on, what you're going to be giving out broadcast messages on. So that is a radio consulate. Now for Halifax County, they dispatch for 7 law enforcement agencies. They have 14 fire departments, and they have 6 emergency medical service, stations that they're dispatching for. So that's what again, it may have changed because it's been since 2019 since I've been there, but that was what the radio consulate looked like at that time. Over to her far right is a touchscreen telephone system for her to be able to receive emergency and non-emergency calls for service. So when I left, they were currently on a Patriot system, which again, all 911 centers across the state at this time may have different telephony or telephone systems, but we are all merging towards the next generation 911 EZNet for networking capabilities across the state. So in the event that there's a hurricane that takes out a 911 center in Beaufort, a telecommunicator in Halifax could be making their calls to service. So it kind of is doing away with backup centers to be able to have other PSAPs in the state to be able to assist other 911 centers when they are challenged with natural disasters or even terrorism, man-made, whatever. It's just a way for people who are calling for help to always have a lifeline. And that's what that next generation 911 system is, in addition to images and videos and things like that that can be, coming into centers across the state. Right now, we in Franklin County or Halifax, we do not receive or accept images or video chats or anything like that, but the capabilities are there. We just don't have it turned on yet. What's in front of her on her bottom and her top, there's 6 monitors there. This is where they can spread out their software for being able to know what's going on without having to toggle between toggle tabs at the bottom of a screen for one monitor. So for example, excuse me, on her far left of the 6 monitors in the middle here, on the far left, you'll see multicolored, kind of like red, blues, yellows, and greens. And then below that monitor, below that is another screen. That is her CAD system. CAD is computer aided dispatch. It is a resource accountability system that allows a telecommunicator to keep track of resources in the county. So she can look here and see where all her EMS, units are, where her law enforcement are, where her, firefighters may be. She can look and see what resources are available for other calls that are coming into the center. So this particular window, or this particular system is TriTech CAD system. And so they have since moved over to Southern Software, and I'll show you an example of that screen here in a minute. But so this was Vision's TriTech software. So the peachy red looking color, those are your EMS calls of service. The blues were law enforcement. The greens could be law enforcement at a low priority, as well as the yellow. So the colors do make a difference for this particular software that they're using. To the bottom is basically the same information. It's just expanded so she can see the narrative for each of these calls. So as she's clicking on whichever call at the bottom, it will change to reflect the same information. It just expands it so she can be able to see what's going on with all the different calls. The top middle monitor is what we call our OMNIC system, or DCI. It is Division of Criminal Information. This is the program that we use that connects us to the FBI and the SBI databases for running your driver's license, your vehicle registrations, your warrant checks. Anything and everything you want to know about a person is retrieved through this system. Now, do we give an open license for people to go in there and run what they want to, or find their movie stars, or be able to get address or information of people that they like, or even people they don't like? The system is locked down to a sense that telecommunicators have to go through a course of fingerprinting and a criminal background check, which is why we do criminal background checks for employment, is because you can steal identity out of the system. If a person is deceased and you know their social security number, or you get information about that person, you can take that identity and move on. There's a lot of bad things that can happen from misuse of the system. So we want to be very careful about the caliber of individuals that we hire to put in front of the system, because we don't want them taking that information and using it for evil, if that makes sense. So they go through fingerprinting, they go through a week-long course to be able to understand how to read the system, how to do transactions in the system, how to enter missing people, how to enter wanted people, how to enter vehicles, license plates, security thing, anything and everything that needs to be entered into the database for a want. They have to go through that training and certification too. So when you're stopped on a traffic stop and an officer routinely, they do this with everyone. They always want to run a driver's license check and a vehicle registration check. And the telecommunicators 9 times out of 10 can have that information prior to the officer approaching a person. And that depends on standards and training per PSAP. Some 911 centers don't allow their telecommunicators to advance searches until the officer has made contact with an individual. And so again, standards of guidelines or operating procedures may be different across the state. But for us, we encourage proactivity. So if an officer gives me a license plate that he's stopping a car who he has not yet stopped, I can go ahead and run that license plate to make sure there's no want on that plate or that in general, and then be able to advise him or her of that before they approach the person or persons in a car. So that system is very, very much a database that we can pull from for officer and responder safety, as well as databasing for what we need to do when we have to enter records of entries and things like that through that system. The bottom middle monitor is basically a combination of the CAD as well as DCI. At the bottom where you see all the blue, those are police officers that are on duty at that particular time. And she can toggle from that window to see who's on duty with the sheriff's office, who apparatus-wise are available for EMS and fire. So there are multiple ways that she can see data with her CAD system based on the different windows that she has access to view. And then on the other side, right side of the lower monitor in the middle, is like her message window that BOLOs, on lookouts, attempt to locate, things like that come through there, so she can stay abreast of what's happening, on a national level as well as a local level, a state level, just be able to see what we need to be sharing with our responders and our law enforcement as they're en route to certain calls. Then if you look over to the top right monitor, again, we're working with the 6 monitors here. So the top right, of the monitor there is her mapping system. Also GIS, Geographical Information System. This is where when a person calls 911 and they are calling from either a landline, meaning a plug, jack, and wall, or they're calling wirelessly, meaning from the cell phone device, or voice over internet protocol, that map will replicate the location of where those calls are coming in from. So she has access to see that when she's answering the call. She'll have an anti-alley window, which is the alphanumeric identifier, which is basically a phone number, and then the alpha location identifier, which is basically the physical address or the latitude and longitude of where a call's coming, and that correlates on the map system there for her to see where the calls are in her jurisdiction. Now, if it plots outside her jurisdiction, recently, the counties have been able to share mapping data. So even if it's mapping outside her county or her jurisdiction, she should still be able to see what jurisdiction that falls in to be able to relay that caller to the appropriate law enforcement, fire, medical, or PSAP, basically, to transfer that call if it's outside of her jurisdiction. And then the bottom, again, we're working with the middle 6 monitors. At the bottom right lower monitor is her NECI Aware database. And NECI Aware is a way for the telecommunicators to have access to statewide warrants that are on file in the state of North Carolina. The Omnex or DCI system allows us to see national warrants. So if a person committed a crime in California and they were entered in that system as a wanted person and they were here in Roanoke Rapids, where I am now, if a telecommunicator ran that person's driver's license or name, they will get a national hit to show that this person is wanted for X, Y, and Z. The NECI Aware database is only showing her what is wanted in the state of North Carolina. So you can have individuals in the state that have committed misdemeanors or worthless checks or whatever that have a warrant for arrest or an order for arrest, and the telecommunicator can see that. Now, early in my career, if you committed a crime in one county in the state of North Carolina and you went 2 counties over, they had no knowledge that there was a warrant on file for you. Well, this system replaces that. So no matter where you are in the state, a county that you commit a crime in, if it's a crime where a warrant has been obtained for you, if you're in Franklin County and the warrant was for, Cumberland County, everybody's going to be able to see that to know that you have an outstanding warrant. So they can let law enforcement know that. And any law enforcement agency can serve that warrant. So it's really been a beneficial information system to help us to get offenders off the street quicker, because we have access to see that data. All right, if you also notice, she has multiple like keypads and a keyboard in front of her. So there are 2 keyboards that you will see. The first keyboard is the one that is on her keyboard tray that she's using to type into the CAD, the Omnex, the mapping. She can use that for everything. The other keyboard that you see sitting under the bottom right monitors there, that is the keyboard that operates the telephone. So if we have text to 911 coming in, she has to use that keyboard to be able to text back, to those callers. And so that's why there are 2 separate keyboards, because they're on 2 separate operating systems, 2 separate things. So they have to juggle sometimes between 2 keyboards. But luckily enough, we're not getting a lot of text calls, which we highly recommend that people not text 911 unless they are in an extreme situation where they cannot make a voice call. We prefer voice over text any day because there are pros and cons to both. With voice communications, we're able to get more data from the system as well as from the person being able to tell us information. from texting, there is no mapping data with that. So if you don't know where you are, or if you can't tell me where you are, I have no way to find you imminently. It takes me a long time to try to trace to find out where you may be if you're texting, communications, and you're not able to tell me anything. So just knowing that up front, kind of gives you the understanding of why we are promoting voice calls and text only in the case where you cannot speak, but you're able to at least tell us where you are. All right, any questions about this one PSAP that I've shared with you? Okay. All right, here's just another PSAP of a different county, different smaller area. They have their screens that may be on the wall. They may monitor, different things. They may have, just access to other things that need larger screens to be able to see, such as floor plans or blueprints to like buildings, schools, hazmat locations, or whatever. And they can pull that up right away from a larger visual perspective. So again, all 911 centers are doing the same job per se as far as receiving emergency calls and dispatching emergency calls, but the software that they use, the layout of the technology that they use may be different across the state, as well as I know it's different across the country, So this is trying to give you a behind the scenes appearance of different PSAPs that are across the state, okay? If you notice that light pole there that has a red, green, and blue kind of light, pole there, that helps for other people in the room to know if that operator is on the telephone, if that operator is transmitting over the radio, or if that operator has a help light, requesting a supervisor to come to their workstation because maybe they have a question or maybe they're needing guidance on something. So the light poles there kind of give a visual to everybody in the room so you know what everybody's kind of doing at any given moment. In Franklin County, we don't have the light poles. Now, in our new facility, we hope to get them, but in our old current facility, we don't have them. So I could walk up to a communicator and he or she not be speaking or making any movements, and I'm thinking that they're available for me to conversate with, and then I'll see them sit up and start doing something. So I have no way to know that they're on the phone or even transmitting on the radio if they're not speaking or doing something at that time. But if I walk up to them and I can see what they're doing, then I know, common sense, I can tell what they're doing. But oftentimes you may have a telecommunicator just listening to the radio or listening to a caller, and you have no visual aid to tell you what that person's doing, unless I walk up and tap them on the shoulder and say, "Are you okay?" So we can talk, and then they'll verbally say yeah or no. And but yeah, so different centers again, may have different formats to how they have their center set up when it comes to that. This is Arlington. This is in Virginia. This is it is a huge place. It is very much I can't even put words around it. It's probably one of the best centers I've been in as far as what they have access to. And I know you can imagine being in Washington or up close to Washington, D.C. area. They have to be able to have what they have, to be able to see what's going on with all the Capitol buildings, the White House. They have a lot more monitoring and a lot more money, in their budgets to be able to do certain things. But and they're constantly always having to scan, with the news, because a lot of 911 centers have no windows, and we have no windows due to privacy because you don't want a stranger to be able to come up to a window or take binoculars and look in there and be able to retain data off of these sensitive systems, So we have to be very careful with the visual appearance of how people can see in a center, which goes back to what Victor was talking about earlier. Some people don't want interns because of the information that they're exposed to, or what they may overhear. And again, from a visual perspective, if you have visitors walking through your call center, you have no idea to know what their caliber of intent is, and it's just hard to know people's character sometimes. And so centers do have to be locked down from the public because of access to the systems that they have to view and to work with. But I loved working in the center. I went to do a training course at this location and met, many people there, and it was just a wonderful experience for me. But it also awakened me into what is possible, because when you stay in your own little bubble, in your own little corner of the world, you kind of get closed-minded to what else is out there, And so this was very eye-opening for me to see this on this level. All right. Here's another call center, you know, that, and as you can tell, if you notice the numbers are increasing, right? The PSAP is a larger PSAP because you have more call, you know, takers and you have radio dispatchers, and your smaller PSAPs, you know, you have one person that is both a call taker and a radio dispatcher. Whereas in larger centers, they may be able to separate those skill sets where you have just people doing nothing but call taking, and then you have people doing nothing but radio communications. And so in your larger centers, you will see those responsibilities divided out. But in your smaller centers, you know, you will see that that one person is multitasking between many hats and many roles doing the same job. It's just call volume is different, you know, and the level of calls of service are different. And so that does make a difference into the staffing of a center. And then here's just a smaller PSAP that has, you know, just, I think it's 4 people that are working in this call center. This is a state kind of highway patrol, you know, call center environment where, you know, you have people doing nothing but state highway patrol. You know, they're not having to do local police or local fire or local EMS. They're only doing state highway patrol. And they're able to monitor and kind of see. They work closely with Department of Transportation too, because all state maintained highways, they have to have access to know what's closed, what's blocked, what is temporary, what is permanent, and because they're controlling all the roadways in the state, you know, as far as that. So they are a portal of information with our troopers, as well as being able to relay information to local 911 centers who are needing their assistance. So, for example, if I am in Franklin County and there's an accident that happens in the county, that is a trooper's response, not a deputy. So a deputy may be able to assist with traffic control until police until fire rescue get on scene. But typically the accident report or the investigation is done by the state highway patrol, you know, or the trooper. So a lot of times it's educating communities to understand, like sometimes you can have a resident that lives in a city asking for a sheriff's deputy to come to their home, but that's not that deputy's technically jurisdiction if there's a city municipal police officer that can do that. So we have to educate our callers sometimes about who's going to be coming and why they're coming versus maybe them making a specific request for someone. Same thing with emergency medical services. We'll have people to call and they'll ask for a particular rescue squad to come to them, but that's not how it works. You know, how it works is you get the closest emergency response to you. And so that's who's going to be dispatched to come to you. And so we have to educate, you know, the public when they're specifically asking requests because they may not understand how the system works. All right, this is just another angle. This again is the Halifax, you know, County Center to kind of show you a different angle. They have a total of 6 workstations. This is 2 that are in the back of the room there. And they have a clock that's 24-hour time, you know, so they can keep their AMs and PMs. They don't have to worry about that. Everything's just a 24-hour time block that they're documenting. And every workstation has the same access to the same data. Now, I may have a difference of how I set my system up for me to view the data, but all the data is the same. So if the telecommunicator on the far left makes a notation on a call, the telecommunicator on the far right can see that instantly when that person is saving those comments and vice versa. So at any given time, you can have multiple telecommunicators working on multiple calls at the same time, but they're all able to see each other's notes and comments that are taking place on each other's workstations, so they know who's where and who's doing what and vice versa. Now, those of you that are on the opposite side of the radio for police, fire, and medical, sometimes you may have cleared a call or you've done something with your dispatch and then they still check your status. And what that means is you may have had a telecommunicator to have acknowledged your transmission, but they haven't yet got to the point to remove you from a call or to put disposition on a call. And another telecommunicator, when they see the time clocks, you know, going off to let them know, for example, traffic stops, every 2 minutes, they're checking an officer's status on the traffic stop, or every 3 to 5. It depends on the standard for that 911 center. But when the lights are flashing to indicate that this unit needs to be checked on, if that unit has already cleared and a telecommunicator has failed to change their status, yes, they will get checked on again. And so the officer may come across and say, well, Central, I've already cleared that call, 10-8 B-boy, or whatever the disposition was. And that's okay. We're just trying to make sure that that officer is still okay and accounted for and that the disposition has been complete. So if it becomes a routine problem where every time an officer is changing status, it's not being updated, then that's a personnel matter that needs to be addressed on the inside of a 911 center. But from time to time, if centers are really, really busy and they're short staffed, yes, there are times where dispositions may be delayed based on the call volume that may be happening at that given time. So just want to kind of share that information with you guys as far as the appearance and reasons behind certain things. All right, any questions about some of the slides that I showed you about the inside of 911 centers? Is it what you thought it was? For those that haven't been inside a center, is it kind of what you thought it would look like? Yeah, okay. All right, so the focus chapters for review are, we're going to look at the basic telecommunicator chapters 1, 2, and 3. And again, I'm not going through each block of these. I'm just hitting some highlights on each block of these to kind of give you more insights.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a question to back up just a little bit. So sometimes when the units check on scene, they can actually check on scene through the computer. So doesn't that automatically show up on the computer system with the telecommunicators?
Yes, if a center or an agency is using mobile data terminals and they have the capability for the units in the field to change status, yes, if a unit checks themselves on duty, off duty, or en route, on scene, or whatever, that systematically shows up for a telecommunicator on their side too. That's correct. And here's the thing I will share about that, Steve, and I'm glad you brought that up, because recently, just in my observation, when I went to Franklin County, my first out of the gate meeting was basically letting them know, just because I've got 22 years of experience in another county doesn't mean what was working there will work here. So I'm not here to change anything right away. I'm here to do an observation to kind of see what you're doing, why you're doing it, why you're not doing it. So if I'm asking questions, I'm not challenging you. I'm just trying to understand why certain things are being done a certain way or not being done a certain way. And then after I have my observation, maybe 90 days of an observation period, then I want to come back and then I will start implementing some change into policies and procedures, because I can tell you Halifax County does not have mobile CAD for our responders to be able to change their status or units, but Franklin County does. And I'm the type of person, and I know my law enforcement people may relate to this a lot, I'm a heads up, eyes forward approach kind of person. What is nails on a chalkboard for me is when I hear telecommunicators giving a code 3 call response and saying CCAD. Because if I'm an officer riding at a high rate of speed, I don't want my eyes off the road to have to see CAD notes. I want you to tell me what I'm going to, and I want you to give me updates into what I'm going to encounter when I get there. Me having to look down and trying to drive at a high rate of speed, that's not good. That is not good for anybody. It's not safe. And yes, there are some information that may be sensitive that should not be over the radio, but when it comes to a high level response, we have to be able to give pertinent information. And so I'm a fan of MDTs, and then I'm an opponent of MDTs. There are pros and cons to them. But when it comes from a telecommunicator standpoint, we have to be the voice to tell our responders what they're going to without having to rely so much on the CCAD, CCAD, CCAD. The other side of that is broadband in rural counties. It's you're lucky to get internet connection or any type of wireless, connection to be able to get updates on your CAD. So if you're in certain areas like cell phones, right? If I'm driving, I have the AT&T plan with my personal phone, but I have US Cellular with my work cell phone. The reason being is because AT&T is a wonderful thing when you're traveling nationally. They suck in some of the rural counties because it's just not there. US Cellular is the capital wireless carrier on the East Coast, and so therefore their broadband is a lot higher and stronger, but in certain counties it doesn't work either. So it's like a hit and miss with your cell phones. It's the same thing with those mobile data terminals. If you're in an area that's not getting good cell reception or Wi-Fi or whatever, you're not going to be able to get those updates. So how can you see those nodes? And we have to think about that in our rural communities. Now, in our our bigger communities that have no problems with broadband, then hey, they can do that all day long. But for us, it's a challenge. For both Halifax, Franklin, Warren, Northampton, Granville, even Cumberland for that matter. It's some challenges there sometimes. But Steve, thank you so much for bringing that up, because that is definitely something that currently I'm working through with our agencies that we service. Are any other questions or comments so far? Okay, so the focus review chapters, again, I'm not going through each block in depth. You've already kind of gone through the basic telecommunicator program, so you kind of have some awareness of what the blocks are. But basically, I want to just put emphasis on a certain content in those blocks, so you can focus on areas, within those blocks to kind of get on a soapbox, so to speak, and make certain that students are aware of certain things. So here's what the 911 centers are looking for when you're talking about ethics in 911 is, again, it's dependability, trustworthiness, good oral communication skills, a good moral character on and offline, meaning they have to represent themselves in a good way, social media wise, as well as in person. They have to have a clean criminal background. Now, the clean criminal background does not mean that they can't have speeding tickets or have citations or even writs. It just means that if you have felonies like identity theft, or you're a felon for habitual sex offenses or drugs or things like that, that will automatically disqualify you from being eligible to receive a certification in the Omnex, for your DCI database for the FBI, SBI. So it's not my preference, more say, as an agency, it's a state regulation that they will not be able to certify you in that. And if you're not able to be certified in that, then I cannot employ you, because that's what we work with every day. The ability to multitask, ability to type a minimum. In some agencies, I know in Franklin County, we have 35 as words per minute, but a standard is usually 45. Ability to retain what they're learning, and the ability to handle high-paced work environments. So when we're talking about ethics, we're talking about individuals who can come in and not be afraid of change. We're talking about individuals that can come in and kind of listen and then form opinions or hypotheses, and then being able to share that in a constructive way. We want people to be able to have some compassion and empathy in the work, because you have to understand, and it's more relative now than it ever was before, we are the people's servant. We are there to support our communities in their time of need. That includes rude people, it includes ignorant people, it includes impatient people, it includes everybody, and we have to be able to work within the diverse scope of individuals that we will encounter. So and that's just fact. We have to know that we have to have support systems and structures and communicators so they can learn how to manage that stress, but not take it personal. If someone calls me a racist, or they call me something, or whatever the case may be, that's their opinion. It doesn't mean it's fact for me. So we have to be able to not take bait when we have users or callers who are being abusive towards the system, because maybe they have had a negative experience with law enforcement or a negative experience with the criminal justice system in general, and therefore they assume that all people affiliated with the system are crooked or corrupt, or whatever the words you want to fill in the blank for. But that's not always the case, and so we have to be the person that is the calm behind the storm. We have to be able to try to educate people, answer questions, give them the direction that they need. And also, the telecommunicator sets the tone for our responders. Some people will challenge and debate me on this, but I can tell you it is fact. If I have a negative attitude in my work and I'm dispatching in a negative attitude towards a call or situation, the responders typically will respond in that fashion. That's just given human nature, is fact. It's almost like, and this is a trend that I'm trying to break in our culture. People have to form their own opinions and impressions, not base their opinions off of other people's opinions. So for example, when I left Halifax and moved over to Franklin County, I was kind of told by several people, oh my God, when you work with this person, they're going to be so hard to work with. They're not going to want to change. They're not want to this and that and the other. Now, if I had walked in my shoes in that direction with that thought and approached it in that way, it would have created for drama. But I was receptive to what they had to say, but I also had to form my own general impression and see for myself. And the very person who they were saying would be my naysayer, or be the person that would be against anything I wanted to do, they are my biggest supporter, and I'm successioning her for my role one day. when I retire that she can take over. You see what I'm saying? So we have to be able to have people with good character to come in and not be so judgmental at the gate or take on other people's emotional responses or experiences to things. We have to form our own impressions of things. And that's what I'm trying to teach and instill in our cadets is that, you know, yes, you're going to encounter negative people in the workplace, outside the workplace, service agency people that we work with, as well as the general public. But you have to be the one to form your own impression, not go off of my opinion, you know? And that's something, again, with ethics and just character and just morals and values, to be able to try to allow people to see a different perspective and to create a culture of support and diversity, if that makes sense. So as you can tell, I'm very passionate about this work. I'm very passionate about the individuals that we employ and the goals that I see for them. And I see for them a hell of a lot more than they see for themselves sometimes. But sometimes you need a person just like you. You have to be that person that holds space and the light for your students, because sometimes they don't even know what potential they have until we bring it out of them, you know? And that's what I love about this work, is because we have the opportunity to do that. And, you know, so when we're looking at hiring individuals, this is just an example for you guys to know. So when you're teaching and working with your students, you can on this level that, hey guys, if you're interested in getting on the safest side of public safety, and that is behind the scenes in a safe environment of public safety, here's what they're looking for. They're looking for people who can have a clean background as far as no criminal felony activities. You know, they're looking for people who are credible, that you know they are able to be able to do a social media profile review and see you as a person of character versus a person who is you know, violating the law or, you know, taking a negative stance on things. You have to be, you know, kind of like balanced in a sense. You know, we also look for you know, different things within the character of people. But as far as the application process, when we hire or when we're looking to hire a person, they have to apply. They have to go through the background check. They have to go through a confidentiality and volunteer waiver form, because if we're going to have them to observe for 12 hours to kind of see if this is what they want to do, then they have to sign those documents. If they are under the age of 18, then their parents will also sign the document as their guardian or parent. They do their 12-hour observation time. They can do it in 2 6-hour intervals, or they can do a whole shift. We also have a typing test that they will do. We have a radio communications test that they will do. And what the radio communications test is it is a test that we give them a script to read on a recorded radio channel that's not monitored, so they can hear how they sound and we can hear how they sound when they are dispatching a mock call of service. Because if a person has a challenge enunciating numbers and words, you can imagine how confusing that will be to responders if they can't understand what a telecommunicator is trying to convey. So even if we have people not pass the radio communications side of it, it doesn't mean they're disqualified altogether. It means, hey, here's what you need to work on, and in a week, come back and try it again, you know, kind of thing. We do a physical, you know, audiogram and a drug screen that we do with all of our applicants. The audiogram is testing their hearing capabilities to hear, you know, tones and soft sound versus loud sound, because in a call environment, you have to be able to be multilingual in all your senses, that if I'm on the telephone, I still have to be able to hear what's going on in the background or around me, because that will affect, you know, what I'm doing with a call if we're having the same people calling to report the same incident. And we have to be observant to those things, and we have to be able to hear if my back is to someone and they're calling my name, I have to be able to know that that person's calling my name. So we do an audio test too, because with headphones, you know, they're wearing a headset and one ear is covered and the other typically is not. They have to be able to demonstrate that they can hear high pitch from a radio or low pitch from a radio, because if the person can't hear our units calling, that's a problem, you know, that's a safety concern. So the hearing test is done just to be able to see if this person has a good hearing, that they will be able to manage all the different expectations of that in the work. The drug screening is, of course, you know, we have to have people that we know are not working under the influence of narcotics. If we have people to test high in certain medications, they have to show a prescription for that medication of why they're taking that dosage or why this is showing positive on a drug test. And does that disqualify them from the work? No, it just means if it's a medical situation, we have to find fact about that versus making an assumption that they're abusing narcotics or that they're under substance abuse. We also have to do fingerprints, with individuals. They have to be fingerprinted for that background check with the FBI and the SBI to ensure that they can pass these other certifications that are going to be required of them. So this is kind of what we're looking for. And this is on a state level too, as far as requirements that PSAPs are mainly looking for when they're trying to hire a person into their call centers. All right, any questions about that one section there or about some of the requirements that PSAPs are looking for? Okay. All right, the chapter 2 for legal issues, man, this is a very, 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 very important block of instruction because telecommunicators do have civil liability in their work. We are not immune from it. If I have a bad day and it shows, it can cost me everything. And, telecommunicators have to know this, that you cannot take your job lightly. You cannot become complacent to the point that you're making errors or that you're not asking questions or you're not doing what's expected of you because an officer or responder's life is on the line. Nevertheless, a caller or citizen or bystander's life is on the line. We have to ask questions and we have to follow with our policies and protocols. Here's just a prime example. This morning, I wake up to a text message from one of my supervisors saying, hey, we had a situation with a missing person from the other night that wasn't entered. And the telecommunicator supervisor made the decision not to enter this person. Well, that is not our scope. It is not a telecommunicator's job to say, yes, they should or they should not be entered. That's what our officers or the holder of the records responsibility is. I don't care how many times a juvenile has run away from home and come back within 24 hours, we still have a job to do, and that is to enter that missing person within 2 hours of a report. So if I'm going to ask you, I'm just going to put you guys on the spot. What does that sound like to you? If a supervisor's saying we're not going to do it because they're a frequent flyer, they'll be back within 12 hours. We're not going to enter it. What does that sound like to you?
Negligence.
Negligence?
Negligence.
Yeah. What else? Anything else?
Correct.
Well, yes, it is. It is negligent. But for me, it's laziness. It is laziness. If you have a frequent flyer, I don't care how many times, the state, the SBI and the FBI, they audit records every year. They are auditing records. And we have 2 hours from the time an officer takes a report to have that missing person entered. If the officer made the request to have them entered, we have to do that, regardless of how I feel about it, But the supervisor made the decision not to enter the missing person because that person is known to always return within 12 hours or by morning, for the next day. That's not our place. That is stepping outside of our scope, and that opens up a huge door of liability for that telecommunicator as well as the agency. And so when we're teaching legal issues in 911, which goes back to what I was telling you guys before, when you have people who have been allowed to get by with little or to, overstep their boundaries or to do certain things and not be held accountable, this is the type of performance you get. And so my role is to not go in and persecute the individual or to try to make them wrong, beat them up or whatever, or try to scare them to death. My point is to ask, to get more clarification of why they made that decision. And moving forward, here is why we don't need to make that type of mistake again. It's education. Now, a mistake is a mistake, and I can own that mistake. But if this happens again, I know you guys know where I'm going with this. It's no longer a mistake, it's a choice, right? And
Right.
so with each choice, there will come a consequence if you're on the wrong side of that. So, it is about approach and it is about education. It is about, trying to have people understand their roles and responsibilities. But that is a prime example of what I'm talking about with legal issues in 911. Sometimes a telecommunicator can have a thought and an opinion, but that don't make it right. We do have standard operating guidelines and standard operation practices or policies that we have to follow, regardless of how I feel about them, And so on one side of it, I can understand his frustration every weekend. We're having to do this for this one person or whatever. But at the end of the day, that is our job. You know, we have to do that because it's almost like the cry wolf syndrome. If you cry wolf all the time when you really need the help, nobody takes you serious and something bad happens. It's the same thing here. Yeah, this person may run away every other weekend or every weekend, but what about that one time that that person may have been kidnapped, or this person may have been, taken for human trafficking, or whatever the case may be? That one time is you can't afford to make that mistake, you know. So we have to stay on target and focused of the why behind what we're doing. Also, we try to teach our telecommunicators too that you can reduce the chances of your liability by your performance and your work, by your documentation, by following the agency guidelines and procedures. You guys know, like I do, if there's a reason for it to be a law, or there's a reason for a policy that has been created, why do you think that is? Because somebody has done something that created this policy, this law, or this rule, right? So we have to enforce. Now, it may change as time goes on, but right now, this is where we are as far as a state expectation and requirement. 911 telecommunicators must refrain from becoming complacent and stay focused again on their duty, their mission, as well as their duty to act. You know, we have to make certain that we are supporting our staff. We have to make certain that individuals understand that they're responsible for the energy they bring in that room, and we are working together in an environment that we're trying to help people. And here's one of the things that is like an insight for me, and every time I share it, it's more insightful for me. But you know, when I'm in an interview process, and I'm going to ask you guys the question, you're an interviewee, I'm interviewing you for this job, you've applied to be a 911 telecommunicator, and I ask you, why are you deciding to become a 911 telecommunicator? What do you think the number one answer is? Why would you want to be a 911 telecommunicator?
To help people.
To help people. Bingo. You know, to help people. But when we don't do an entry, or we don't do a response, or we're not following our protocols, we're not supporting people in their time of need, that's not helping anybody. That's not helping people, right? And I have seen in my career where telecommunicators get burnt out, they get frustrated, they get tired, they get, it's human nature that it happens because we're human beings, right? And energy has to go somewhere. But, I've seen callers debate, or telecommunicators debating with callers and responding to the behavior instead of the need for that person, while they're calling. And it's an educational opportunity for me to remind them, hey, look, you just took bait, man. You're arguing over, process, based on how they're talking to you or what they're saying and how they're saying it to you. You need to focus on the need behind the request, not how they're delivering the message, right? And so at the end of the day, if WREL is going to play a recording, don't make yourself look like an ass, basically. You're the paid professional, trained professional that is to use calming techniques to try to work with the caller, not teach them a lesson, not play God and say, if you want help, you got to do X, Y, and Z. No, our position is to try to allow them to speak, to encourage, to let them know that, hey, we have officers or responders on the way. Here's some questions I need to get further to help them, to help you. You have to educate and you have to communicate with your callers. And that can help reduce the liability, because when you have telecommunicators taking bait, and sometimes you have officers and responders take bait too, right? So we have to be able to take a pause, take a breath. If I feel like I'm getting to that point that I'm going to lose my cool, then I need to tell the caller, ma'am, hold on just a moment. I'm gonna have a supervisor to work with you on this, and pass it on to someone else instead of getting caught up that can create for a liability issue. Because I work hard for what I have, but I can go in and make one bad judgment call and I could lose everything with a civil suit. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's not to scare people from the profession, but it is to educate them about their responsibility of what they're signing up for. You can only blame an agency for so much, but at the end of the day, those agencies are occupied by people, and people are making decisions, and management cannot be and oversee every single action that a person is doing. So we have to ensure that we're providing proper training, that we're giving good support, that we are counseling individuals when they do make mistakes, and that we are documenting these things, because it's going to be our saving grace should we have a person to come back and want to file a lawsuit. Because our society today is so quick to judge and so quick to want to like tear a person or situation down without knowing facts sometimes. You don't want to be on the receiving end of that. If anything, you want to show where you went above and beyond what your call of duty was to try to help a situation, more so than trying to be rude or, uncooperative or making it difficult for people, kind of thing. Okay, so let me get off my soapbox because you can tell this is a subject that I really can get passionate about here. So I want to share a video with you guys, and I hope this plays here through this portal, this way of connecting. But here's just an example of what I'm speaking of, and I'm going to play it, and then we're going to discuss it for a moment.
What's your name?
Debbie Stevens, please help me. I don't want to die.
You're not gonna die. Hold on for a minute.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't know the water. I couldn't see the water when I came up on it, man. It just all of a sudden hit me.
On Saturday morning, Deborah Stevens was delivering newspapers on Kincaid Avenue in Fort Smith at 4:38 a.m. She called 911 after her car was swept into this creek. Now, this is what the road looked like from the view of first responders. The 911 call goes on. The dispatcher can be heard calling for officers and rescuers, but has a hard time finding the exact location. The dispatcher can be heard telling Debbie that she delivers papers and should know the area. Debbie's telling her that she can see people at nearby apartments.
A lot of people have called in on you, so I don't think that nobody's just sitting there. They're not called in. They're not going to get themselves in danger because you put yourself in danger.
I'm scared. I've never had anything like this happen to me before.
This will teach you next time. Don't drive in the water.
I'm sorry.
I don't see how you didn't see it. You had to go right over it. So
there's also other 911 calls coming in that the dispatcher has to take.
Call for bar links for Highway 58 and 8. Okay, then I can cancel it. They got the wrong.
Oh my God, ma'am.
Yes.
At 5 a.m., the 911 call is disconnected and rescuers are now in the water. Tonight, the Fort Smith Police Interim Chief is speaking out about the dispatcher's call, saying he listened to it and that it's less than desirable.
I will say the manner that she spoke during this conversation would probably have been addressed, but it would have been more of a rudeness, quality of service type complaint.
However, nothing will come of it. The chief says the dispatcher put in her 2 weeks notice before this, and that call came on her last day and final shift.
Can't investigate someone who no longer works here. However, investigation into our policies, our responses, our dispatch center. I've been in communication with the fire chief. We're looking at what we can do to maybe increase training.
All right, so let me open up for a moment and ask you guys, what are your thoughts about that?
The dispatcher was very rude.
Yeah, not the type of response you would expect if you were that person in that vehicle about to drown, right? I mean, that woman's voice was the last that victim heard, was somebody who sounded very discompassionate, very like, teaching a lesson, so to speak. You should have known better. That's not the response that you want people to encounter. And here's the unfortunate thing. That call, and I'm making up a story here because I don't know, but that could have been that victim's first encounter with 911 and the criminal justice system. What if she had survived this? What impression do you think she would have walked away with from that one experience or first experience? You see what I'm saying? So, we have to, when we're talking with our students or cadets or whatever that we're looking to employ, we're educating them on a level that this is a people field. This is a people-oriented field where you have to be able to separate sometimes, or find the balance between when you need to ask for support, when you need to seek support, when you need to take a break, when you need to know what your triggers are, how to identify those, and how management can work with you through those. Because at the end of the day, what if you had 10 telecommunicators with that same demeanor working all day, 12 hours, right? It would not be a very good environment to work in, and the outcomes I don't think would be very successful. But it happens, it happens. And the thing about it is, oftentimes when 911 telecommunicators leave a place of employment, they're typically going to another call center or another public safety environment. So even though this was her last day, is that really what you want to carry over? Or if the employers find out that this was the employee that they're looking to hire in their call center, do you think they're going to maybe change their decision based on this one incident? I would,
I would.
right? Definitely would. So here's the thing, human beings are human beings, and we're all going to have responses and triggers and actions and reactions and all of that. It's human nature. But the supervisors, and this is where my goal and my mission, my purpose is trying to educate management level individuals, supervisors, operation managers, people who are in leadership positions, to be able to cancel their employees, to support their employees. I don't believe employees should always come begging for time off. I think management and supervisors need to be able to observe the behaviors of their staff and know when a red flag is coming up. Because if I work with Ronnie, let's say Ronnie and I'm his supervisor, he works on my shift and he's been working with me for 2 years, and all of a sudden I see his demeanor and his behavior starting to change. And maybe he's unaware to it, because you can only acknowledge to your level of perception of awareness, right? So maybe he's not even aware that his demeanor is shifting or changing, or he's getting more of a short, abrupt response. But as a supervisor, I should be able to go to Ronnie and say, pull him to the side and say, hey man, I see you're struggling today. What's up? Not that I need to get all in his business and know what's going on personally for him, but just to be able to allow him a platform to say, hey man, if you're needing some time off, let's work through that. Let's try to be supportive of that. Mental health has been something that has had a stigma on it for many, many, many years, and probably still does in some areas. But to me, I look at it like I would rather an employee come to me and say, hey, I'm getting burnt out, I'm getting stressed, and I feel like I'm losing my purpose here, and let's work through it, than for me to always have to go and tally mark to terminate, if that makes sense. We have to show support measures that, people are people and they have to be supported. And it's unfortunate that even our law enforcement community, they are afraid to admit any type of mental, situations going on with them, for the fear that they won't be able to carry a service weapon, for the fear that they won't be able to do their jobs, for the fear of X, Y, and Z of whatever story or reality that they may be encountering. But we should be able to, create a what is the word I'm looking for? Psychological safety for our people to know that, hey, we all have bad days. We all have bad moments. Sometimes we have bad years. The pandemic was not easy for a lot of people, So how can we pay attention and observe and be able to have a friendly conversation, or just to have a conversation without judgment, to try to help somebody through their challenges, right? Because I can tell you, this is just my story, but when I heard that audio, I don't believe that was her first time ever acting that way. That's just my opinion, So my question is, where were supervisory over the quality assurance of calls? Centers should be going back, reviewing calls randomly, just picking calls for review and acknowledging when there are weak areas to support, through the operations. So number one, people know that they're being held accountable. So students that are coming into this line of work, again, I'm not sharing all of this to try to persuade somebody from stepping back or not wanting to pursue this. But I am persuading it into a fact that this is realistic expectations when you're stepping into public safety, whether it's 911, whether it's law enforcement, whether it's EMS or fire. This is the reality of these professions. And, and if you're not in a position that you feel that you can handle that, then at least it's best to know early before you invest too much time and effort into something, then it's not a fit or doesn't work out, All right, chapter 3 section for this is the roles and responsibilities of the 911 officer. So the role for the position is, it is a very important position that we have. Our attitude, our demeanor, our approach, and how we communicate with both our callers as well as service agency personnel will make a difference in how a call is handled, including its outcome. And again, I know there are bad apples in all professions, but a telecommunicator is the start. And if we flub it up from the beginning, it's going to be flubbed up throughout the whole process. So we have to be the ones to take the information, ask good questions, ask the right questions, relay the information, document the information, and then follow suit with our responder request. So we do make a big difference into the level of response that is given to a caller, and we do need to be held accountable to that. Out of all professions up until the last few years, out of all the professions for police, fire, medical, and 911, 911 had the most strict kind of review of things because everything we do is recorded. We are caught live in action on our calls, whether it's audio by radio, audio by telephone, as well as a visual camera that is campusing the room there. So anything and everything we do, we can't lie. You know, we cannot say we did or didn't do something because the screens are recorded. If I take a 911 call, I can recreate a call from the time the TC answers it to what he or she was doing before they answered it, during the call, after the call. I mean, there's transparency as a given. It's not a choice. And so when we are consulting and working with people, as well as even with my students that I'm working with, is educating them on expectations for when they come into this work. You know, that this is what you're signing up for, this is what you're knowing that you're going to be encountering, and here are the resources and the support structures to help you through all of this. And that's what I'm trying to get on a national level, is those levels of support, because it's want to point fingers and blame people for why something did or didn't happen. But at the end of the day, it all points back to management on what they allow, what they are, what culture they are creating within their workspaces, just like you in your classrooms. What culture are you creating in your classrooms to allow students the freedom to feel like they can truly speak up without being ridiculed or judged or made to feel like they're stupid? Or you know, what culture are we creating? You know, and that's what we're trying to do now, is educate on what we need in these PSAPs to make them successful. All right, any questions so far about that? Okay. And I am very much open to opposites of opinion, guys. I mean, you know, please don't feel like you have to agree with everything I'm saying, because, you know, for me, I love to play devil's advocate. I love to be able to get into a conversation and have different understanding, you know, and be able to share different perspectives. But again, all of your 911 centers, you know, they're all cut differently. We're not all from the same cookie cutter, you know, kind of thing. Yes, our job expectations, just like you, your job expectations are the same, but you all have different levels of how you're delivering that and how you're processing through that. It's the same thing with 911 centers. You know, for your smaller PSAPs, I think it's more challenging in that respect because the budgeting is not where it could be or should be to try to be as supportive as we want to be, but we have to be innovative and think outside the box sometimes when we're trying to work through some of these things. Because and I know Bradley, you know, he's from Franklin County, and he's one I'll be working probably real close with classrooms. But it's like, you know, when you have individuals that are working, it's like, you know, what reputation do you want to have for your call center? Do you want to have the reputation that, you know, they're going through some growing pains, they're figuring it out, they're getting it together? But here's the challenge in that. When you're short-staffed, this is where you guys come in. When a PSAP is short-staffed and they're having to hire and onboard new staff, if they're put with people who are negative approaches, what's going to happen?
They're gonna be negative.
Yeah, it's a cycle, vicious cycle, right? So if I have negative people like that one call taker we just listened to, if I have majority of my staff like that, and I hire and onboard new people and I bring them into the environment, what are we changing? Because we're the common denominator, right? And so it's about trying to educate your individuals. And also for me, it's taking the training out of my comm center and putting it where you guys come in into a classroom to be able to get some basic knowledge, basic foundation, and then be able to tell them from my perspective as their employer and their manager or their supervisor, look, you may encounter individuals that may portray these negative approaches, but this is what I'm expecting of you, because you may be training right now to replace some of these individuals that are experiencing these things, you know? So it's about trying to break the cycle so you can create a new culture, if that makes sense. Ronnie, you raised your hand, sir. What would you like to say?
Yes, ma'am. I hate to interrupt, but this may be out the scope of our instruction, but you just kind of clarified some of the questions related to that video that I had. Although the supervisor said that the individual had resigned, you know, and that was their last day on the job, it seemed like the company or the owners of whoever that employed an individual would have a liability response that they would adhere to. But you just covered on it, you know, basically with the background of letting employees know that they are still responsible, reviewing as a supervisor what your employees are doing. So I just thought that, would they be liable in the, as far as evaluating that particular, entity that employed that person, even though they're not employed any longer?
Good one.
Yeah, and that's a very good question, Ronnie. And I'll tell you from this was a couple years old case that took place, and the family filed a civil lawsuit against the telecommunicator, even though she was no longer employed with that police department, because that was a 911 dispatch center that worked under a police municipal government or town, council. And so she was no longer employed there, but the family did file a civil action suit against her for wrongful death, and they called so many things to the table. And that's what I'm saying too with civil liability, because it wasn't just that one call that the jury was able to hear. They were able to pull records from the last 2 years of her employment to see her personnel file, to see if there were any kind of actions taken against her in performance. They actually also had, audio files from other calls that she had processed to try to basically show that this wasn't just a one-off thing, that this was something that was repetitive going on over and over and over. And now, can the supervisor of that position or that employer be held accountable? I don't know. That's a tricky question, because I don't know all the laws in Virginia, how that would play out. But I do know if she was still employed there, they would have had a lawsuit against the town, the police department, and that telecommunicator. So go ahead, sir.
That's what I was asking. I was asking about the supervisor. I was just saying that, I was stating what he said. I was saying the town or place that she worked for, would they be liable? And you answered the question.
Yeah, to my knowledge, they were not held in the suit. I think they were listed as class action on the suit, but it was dropped for whatever reason. I don't know. I can't remember. I know I probably read it. I just don't remember. I think they probably got out of it due to sovereign immunity or some legal situation there with her no longer being there. But I do know that she was and I believe that case is still actually being heard today for a settlement kind of thing, because telecommunicators, we do have the option on our own to go out and purchase liability insurance. So if for some reason throughout my career somebody wants to file a civil lawsuit strictly against me, that they would not be able to take my assets. They would only be able to take, kind of like medical practice, medical malpractice, you pay for this insurance to have. So in the case you need it, it's there for you. A lot of people, don't believe in it. It's like flood insurance. They don't want to do it or whatever. But in some cases, depending on where you work and what your structures are, it may be something of interest for a person to, want to explore anyway. Yeah, thank you for the conversation, Ronnie. Any other questions or comments? Okay. All right. Now this is not an assignment alert for you guys, because we're doing this all today. Before, the way this was structured was I was meeting with the class. This is an 8-hour block of instruction, and I would meet with students on every Tuesday and Thursday for 2 weeks for 2-hour blocks to get our 8 hours. And the assignments were set up so when we came back the following class date that they would be prepared, for this. So I'm just going to open this up into a dialogue with you guys. And you don't have to know the answer right away, but it's something for you to be thinking about and to go back and explore in your time of, are you familiar with your local PSAP? Are you familiar with the services that are offered locally in your area? And if you're teaching police, fire, and medical, I'm sure you probably are, but are you as diverse on your 911 center side? I know Victor, by his early opening question, that he's already been in conversation with emergency management on trying to develop a relationship or further a relationship in that respect. And he's learning based on what they're telling him, because this is something so new. It's never been done before. So it is new to the PSAP managers, because they haven't had this vessel before. So it is about trying to establish relationship, trying to work through memorandums of agreement with these agencies, because you guys are really in a support effort to us, because you're giving us basically a foot in the door with, a heads up to say, hey, here are students that are really interested in this type of career. Maybe they want to be in 911 forever. Maybe they want to pursue other entities in public safety, but this is the starting point because of the age level to bring in. But, and some students just aren't, wanting to go to college. Maybe they can't afford it. Maybe they don't have the resources. Maybe they're not that caliber of a student. They just want to go right into the workforce. Nothing wrong with that. We are welcoming open arms to having these individuals to come to us, because where else can you go and make anywhere from 35 to 45,000 right out of the gate with only having a high school diploma? That's the only requirement right now across our state, is a person has to be a minimum of 18 years of age. They have to have a high school diploma or GED. They have to be able to pass a criminal background check and a drug screening, have good communication skills, be able to type a minimum of 35 to 45 words a minute. Where else do you know you can go into a career that is paying of benefits, retirement, health insurance, having all of this, with just a high school diploma? They're very rare and few and far between, and so this is a huge opportunity for the students to enter into a workforce. And it's also a huge opportunity for PSAP managers to see the gift that is being given to them by not having to go out and search so hard when you got people who are already trying to get their foot in the door. And so hopefully, with Victor's situation, we can educate and encourage those PSAPs to at least open the door of communication for this program to work in their PSAP, because at the end of the day, it's going to benefit them just as much as it's going to benefit the students who are coming out of that program. So yeah, but if you don't have a relationship with those PSAP managers, or if you don't know who they are, you can Google, or you can send me an email and say, hey, here's the town or county, or here's my, local area that I'm in. Can you help me with an introduction? Whatever it is that I can do to support you in that, I'm so willing to do that. Even when you're having discussions like Victor, even though you're having discussions with those people, if you feel like you're at a roadblock, introduce me in, just introduce me in, and let me come in and communicate with them and speak their language, so to speak, and help you to solidify those relationships, because it's going to be helpful as you move the program forward. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, so this is the end of the first block of instruction for us to go through. And so this was part one of just review of expectations, kind of getting into the first 3 chapters. Now we're going to merge over into the other chapters, okay? So let's take a quick 5-minute break just so I can switch out my PowerPoint and everything, and then we'll come back and start, the second section. All righty, guys. So this is our section 2 of the Train to Trainer Instructor Certification program. Okay. So here are the objectives for what we're going to talk about in this next block of instruction. We're going to define disfluencies, identify crutch filler words, and learn a 3-step process for eliminating. Define compassionate discipline. Identify and discuss strategies for dealing, again, with difficult students, and review and discuss teaching concepts regarding focus chapters of the Basic 911 Telecommunicators certification course. Now, this has been something that I am still in practice of when we talk about our filler words and crutch words, because I am one that, and I know I've done it probably already several times already with the ums and the uhs and the, different things that could be distracting to some people. But, we all have areas that we can improve upon. And I know for me, being one that's been out of an actual virtual experience for a little bit or even in-person sessions, it takes practice to get back into being aware not to use those filler words or those crutch words when I'm speaking. Just like used to, I would have an instructor who would always say, after every sentence just about, he would say, and at the end of the day, it would be like, I don't even know what we even talked about because I was so distracted by counting the number of times he said, at the end of every statement. And that's the thing that can kind of take away, from a student's experience is when they're getting distracted by things that they're focusing on, so to speak. So disfluencies. So again, being aware of our crutch when we find ourselves rattled while we're speaking, whether we're nervous, distracted, or at a loss for what we're going to communicate or speak next, it's easy for us to lean on a filler word, and these may give us a moment to collect our thoughts before we press on, and in some cases, they may be useful indicators that students should pay special attention to what's coming next. But when we start to overuse them, this is when they become a distraction and they become crutches. Academics call it disfluencies. It diminishes our credibility and distract from our message. So is anyone guilty of using filler words or crutch words?
Yeah.
Ronnie, you didn't even have to say nothing. I just read your face. I knew where you were going.
Yep.
But some of our crutch words that we use are the ums, the ahs, the so's, you knows, like, right, and well. And again, it's almost like this here we go again. So what we focus on expands, right? So every time I'm putting awareness to something, it makes me be more cognitive of it. So when it's happening, I'm aware to try to eliminate or work on or practice, to try to make it better. Does that make sense? It's almost like, we have all of these, like confirmation bias. We have all these things that go on around us. And there's over 200 nanobits of information coming at us every second, but we can only process 5% of it. So 95% of the world passes us by. And to give you an example of that is when you made up your mind about the vehicle that you wanted to purchase, whether it was your first car or maybe it's your recent vehicle, when you made up your mind the make, model, color of that vehicle that you wanted, what started happening? You started to see them everywhere. It doesn't mean that they were never there. They've always been there. It's just now you're cognitively thinking about that. It's in your awareness. So you're seeing what you're looking for and they're popping up all over the place. It's the same thing with this, when we are focusing on areas to make improvements, we are seeing it and then therefore we look for it and we're going to hear it more so than we would if we weren't even paying any attention, if that makes sense. So now that I have got on this block, I'm doing very hard in my head to think before I'm speaking here to try to eliminate some of these crutch words, but I know I'm guilty of them and I know I will still be using them from time to time. Go ahead. Somebody got something to say?
No, that's my fault. My daughter was leaving.
Oh, it's okay. I thought you were saying bye to me. I'm like, wait. All righty. So crutch words. So a step for processing to try to silence the crutch words is number one, we have to have awareness, which we now do, right? So now as I go forward through this class, because you're aware, you're going to be looking for me to make that mistake to use these crutch words. See, that's how it works, right? Change the habit. Being aware will help you to catch yourself. And it's hard to break a habit. Takes 21 days or longer to build a new habit. So when you're aware and you're putting focus on it, eventually after 21 days, if you can continue doing it, then it becomes automatic. Kind of like when we learn how to drive. when we first took driver's ed and then we got in the car for the first time, our heart was beating, we were sweaty, we were kind of nervous, we had to do the 10-2, look in the mirrors, put on a seatbelt. Now we just get in the car and we drive and we don't even think about it, right? That's the way this is supposed to try to help us in correcting some bad habits when we're using filler words that can be distracting to individuals. Force yourself to be silent. Use silence to try to gather your thoughts versus trying to find your words in the moment or using the filler words at that moment. So practice, practice, and more practice. Okay, so again, we don't have the assignment here for you to do, but it is something for you to put focus on. So what I would typically have my classes to do is to record a, anywhere from 3 to 5 minute segment of video of them introducing, like starting the basic TC course, and count and see what their filler words are, or if they even have an issue with it. And I had one person to come back and tell me, I just did not even realize how often I use this word or this phrase. But now that I know about it, I'm trying my best to, change it up and not use that word in every statement I'm making. And it is helpful because, again, you don't know what you don't know, or if you're unconscious to it, you can't change what you're not aware of, right? So it's a little assignment that as you're teaching or as you're communicating, just try to pay attention to how often you're using filler words or how often you're using phrases that are no longer becoming like a part of the program, but now it's being distracting because it's taking the attention away from the content, right? So do you guys have any filler words, or do you know right off the bat if that's something that you are having challenges with? Yeah, I think we all do. Okay, let me get through this. This is not applicable to you guys. This is where they had to go and upload their videos for me. All right. Compassionate discipline. So this is the section where we're talking about students that are having behavioral issues or they're having some challenges. How can we be compassionate to it? How can we be supportive to it? How can we be educated to learn more about it? What resources or support structures can we put in place to try to help individuals? Because again, you're challenged with them in a classroom setting, but society or workplaces, other agencies or entities will be impacted by the same individual as they go through their life cycle, right? So how can we show compassion without developing compassion fatigue? Because again, if you're dealing with the same students day in and day out, just like 911 deals with the same callers sometimes, we call them frequent flyers, whatever you want to say, how do you allow yourself not to become so fatigued in it, but still being able to have an open ear and to be able to be supportive or to be able to redirect the energy instead of taking on and making it justifiable to why somebody's doing something or not doing something. So again, this is just a list of what we talked about earlier with our problem students. Some students are great. You don't have any issues with them. They're very supportive in the instruction and wanting to learn, wanting to grow because they have an end result and a goal that they want to be employed in a situation. And then you may have other students that there's nowhere else for them to go. So we're going to place them here and you guys have to do what you can, to get through whatever. And that's just an assumption, but I've seen that a few times already just in the courses that I've taught. And it's unfortunate because it's just sad to me that there's no place or no structure in play to try to support individuals when they're having that many challenges, right? And so again, how do we address it? How do we take and make something good out of it? Or how can we refocus the energy in a different respect? So our compassionate accountability, consequences for noncompliance or defiance can be given from a place of internal empathy while being firm and consistent. It's the difference between giving a consequence will teach them to make better choices and giving consequences because we're sick and tired of their behavior and we want to punish them for making our lives harder. And see, here's an example, even though I'm sharing this with you from a classroom instructor point of view, relay it over to the example I gave you earlier about the supervisor making the call not to enter a missing person because, they're just going to show up in a few hours, right? I can't justify and say, yeah, you're right. That's the way it is. We know this is a frequent flyer. We shouldn't do this. No, we have to teach from a place of understanding and compassion and growth to say, look, You may have had reasons behind why you thought that was a good idea, but let me share with you the outcome of why that's not a good idea and just kind of explain it to an individual. Because sometimes people only know from their level of perception, they only know what they know. But when you educate them on a whole different level, then it makes understanding, it makes sense. And so hopefully it won't be a repeated offense or a repeated mistake. It will be one that they will learn from and that they can grow from versus trying to teach them a lesson or trying to tally mark their record so we can get them terminated or get them demoted or whatever the bad intention is, if that makes sense. We have to keep holding people accountable gently and firm for their behavior. We can't avoid it. We can't justify it. We can't even accept that they're just bad behavior. That's just the way they are. I had a student one time to tell me, well, that's just how I am. And I turned around and I said, but is that how you truly want to be? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they've never had anybody to question them on this. They've been allowed to, whether it's great grandma raising a person or whether it's a situation where they're bounced between home and home and home, and they've just been kind of like to fend for themselves, so to speak. And this is the way they developed a protective mechanism to do that. So how can we teach without making it seem like we're more problem for that individual? You know? Not trying to say that we should baby or coddle, but there's a time and there's a balance between being able to have an open dialogue with someone or to be able to question someone to come from a place of curiosity versus a place of judgment or assumptions. Because I know I'm guilty of assumptions sometimes, and I know I'm guilty to jump the gun on some things, but I have to always remind myself, let me try to step back and see this from their point of view. Let me try to step back and see it from their perception, because when you're leading or as you're teaching, you know what you know, right? And you know why you know what you know and why this is important, but where are they seeing it from their side? And it's trying to kind of like switching roles a little bit to try to allow yourself to have an understanding from their point of view. Because here's an example of that from a workplace situation. I have 25 employees that I'm always constantly in communication with for time off needs, for family medical leave, for unprofessional conduct. If there's any type of misconduct at all that I'm dealing with, that's nonstop for me. But for the one person that's asking for a day off, to them, that's all they're focusing on is what they want, not taking into account that I'm managing a center and all these other demands. And yet, this one person is focusing on one thing. So it's about trying to bridge the gap and educate them on the process or why something may be denied, or maybe it's denied this time, but we have to work it out this week instead of this week. It's being able to communicate for them to understand, yes, your need is important, but so is all the 24 other needs that are being demanded upon too. And so how can you balance it all and be fair? Because at the end of the day, that person only sees it from their point of view that I was denied time off. But when you try to sit down and show them why and the reason behind it, and they're able to get understanding, they will change their reason behind their thoughts. It's almost like knowing your feelings won't change the facts, but knowing the facts can change how you feel about something. And so it's the same thing from a student instructor point of view. We know what we know, and we know what our expectations are, and we're working within the scope that is provided to us. So how can we educate a student, or how can we challenge a student in a positive way for them to see it from a different point of view? And that is something that you just have to experiment with. You just have to, play around with it and be curious. Here's a thing that I like to experiment with my supervisors, because trying to teach supervisors how to communicate with people is challenging when you've never been in charge of a group of people, or now you've been promoted and now you're in charge of your friends. How are you going to manage or redirect negative behavior with your friends? People who you don't want to upset, or you make up stories in your head about, well, if I say something, then they're going to get mad at me. How can we train our supervisory staff to address things, even if it involves a friendship? How can we get them to still do their jobs and do so in a professional way, but retain the relationship? And this is a technique that we try to instill with our supervisory team, is to imagine that your students, or for you, your students, for us, it is a subordinate or an employee. Try to imagine invisible subtitles that are running along in front of them, communicating to us what's going on, what they really need. Everything else, the nonsense that comes out of their mouths, the body language, the difficult interactions, that's all just noise and distraction. So again, not focusing on the behavior, but what's the need? trying to identify what the need or the root of the issue is. As much as possible, try to ignore the noise, try not to take the bait and be distracted, but try to see it from a different place that, you know, a person may be yelling out, you know, I'm stupid. This is stupid. Why are we got to do this? It was working. Why are we changing it? You know, when you start to hear the way people are communicating, that's noise. There's a root behind why they're saying what they're saying or why they may be behaving the way they're behaving. So you have to try to change the language and the dialogue. So when you hear somebody saying this is stupid, they may be saying it, hey, this is difficult for me. I'm having a hard time trying to process this. You know, try to help me to see this from a different point of view. Help me, you know. It's almost like you have to try to change the dialogue here, because if you're focusing on the noise of what they're actually saying, may not be the truth, if that makes sense. So when you have students that are acting out and saying things, try to interpret that in a different way so you can respond to it in a different way instead of triggering and taking bait to try to punish or to try to embarrass or whatever the intent is that you may do with a student, trying to figure it out. You know, trying to let them know that, hey, I understand you're upset, but here's something that we can't allow, you know, and just being able to speak in a dialogue with the person and let them feel heard. And most of the times with our callers, it's the same thing. When we're teaching call taking skills with telecommunicators, oftentimes an individual just wants to feel that you hear them. That's why they're yelling, why are you asking all these questions? What the hell? And they're cussing and they're fussing and they're arguing. All you have to say basically is, sir, I understand you're upset. We've got units on the way, and you have to say it if it's true. You can't mislead callers or people, right? If they're not on the way, you can't say they're on the way, but 9 times out of 10, we pretty much do have resources going, but you have to be able to say, sir, I hear you, and I can hear that you're upset. Here's what I'm needing from you. Can you answer this question? And you just go through your question and your dialogue. Oftentimes, if you can let the caller know that they have been heard, they are more cooperative to work with you instead of, sir, you don't have to cuss at me. Sir, calm down. All that does is trigger another behavioral response that is not going to be pretty. So don't even take the bait and get into that battle of the war of communications. It's basically saying, sir, I understand you're upset. Can you tell me X, Y, and Z? Sir, I hear you. It sounds very frustrating. Let me say this. And, you know, you try to educate as you're call taking and processing. And mainly, from my experience, when you're talking with somebody and you can let them feel like they have been heard, that you are really taking them seriously in what they're saying, they typically will calm down and give me what I need. Throughout my career, I have always been the person that if people were having challenges and they felt like they couldn't get nowhere with somebody, they pass them on to me. I looked at it as, it wasn't a challenge. I looked at it as, okay, let me see if I can break this one, you know, and let's go through it. And so even as a manager, when the public feels like we've not done our fair just in the job performance, they will call to make a complaint. And I can't take it personal because it was their experience. Who am I to tell them how they should have experienced what they did, right? So what I do is I educate, sir. All of our recordings are recorded. Let me just get the time and the date of this interaction. I can recreate it. And while you're on the phone with me, we can listen to it and review it together. And when I'm speaking and educating them, they calm down and they're like, you know, ma'am, I hear you and I appreciate you taking time to do this. And it's more cooperative than, well, sir, I don't know what you want me to do. Or, sir, well, you know, I wasn't here to observe it. I mean, nobody wants to be talked to like that, right? So when we're working with students or working with anybody in general, is don't take bait to mainly what they're saying or how they're saying it. Try to see it from a different place or play the game of being curious. You know, I'm curious to know every time we talk about this, you make these statements. Why is that? You know, and just try to get to the root of maybe what's going on underneath all the noise, because there's something there. All right, on growth mode versus protection mode, this again is something that I like to share with my supervisors and trying to build them into being better leaders and supervisors of their teams, is because I can't be there 24/7. So my supervisors have to be in a place that they can oversee a group of people. And it's the same thing with you guys. You may not be able to be in your classrooms 24/7, but you still have people or sergeant at arms or somebody in there that you know can kind of keep peace, you know, for a moment while you step away or come back or whatever. But here's the thing. when we are working with people or we are having to address people, we're always going to put people in two phases. Either they're going to be in a growth mode or they're going to be in a protective mode. And what I mean by that is how I'm approaching the individual. If I go to Ronnie, and I'm picking on Ronnie because he's the one that's in my window the most, but if I go to Ronnie and I say, Ronnie, I want to see you in my office at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and that's all I say, what mode is he going to be in? Is he going to be in growth mode or protection mode? Well, he doesn't know why I want to speak with him. And as human beings, we think over 85,000 thoughts a day, and 60,000 of these thoughts are negative or repetitive. So if I tell him I need to see him at 2 o'clock and I don't give him anything else, he's going to automatically think something's wrong. He's going to automatically think, well, what did I do? Or what's it about? It's a negative thought that's going to be in his mind that's going to create drama for him and make him defensive or protective. So when I do have him in my office, he's on for bear. And it could be just to give him a good review on something. But why did I allow for all that drama to manifest in his headspace and get him all worked up when simply all I had to say is, hey, Ronnie, this afternoon at 2 o'clock, I'd like to see you in my office. There's a call that you did last week, and I want to talk to you about that. You did a great job. Now what mode am I putting him in? Right? It's the way we communicate with people. And this is not just work that can apply in your school setting or your work setting. It's even in your relationships, you know? What mode do we put people in all the time? If I come to you directive and authoritative, yeah, of course I'm putting people in a protective mode. Come from a place of curiosity, even with my example I gave you earlier about the supervisor not wanting to do the entry. It's not about going to him and being defensive with him or trying to debate him or trying to make him wrong. It's simply to say, you know, look, I know this was a decision that you made, and I want you to explain to me a little bit more behind that, and trying to communicate that in an open way versus it seeming like, come to the principal's office for your paddling kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where you just have to think, when you're speaking with people, you know, how can you put them in a growth mode versus a protective mode? Any questions so far? Okay. All right, so chapters 4, 5, and 6, this is dealing with, you know, police, fire, and medical. The overview of our law enforcement. So again, this is very helpful when you are able to know what law enforcement is within the area that you're serving or that you're teaching in for your PSAPs, to be able to share with them this information that, for example, you know, in Franklin County, we have, you know, 6 of law enforcement entities that we dispatch for. We've got our EMS countywide, and then we've got 12 of our fire departments that we dispatch for. And knowing them helps to educate them in the community that they're in, right? But also having a dialogue to let them know that this is just what this area is servicing and what they're providing. However, if you want to compare and contrast, if you look at New York City, this is how many they have, you know, that works and so forth and so on. So you can kind of compare and contrast the difference between small PSAPs versus your larger PSAPs. The chapter purpose is an overview of law enforcement and the hierarchy of law enforcement, what law enforcement is, how it works, how the 911 centers engage and work within the law enforcement scope. The performance objectives is to explain the functions of law enforcement as they're presented. Like your sheriff's office have different responsibilities than your local police departments. Your fire department has different responsibilities than your medical services. Emergency management has different responsibilities. State Highway Patrol has different responsibilities. It's basically being able to educate them on the different levels of law enforcement and what serve and how they do that. The course instructor should prepare in this setting for local on-site visits. If you can do an observation within your local departments, that's great. Many of you guys already have relationships established with police, fire, and medical. Now it's about trying to establish those relationships with your 911 centers or your PSAPs. And then also the time allocation for being able to have them to, you know, monitor in a PSAP or to observe or to take a field visit or even a virtual visit for that matter, if it's not conducive for them to go into the PSAPs because of the pandemic and agencies are still kind of slowly coming back to an in-person thing, then a virtual tour is the next best thing to be able to do that, which then in a virtual tour, you can actually close off some of the sensitive stuff that you don't need students to be seeing right, or the public to be seeing right away. Is something you can just expose them to with the telephone system, the radio system, the CAD system, and how it's the inner operations of the system work with law enforcement and our fire and rescue units too. So many PSAPs across the state do have protocols in law enforcement. So for Franklin County, we have all of our telecommunicators certified in emergency police dispatch protocol. Now, we are not currently using the protocol yet because we have to do refreshers and we have to get the software in play and integrate it in our CAD system to start this. But the foundational work was getting everybody certified. So all of our telecommunicators are certified. Now, many of the PSAPs in the state only provide the International Academy medical dispatch for EMD. But a lot of them are going to all three disciplines, meaning it's not just the medical, they're also doing police and they're also doing fire as well. So here's just an example to show you guys what the police protocol, kind of the key questions are when they're answering the phone. So Franklin County 911, what's the address of the emergency? So when they tell me, I can verify that with my anti-alley screen. If I don't have it there, I can take the notation of that. I can verify it by them repeating it. What is the phone number you're calling from? What is your name? Okay, tell me exactly what happened. And if they tell me, well, a caller's in imminent danger, then I can shunt over to this card that gives them instructions on what they can do if that's the situation at hand. If somebody calls and says, hey, I just passed a police officer, it looked like he was, fighting with someone and he was trying to take his gun from him or something, that's an officer down or imminent danger situation. So we can bypass all these questions and go right into giving instructions and protocol in that respect. It depends on what the caller says. And this is it's a gift and it's a curse. The gift is for the telecommunicator, when a person is in imminent danger, we don't have to go through all the Q&As. We can jump right into action by giving instructions. The curse side of this is the public sometimes can learn how to manipulate the system. So if the person tells the telecommunicator, because it's not a telecommunicator's job to identify if a caller is being honest and truthful. That's not our place. Our place is to take the statement, take the information, and relay it. It's not up to us to judge the truthfulness of a caller. So the public knows that in order to get a fast response, if I make this emergency out to be more than it is, I'll get people here faster. That's what has been the public's kind of perception of how the system can work. For example, many of my fire and medical experienced people here, how many times has your dispatcher sent you to a call of service that was code 3 and the victim is CPR in progress, this, that, and the other, and you get there and the person answers the door, conscious alert, and it's not a code 3 call? It happens because the telecommunicator can only give you what they're able to obtain from a caller, which may or may not always be factual. And so when responders get there, then they encounter the real deal. Now, when I was in Halifax County, I had my volunteer fire departments that were so upset with the first responders because they're like, y'all sent us to a cardiac arrest and we got there and the man was at the door because he had a toothache. Well, he didn't say nothing about a toothache when he reported the call. He was saying he was having chest pains and hard breathing, and that's how we processed it. So, they wanted to get upset with us, but really, we can't pick and choose, what we think is right or wrong. We have to go by the protocol. And so sometimes that can create for, Steve, exactly, Taxi 911, right? Sometimes we have to create for, the Q&As to help to guide us into hopefully giving you the right information. But a telecommunicator at times cannot be held accountable for a response, because now, unless we go back and review and we find out that the telecommunicator was acting inappropriately or that they didn't do it correctly, then that's a personnel matter we can address. But majority of the times when those things happen is because they're reacting on what a caller has told them. And the public knows the more severe they can make the emergency, the faster they're going to get a response. They're not thinking about the liability that it will be for an officer or a responder riding at a high rate of speed that can create for a motor vehicle collision because of their high rate of speed and people not obeying by the law, not giving way to emergency traffic, and accidents happen, right? They're not thinking on that level. They're not thinking about that at all. They're just wanting help to get there right away, yesterday kind of thing. So again, just wanted to throw that out there. So, but this is an example of the protocol key questions that we ask for our police response. Are you at that location now? When did this happen? Because the prioritization is based on the time of events that are unfolding. Is it in progress, or have you been on vacation and coming home and you're just finding this? So it's an old situation that doesn't warrant light siren and a code 3 response. Okay, so from the questions that we're asking, and this is just one card set to kind of show you. So from the questions, if it's an officer needs assistance kind of thing, then the dispatcher, if it's obvious, I don't have to ask these questions. But if it's not obvious, meaning they haven't already told me or I didn't overhear it on the phone, then I have to ask the questions. You know, were weapons involved in this or were they mentioned? And based on what they tell me, it gives me the next step in the protocol. How many people are involved? Okay, where are the suspects or the people at now? And you have to go through this and everything. So on the left-hand side are still the questions. On the right-hand side, it's given me the levels of determinant to know what code response this should be. Is it a code 3? Is it code 1? Is it no lights and siren, with lights and siren? It just basically gives me the disposition of coding so my responders will know how they need to respond. Okay, now at any time throughout the protocol, if it starts out where nobody's in danger and we're asking the questions, if it turns into an imminent danger situation, then the same rule applies. I don't have to continue asking all of these questions. I can go right into giving life-saving instructions to protect them, you know, give them instructions for their safety, you know, basically just helping that caller until responders can get on the scene. All right, any questions so far about this? All right, I'm going to show you guys this. Because this is basically the card set that the handsets that they have in the centers. Now, for Franklin County and other counties, they will have integrated software in their CAD, so they're not having to take this big boy out. They're basically doing it by the CAD's interaction through the interface. But in situations of power outages or we're having to work in a backup capacity, this is what we have to pull out. And there's 3 of them. There's a police one, a medical one, and a fire one. So if we lose power or we lose software capability, the integration, you know, with technology, it's not, you know, if it ever happens, it's just when we have an issue with it. So this is our backup methods for being able to still give pre-arrival instructions and ask the questions based on whether or not the software is working or integrated or not. The good thing about the software integration is that it automatically shunts a caller to where they need to go. The issue with these is it's manual, so if the caller or if me, the call taker, is not paying attention to what the cards are telling me, then I can miscode a call. So we have to constantly do training with our staff for backup operations, just like map reading. When I first started working in communications, it amazed me how many people did not know how to read a map. They knew how to read Google, they knew how to follow, you know, everything on technology side of things. But if I were to take out a local jurisdictional map or a state map and ask them to locate a route to this location based on a detour, they were challenged with it. And so we're having to go back to basics, and you will hear me say that a lot, is we have to take it back to basics. You know, yes, technology is a wonderful thing, but we still have to communicate as if it doesn't exist, because at the end of the day, if there's a major blackout and we have no access to technology, we still got to survive. We still got to communicate. People are still going to have emergencies, whether we have power or not. So we have to be able to be multilingual in our usage of what we're here to do, because if you're calling 911, you don't want to hear a person say, well, I don't know what to tell you. You want to hear somebody say, well, ma'am, hold on just a moment, let me help you with that. And they get the chart and they go right on. Don't skip a beat. But if you're focusing so much on the technology and you're forgetting how to manually operate, centers putting themselves up for liability, because the worst feeling in the world is for a telecommunicator to feel helpless. Just like law enforcement or medical or fire, you may have an apparatus that has all the equipment in the world to help you be the best at your performance of your duty. But what if you're just in uniform and you're at Walmart and you don't have that, right? You feel helpless in the fact that you can't do what you would do if all of your equipment was there and working and readily available. Same thing for dispatch. We still have to look at it on both sides of that spectrum as well. All right, any questions so far or any comments? Okay. All right, here's the fire side of things. And the purpose of this is to give an overview of the fire service and their operations from the 911 perspective as well, explaining the functions of fire service as presented in the chapter or the block of instruction, explain the role of the officer in fire service calls as presented in the chapter. Also, again, the course instructor should prepare for local on-site visits if and I'm sure you guys, many of you have the relationships already with this, that you already have this in play to be able to do ride-alongs or observations or whatever. And it's very helpful to help them to kind of learn about it in a classroom, but then to be able to see it in a field operation is so different, right? Okay. All right, we're going to go for until 11:30, and then I'm going to break for kind of an early lunch to give you guys some time, because I know I got to stand up, walk around a little bit too, and have some lunch and things like that. So we're going to go through the fireside, and then we're going to break for lunch, and then come back. Okay, so I'll give you explanations as we move forward. But from the fireside of things, here's something that many people don't know. I know you guys know it because you're in it and you teach it. But the number one responsibility for them is prevention, right? So we're trying to help to prevent things from happening where we have to go out and do services. So many times people don't understand that is a major role and function of a fire department, is to be preventive, to go out and try to prevent these forest fires or brush fires or house fires or, things like that. So many times, we have departments that will go and install smoke alarms or detectors. They will do fire extinguisher classes. They will do education on, what to do in the event of a grease fire, or they do social media. They do all kinds of stuff to try to be preventive so they don't have to go out and do this. Don't throw your cigarettes or things that can create for an ignition of a fire on the side of the road if we're in a drought or if it's 100 degrees outside. They try to educate and to teach about proactive things so, they don't have to go out and work in these fire structures. But many people don't know that. They just see the fire service as a response service that if something's on fire, they come running, right? And so again, it is about education, and it is about, sharing all facets of what each of these disciplines are responsible for. So here's an example of what the fire protocol looks like. And again, this is the emergency fire dispatch protocol for international academies. There are some 911 centers across the state as well as the country that they use power phone, or they may use APCO's call taking standards. But again, it's basically having a protocol that the telecommunicators can use to ask the right questions to get the right appropriate response and apparatuses to a scene based on what is going on. So again, this is showing you an example of what the fire side of things are. So here's the Q&A of the questions and answers for this section. Again, standard, asking about the address, the phone number, their name, tell me exactly what happened, and based on what they say is how a telecommunicator will work through these call sets for giving the right instructions. Oops, I'm sorry, let me go back for a moment. So the other thing too is if you have a situation where a person is on fire, they can tell, they don't have to ask, well, what's your name and what's this and what's that? They can go right into telling them how to just, extinguish or put the fire out, or telling the person what to do to help extinguish the fire. So a lot of times people think, why I got to ask all these questions? Why don't you just help me? Well, we can based on what we know, but again, it goes back to training of staff too, because some staff members may be trained that no, before you do this, you got to ask this. And that's just educating and basically trying to set an appropriate standard. But if I have your address and I have your phone number, I don't really need to know your name. Yes, it's a wonderful thing to have, but in the event of an actual imminent situation, I can always come back and get that later. But my main intent is to help save your life, right? So it's about trying to help a bystander to save your life if it's a second party or first, party call or whatever. But this is just kind of an example of showing you what the key questions are for your fire responses. And again, I do have a fire protocol set too, but when I'm training, I use these little card sets, which is not as big and bulky as what I showed you previously, but it's a smaller card set. It's got the same information in it, just basically having to go down in a smaller usage. So you guys are able, when the time comes and you're actually teaching this course, I can actually help you guys to get some of these for your center, for your school, because your students can do role plays with these. And even though they won't be certified to use them, they can at least get an idea of what it is, how they can actually see what the questions are and have usage of experimenting with it in a sense. Was there a question? Okay. All right, so yeah, so these come in the small packs too, where you have all three, police, fire, and medical. And when you're at that point and you feel like, or even if they're screenshots like this, I can definitely provide you PowerPoint slide decks that have all the cards in them. And you guys can use this when you are, doing your call taking section for police, fire, medical, or just call taking in general. You can have examples to kind of show them, making the disclaimer that not all centers may operate off the same protocols as far as a vendor, but the questions are all what's relative and important at the time of an emergency kind of thing. All righty, any questions so far? Have you guys seen these protocols before in the course of your duties as fire or police or medical? Have y'all seen these before or been aware of them? Oh, you need that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And after the class, you know of them, but hadn't seen them. Okay. After the class too, I will shoot you guys, all of you guys, an email with my information too. So at any time, you can always send me a question or send me a check-in or whatever. And when we start getting these in place, I can let you know and put you on my list for those that would like to have them, which is pretty much majority of everybody. But these are not for certifying people. It's basically just kind of like giving them a hands-on experience for them to kind of have an awareness of it and how it kind of works, sort of thing. And we can do that and share that with you guys. Alrighty, so I have 11:30 my time. 11:30. So are you guys good at coming back around 12:30? And I know we're not going to go until 5 o'clock today because this content is mainly for a lot of dialogue and especially Q&A sections and stuff like that. But we can go and break early, have our lunch, and then we can come back and wrap up the afternoon session. You guys good with that? Okay. All right, so I'm going to put a counter clock on my screen here that's going to do a countdown for an hour. So maybe an hour and 5 minutes basically, but I'll do a countdown. And then when the countdown is done, then we'll come back. Is that good?
Yes. Yeah.
All righty, guys. Well, I'll see you guys in about an hour and 5 minutes.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Ronnie, can you see my PowerPoint okay? You do? Okay, good.
Not yet.
Oh, you don't see my PowerPoint yet?
No,
No.
ma'am.
Okay.
All right.
What do you guys see? Anything?
Blank screen.
Blanks.
Light screen? Okay, hold on.
See it now.
You
There
got
we
it
go.
now?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right.
Wow.
Okay. All right. So we kind of talked a little bit about the police dispatch protocol, and we talked about the fire dispatch protocol. So now I want to lead into the biggest protocol, which is mainly used in all PSAPs across the state, is the overview of emergency medical services for the EMD protocol. So let me get this up here. All right. So the overview with EMS is, this is the section where you're talking about emergency medical services, making distinctions between a, oh, sorry, let me get my camera back on. There we go. Making a distinction between basic level emergency medical response and the advanced level of emergency medical response. So you talk about the distinctions between the two, and also what warrants first responding, rescue, into advanced life support. Also enlightening the students about the responsibilities of the emergency medical services field responder, and provide students with an understanding of basic terminology, which many of you that are doing the EMT program were probably already familiar with this, and teaching them about the tying in together about how the medical and fire and police all integrate into the 911 systems. And then the performance objectives is explaining the function of emergency medical services, or what we call EMS, as presented in the block of instruction, and the role of the 911 telecommunicator when it comes to these emergency level type responses. So in this section, this is the section again that will basically take up a lot of time as you're explaining this, especially when you get into the protocol for emergency medical dispatch. You should prepare for, again, local on-site, and many of you may already have your relationship building with your local responders to do this, allowing students to do ride-alongs or taking tours, or, just being a part of an observation, for this particular entity. This unit is not intended to provide a student with detailed knowledge or certifying them as emergency medical responders or dispatchers. It is basically, again, just providing an understanding upon the further development that may take place in their profession if they do decide to be a 911 center. So all the certification levels that are required, they will obtain on the job training, or while they're in the process of performing their duties or on the job. But the basic telecommunicator certification is what they're being certified in, and then their employers will help to certify them in all other disciplines that they do within that local PSAP. Okay. So here's just an example of some of the, like you have PowerPhone, there's APCO's version, there's International Academy version, which majority of our PSAPs in the state of North Carolina do the IAED, which is International Academy Emergency Dispatch Protocols. But there are other vendors out there. We are to remain vendor neutral. It doesn't matter to us, as far as what agencies are doing. Each agency is responsible for providing their own protocol level, but the state North Carolina 911 Board is responsible for ensuring that PSAPs have resources and have what they need to acquire certain things to be proficient in their roles and responsibility as telecommunicators. All right, here is an example chart for the emergency medical dispatch. This is, again, the most in-depth protocol that there is, just because 90% of our calls are probably going to be medical related versus that of law enforcement or even fire. Even with fire and police, there's always a medical component to it sometimes. But majority of our calls we do process for medical response. So again, we ask the address of the emergency, the phone number. Notice we don't ask for a name here, right? And the other two protocols, the third question was asking for their names. Now, we do try to have our call takers to get on a first name basis or a name basis with a caller. It helps to kind of personalize the call a little bit when you're saying Miss Smith or Miss Wendy or Mr. Victor or whatever, to help kind of personalize it a little bit so it doesn't feel so robotic or kind of like a teleconference kind of thing. It's mainly letting people know that we're seeing them, we're hearing them, we're working with them. What we encourage our employees not to do is to use Southern slang and call people honey, baby, sugar, things of that nature, because for one person it may not offend, but to others it may. And also you may have callers that it's hard to know the sexual origin to be able to reference sir, ma'am. And so sometimes we have to be gender neutral in that. And that is something that is again, new to us, that we have to be mindful that when we're speaking, we sometimes will ask callers if we're uncertain, how would you like for me to address you? And they'll either tell us ma'am, sir, their name, and then we reference them based on that. So again, that's not really applicable when you're dealing with imminent dangerous situations, because at that point you're just trying to give pre-arrival instructions. But on non-emergencies, we do have to obtain information from callers, and we don't want to be kind of like, I guess, inconsiderate, I guess, is the best way to put it with our callers. We want to be respectful and mindful of that, and not take things for granted in that respect. Again, it goes into the address, the phone numbers, tell me exactly what happened. Based on if it's obvious or not, it kind of will direct us to the next call or the next question that we need to be asking. How old are they? Are they awake? If they don't understand awake, or if we say conscious, we can, take it to awake. Is he breathing or is she breathing? So these are questions that we ask mainly because, and I've worked in EMS on the other side of the radio too. And so when I'm responding to a medical call of service, it makes a difference for me to know if I'm responding to a 9-month-old versus a 90-year-old cardiac arrest. Because, for me, protocols are things that you always want to review and be aware of, but there are some calls or classification of calls that you may get that you don't do every day. And so you need kind of a review or refresher before you get on scene, or at least make sure you got all your equipment ready and in working order when you arrive on scene. And so that's one thing with this, that we do have to ask certain questions because it makes a difference in the treatment process of how we may give pre-arrival information or how a responder may respond to the situation. So that's why we have to ask those particular questions. The hardest thing to I guess, to work with when we have medical calls are those calls that are like sick call related, where you don't really know what you're dealing with and you're trying to ask the right questions based on what the responses are. And sometimes sick call is the most trickiest call. I know on the other side of the radio, when I'm responding in the field, to work with the patient, I always seem to do better with traumas than I did with sick people, because traumas, there was no question what you were there to do. Whereas a medical call or sick call, it could be 100 things that could be going on with that patient, and you're trying to, treat them for the best appropriate, response that you can, but it leaves it wide open. Whereas trauma is focused oriented. It's like, control bleeding, control airway, control this, control that, and you're mainly focused more on the trauma side than you are with sick calls. Diabetic calls or people in shock, it's just trying to understand what's going on to be able to provide the right level of service or treatment. So, but these questions actually help in that respect. Again, I'm an eyes up, eyes forward approach kind of person, and our emergency medical services in the field, as well as law enforcement, do have mobile data terminals, and we try our best to, well, I will say in my experience, my goal is to try my best to make certain that our telecommunicators are given more information so the responders don't have to be eyes off road looking. And even if the argument is, well, there are two people on the truck, one can be driving, one can be looking. Well, not necessarily, because if it's a code or trauma call, that other person's trying to get prepped and prepared, with everything to make certain that they're ready to receive this patient. And sometimes they don't have time to decipher between paragraphs and large sentences of what might be going on. And so we do try to give as much information as possible. And, one of the things too that was a concern is how much traffic do you actually put over the radio with HIPAA and all these things that are sensitive in nature when it comes to medical calls of service. And again, training with telecommunicators in this respect is, of course, you're not going to go on a live radio wave and say that a person is positive for AIDS or TB or, you're not going to be doing that. There's a way you can update your responders by having them to be offline to share information for their safety. But we are going to give the address. We are going to give the nature of the call. We are going to give age of the patient and any EMD updates that may come about. But we're not going to give you names over the radio. We're not going to give sensitive details over the radio. But if it is something that you need to be aware of, we will either do it by phone communications, or there are codes that are established across the state. When COVID hit and the pandemic hit, we created like a 1098 code. So that way the responders knew if I dispatched them to a location and referenced 1098, that they knew that this may be a positive location for them to make certain that they had appropriate PPE when they were responding to that call of service. And so, yeah, I mean, there are ways that you can communicate information for responder safety and doing it in a way that doesn't violate a patient's privacy or HIPAA, for that respect. So this is, again, the key question card set. This is the one for chest pain, just showing you one out of the many card sets that we have that would follow up with questions. And this is the section where typically your responders are already dispatched, they're already en route. And these are follow-up, questions that we will be asking to update our responders as they are en route to that particular call. Now, in some PSAPs, they may go through all the questions and get to the levels of determinant before they dispatch. And I'm not here to judge what's right and wrong. If it's a state standard by NENA compliance or APCO, then they're working within compliancy. That's the agency choice to do it that way. agencies are typically trying to get the responders on the way and give an appropriate classification and give an update information as they are en route. So are they completely alert? Are they breathing normally? And if the answer is no, then we get shunted around to, different questions or different cards. Are they changing color? Describe the color change. Is it, are they pink? Are they gray? Are they ashen? Basically just getting them to describe that color. Also, are they clammy? And if they don't understand what I mean by clammy, then I can also rephrase it to say, do they have cold sweats? Have they ever had a heart attack or angina, heart pains? Did he or she, did they take any drugs or medications in the past 12 hours? And again, based on what the responses are, will give us the next step of how we need to dispatch or as far as update and give pre-arrival instructions to that caller. And then this is just another mouth to mouth, or we do chest compressions only, with our callers for CPR in progress. And the CPR can be conducted for newborns all the way up to, adulthood. And the different card sets give us different instructions to share with the person to help them as they are working with this patient. One of the biggest things that we encounter with 911 callers when it comes to cardiac arrest for CPR is a lot of times they will make the call for an ambulance to respond, but they don't want to touch the person because in their minds the person may be dead, or they have a fear that they're going to hurt the person, or whatever storyline is going on for them. The challenge for us is trying to communicate with them to encourage them to at least attempt to try CPR. Even if they don't know, they've never done it, never been exposed to it, we can give them instructions over the phone to hopefully help that patient while rescue units are en route or first responders are en route to that scene. And that is a challenge because, again, a lot of people don't want to get involved to that level. And that's unfortunate. What we're trying to do in Franklin County, we are actually a recipient of being a part of research, for this, is in the next 5 years, how are we going to educate our community to be certified in CPR, or at least have awareness of CPR, understanding, CPR, and that it is okay to touch a person. And we can't force anybody to do anything, but sometimes lack of understanding or lack of awareness of what and why will oftentimes make people afraid. So we're just trying to create a culture of, it's okay to be scared. It's okay to be unsure. It's just something that we can do to try to help people, to help that patient. So hopefully we can increase our survival rate when it comes to cardiac arrest victims. All right, any questions about those three disciplines for police, fire, or medical? All right. And for those of you who have worked on the other side of the radio in a profession of police, fire, medical, you may have heard some of this language or lingo over the radio when they're dispatching a Delta, Bravo, Alpha, Charlie, type response that may be familiar to you, because that's the determinant codes that they're using when dispatching on those medical calls of service. All righty. So this again was a assignment alert that I had, was about trying to ask our students, how many phases are there in calling 911? Do they actually know the history of 911 and how its origin, how it began to where it is today? Do you know how it works? A lot of times when you ask, how does 911 work, or how, the evolution of it has been, it's basically just been picking up a phone and dialing 911 and talking to a person. But behind the scenes, it is a lot of technology that is going on behind the scenes for people to understand. And I'm going to share some of that with you in the next block of instructions, because I'm sure what I'll share with you, it will be news to you, and you may not have thought about it or seen it from this level, but I'm going to share some things to explain some things of why, people have a hard understanding with certain elements of 911. All right, any questions about this section so far? Okay. All right, give me a minute to get this one going, and let me bring up the other one. All right, so you guys are still seeing the PowerPoint. Is that okay? All right, so this is the third section here that we're going into for the instructors program. The objectives in this section are to learn and discuss the teaching styles, or 3 teaching styles for student engagement, define compassion fatigue, which I touched on that just a little bit, discuss resources for student engagement, identify 911 classification and phases of a 911 call, identify 911 equipment and software, and review and discuss those components or concepts regarding focus chapters for the basic telecommunicator course.
Come here.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, that's Victor, sorry. Let me mute him for a second. All right, so the 3 teaching styles that I have to share with you guys is, and again, this is just, if you already know this, it's just a review. If this is something new, I hope you can take and maybe apply it to your thought processes as you're doing things. But for us, we look at the teaching styles of delegate, discuss, and direct. So we have a high level, task experience, and low. It's just the different styles of teaching to touch kinetics of all of our students, whether they're, your students or whether they're adults in a learning experience or training environment. The delegating style it promotes learning through empowerment. This style, we can assign tasks to a student to work independently or either in a group setting. Many of you guys do this already when you're doing maybe role plays or group exercises. The suggestions for the delegating style was having research projects or team projects or something that can create a team engagement or environment for them to work together. Even if there are differences of opinion, that's okay. We welcome that, but it's a way to have the students to be more engaged in the understanding of the concepts or the things that you're teaching. So even with the basics of 911, asking them about the evolution and giving them time to research that and come up with some ideas or maybe even what they find to share, and then for you to be able to piggyback off that and educate more or further on what their findings were. Or maybe even to, have a difference of opinion and maybe how 911 origin is based on location of calls that are coming in. The discussing style, again, this is promoting learning through interaction. It's a style where we encourage critical thinking and lively discussions by asking our students to respond to challenging questions, being a facilitator and guiding the discussion to logical conclusion. So typically in the discussing style for me is, like early on when I played the video for you guys of the telecommunicator talking to the lady who had driven in high water, that is something where you can play a video or an audio and then discuss it. What did the telecommunicator do right? What did the telecommunicator do wrong? Or tell me your thoughts about this audio. And if you were in this case, how would you respond? Or just basically giving a dialogue for everybody to share their opinion or suggestion or give feedback in it. And oftentimes it's easy to play Monday morning quarterback over a weekend football game, right? I know we've all heard that before, but when calls are live and in action and things are happening simultaneously, it's very easy to judge it after the fact than it is to be in it and trying to see, how it evolved or how it got to a certain point or why the telecommunicator did or didn't do something. Because again, that profession is live in action. And that was one of the professions in public safety that was held to more scrutiny because everything was caught, everything. There was no way to, to deviate or to lie about something, exaggerate something. The facts were what the facts were because audio does not lie. And now, if you look at our public safety entity, we now have officers wearing body cameras. We now have, in some ambulance services, they have cameras in the back of the truck where they're treating patients. Things are becoming more transparent across the profession of public safety because, again, like I explained to my students, audio files can help you or hurt you, and your performance is going to determine which way of the law you're going to fall on. So if you are doing your job and you're following standard protocols and procedures and guidelines, and your demeanor and your tone and your responses are appropriate, you have nothing to worry about. When you have time to worry is when you're deviating from things, doing it the way you think it needs to be done versus the standard way it should be done. That's when you're opening up the door for liability for a civil suit against yourself as well as a legal suit against the entity that you may employ. So again, the discussion phase, I love this phase because you can be very innovative in the ideas that you may have to bring conversation to the table. It's a really engaging, for me as an instructor, it engages me more to have the discussion part of this as well. Suggestions for using in the discussing style is preparing questions in advance, maybe doing your videos in advance to know what you're going to play and have your thoughts around that. Don't allow for one or two students to monopolize a conversation. You know, you want to make certain everybody gets time to communicate or share a thought or idea, and have students create questions. You know, if this were you in this scenario, what would you do? Or if you were the telecommunicator, or if you were the caller, or if you were the caller's family, you know, looking at it through the lenses of many different perceptions here. What would you do? Or how would you have responded? Or what do you think about this? And just have them to communicate with it. Then the directing style is promoting learning through listening and following directions. So with this style, you're telling your students what to do, how to do it, and when it needs to be done. And you impart information to the students with lecture, assigned readings, audio, visual presentations, even demonstrations, role playing, or any other means. Students are gaining information primarily by listening, taking notes, doing the role plays, and practicing what they're being told to do or what they're learning. The only feedback that you look for is, do you understand the instruction, basically? So this is a fun way of learning too, as far as instructing style. Again, the role playing, you know, having your students act out a scene where there are two people outside the classroom that aren't able to see the scene, and then compare and contrast between how you may have two callers calling in the same call, but those two witnesses may be giving conflicting information, but every information they give is important, and talking about that. And the only way the students will know this is by having the opportunity to engage in it from that place. So the role plays are really good. I do it in the BLET classes too with the radio communication side. Is, you know, your telecommunicators are not visually on the scene to know what's going on as we're being communicated with. We can only use our senses of hearing, you know, being able to focus on the caller, what they're saying, as well as listening for those background noises, and as well as being attentive to what's going on in the room too, because if you can imagine, a consolidated center is the one point of contact for all emergencies. So if there is an active shooter or a bank robbery or something where there's mass, you know, individuals or population around, the influctuation of 911 calls increases dramatically. You know, you can have a wreck on the interstate and you might have 50 calls reporting that one incident if it's overturned vehicles on fire. But then you can have other times where, depending on the time of day, you could have a similar accident and you might get 2 calls on it. So they the call volume can fluctuate based on a lot of things, but anytime it's an active shooter or situation that's involving imminent fear and danger to the public, you're going to get multiple phone calls. And so by having your students to role play some of this, and of course, you know, you have to work within reason. You don't want it to get too extravagant that it's creating distraction for the learning, but you just set small milestones for how you want it to be and set those expectations, and then let them kind of work through it. And then the more you do it, the more you can critique it, so you'll know how to do it for the next group and the next group. And that's really basic styles of education. For using the directing style is start with the big picture, you know, paint the overall review, be clear and concise, and providing sufficient details. So again, setting the expectations of, okay, guys, I want to role play this incident, and here's the end result of how I want to do this, and here's the big picture of why we're doing this. And I'm not going to give away the secret here, but as we come together as a group after it's been done, we're going to discuss it, and then you're going to find out why we did it the way we did it. And sometimes that lead in or that cliffhanger helps them to continue moving forward. Even if they don't understand why they're doing something, it helps them to continue engaging because they want to know the final result or the final answer, basically. So this is another fun style of instructing that you can bring into your classrooms. And I'm sure for a majority of you, you probably are doing all 3 of these. You just maybe didn't know this is what you were doing, but it works. And it does create for engagement within the classroom. All right, any questions before we move further into the next chapter reviews? Or comments? Okay. So the next chapters of review is chapter 7, 8, and 9 for the basic telecommunicator course. And again, this image here is another image of a telecommunicator working that has, you know, access to the same systems we were talking about earlier. She's got her radio, she's got her CAD system, she's got her DCI for Omnex, she's got her NC Aware, she has her mapping. except the difference may be her mapping and her NC aware or flip flop from maybe another one that we looked at. But it's just showing you that all 6 of those monitors act as one. So that mouse can go between any one of the 6 screens. Her keyboard would operate any of the software in those 6 screens. And it's just a very integrated tool, you know, for a telecommunicator to work with. Okay, so stress management and 911. Is this job stressful? Yes, it is. There is no doubt about it. No different than your police, fire, medical. Is there post-traumatic stress in telecommunications? Yes, there is. We may not see it, we may not put hands on it, but we hear it. And sometimes hearing it and painting a visual picture is just as hard as it would be to maybe see something, because you're identifying with that victim and you're taking on a lot of their emotional state, trying to calm them down, trying to work with them, trying to get them the appropriate responses. And it's heart-wrenching to hear some of these calls, and you know that you're the lifeline, or you're the person that stands between them and the response, and you're basically trying to do the best you can do. But at the end of the day, what telecommunicators have to remind themselves of is we cannot control the actions or inactions of our callers. And just to share a little bit with you for understanding this, throughout my career, I have dealt with many calls. And one call that stands well with me, and is one I talk about often in my classes, is the fact that I had at 4 a.m. in the morning, I was working extra to help out my shift because it was running short, and I was managing at the time. And so I came in to work a day shift until we got relief coverage. And I answered the 911 call when it was an elderly woman calling because her granddaughter, 7-year-old granddaughter, was having an asthma attack. And I went through the EMD protocol, had dispatch first responders and emergency medical services to the scene, and as well as law enforcement, and was talking with the lady. And I asked her, did the child have an inhaler? Has the child used the inhaler? And throughout the conversation, she was telling me that the little girl became unconscious. And I said, ma'am, I said, do you know how to do CPR? If you don't, I can walk you through it. And the one thing this woman was focusing on was, because it was 4 a.m. in the morning, obviously she was in her nightgown, her night clothes, and she was like, ma'am, I have to get dressed. You know, I don't have time to do this. I've got to get dressed. And I said, ma'am, believe me, they do not care what you look like or what you're wearing. The main thing that we need to focus on is getting the child to breathe. And she was just argumentative. And this was a call for me. Any other time, first responders would have been there like that, you know, Johnny on the spot. But this particular morning, it just seemed like it was taking forever. And in an emergency, you guys may know this, but in an emergency, every second feels like 20 minutes. It seems like forever before help is getting there. And you know, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, in my head, I'm thinking to myself, I could just drive there and do it myself by the time somebody gets there. That's how I was feeling, you know, because I was frustrated. Because the lady was not willing to stop and just do chest compressions or trying to help her granddaughter. And I'm like, ma'am, I said, please, you know, the main focus here is to try to get her breathing. If you don't do this, she can die. You know, do you understand this? And she was just all about, you know, getting her stuff picked up, getting her pajamas off and getting some clothes on and turning the porch light on. And the little girl's suffocating basically. And so I think you can imagine where I'm going with this. The end result is the little girl did die. And, you know, telecommunicators can take it on and they can blame themselves, and they can go through a roll monkey mind of, well, what could I have said differently? What could I have done differently? How could I have convinced this woman to do X, Y, and Z? But at the end of the day, regardless of a profession in public safety, we all have to remind ourselves we can only do our part. And we're not God, you know, we can't, you know, wave a magic wand and say this is going to be this, or this person's spared, or this one's the, we can't do that. What we can do is focus on the role that we played, what we did, how we helped. And at the end of the day, we have to have closure and peace with it all to know that we've done everything we can do to support people. But at the end of the day, we cannot control people in their actions. We can't, or their inactions, or their inability to want to do anything. We can't control that. All we can do is just focus on our jobs. We can focus on what we have control over. And but how I deal with this, you know, because people always ask me, how in the world, you know, do you cope with something like this? Or how do you cope with suicide callers? Or how do you cope with this? How do you cope with that? And the answer simply is, you know, everybody's different in how they have coping mechanisms. And for me, I don't stay in one place too long to think that deep about things. I mean, yes, I acknowledge it. I'm a spiritual person, you know, I pray about it, but at the end of the day, you know, we have to know where our role ends and others' responsibilities begin. And that's something that when you can wrap your mind around that, you know, then you can go to bed at night with peace to know that, hey, as long as I'm doing my part, I can go to bed peace and sound. But if I know that I'm complacent, I'm lazy, you know, cheating the system, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, then I would have a hard time sleeping and stress would probably overtake me. But as long as I know that I'm doing everything possible to help a person, that's what brings me peace. And I always live by the golden rule to treat others how I want to be treated, regardless of sexuality, religious beliefs, race, whatever the case may be. Treat people like you want to be treated. And that's the philosophy I live by. And I try my best to convey that into my students because, you know, when you work for public safety, you don't pick and choose who you help. You help everybody. That's why you're here, is to help everybody, not a select few. And so the stress management side of it is, you know, yes, we can offer counseling, we can offer employee assistance programs, we can offer so much to help our employees, but they have to be willing to receive it. And also they have to be willing to talk about what their challenges are so we can help them through it. Oftentimes, telecommunicators will find themselves in relationships with police, fire, or medical personnel because that's people that they work with day in and day out, and they know that each other understands the night shift, the swing shifts, the overtime, the stress. They have an understanding on both sides because that's what they're doing 24/7. And so for me, you know, I have a good support system. You know, I have a mentor that I work with, and we have to find the balance because if not, you know, a person can go down the dark hole of this type of work if they don't have, you know, the support or the resources that they're needing to deal with all this. But for the stress management side of it is, you know, teaching what stress management is, how they can manage their stress, explaining the consequences of unmanaged stress, how they can implement stress management techniques. And, you know, you don't have to go to prescribe medication or alcohol. Or, I mean, look at positive ways of how you can deal with this because some negative effects of those things, it might be a temporary solution to offset symptoms, but it's not healing the root of what might be the problem. And so that's what we try to get people to focus on is we're not judging. We want you to seek support, and we're not judging you for that because if we're all honest, we all are receptors of it. We all need that, you know, to be able to retain in this profession. Now, if I ask you this question, what do you think the life expectancy career-wise for a telecommunicator, what do you think that is in 2021? How long do you think a person stays in this industry or this business before they opt to get out? Anybody got a clue or an idea?
Years.
Say it again.
2 years.
2. All right. When we first did this study, Nina actually did this study a few years ago, and in 2017 it was 5 years. When they did the study again, it is 2 years. And it's like, you know, you ask yourself, I wonder why. You know, I wonder why. And so we're looking at that. I am anyway, because, you know, for me, it's about trying to get to the root of what the problems are, the challenges, and I have assumptions of what I think it could be, but I don't know for certain until I get out there and do my own research and study on this. But to me, a lot of people get out of this because they don't have the support structure that they need, whether it's from home or whether it's in the office, at their jobs or wherever it is. But the main thing for this profession for longevity is support. It is so huge and it's so needed, even if it's just responder support with each other. You know, but we have to have a level of support. We have to have an outlet. We have to have management techniques to know our triggers and to know when we need to ask for help and when we need to step back and all of that. So we're trying to teach for awareness. We're trying to teach for, you know, taking away the stigma of it all. And it's okay for people to ask for what they need. There's a distinction between asking for what you need to help you get an end result to make a better outcome than it is for asking what you need to abuse the system and, you know, things of that nature, because it's 2 sides of a coin. You know, you just have to basically work with people and understand people and have an appreciation for what people go through, because, you know, all of us can take a 911 call and it may all affect us in a different way. And that's something that, you know, we need to focus on, especially when we're trying to onboard people into this profession, is to not just hire people to be a cog in a wheel, but to hire people and know that they have support and they have structures in play to help them when they have these down days or these times of issues dealing with some mental stress or whatever's going on. All right, compassion fatigue, and I put this up here, because yeah, it's kind of a little humor, but at the same token, it can happen. Telecommunicators burn out, they get stressed, they get compassion fatigue because they're dealing with the same call types all the time. And it's unfortunate, but you actually get to hear and see sometimes how evil human beings can be to one another or to themselves, And so you get this kind of a emotionless response sometimes, and this is what we teach when we talk about the basic telecommunicator course. We talk about the cognitive effects, the physical effects, the behavior effects, we talk about all this. And it's like when you answer a 911 call for the first time, if you can take yourself back to your first call as a firefighter, or your first call as a paramedic, or your first call, in law enforcement and 911, when you answered the phone for the first time or your call for the first time, I'm sure your body reacted. Your heart was beating real fast. You probably got, cool and clammy because your body was reacting to that stress of you going into the unknown and trying to apply for the first time what you've learned. And over time, once you respond to the same stuff over and over and over and over again, what happens to your body's response? What starts to happen? It gets to a point where, yeah, your pulse, your heart doesn't race as fast. You're not getting cool and clammy because one, you probably are building confidence in your abilities and skills to do your job. But two is the other side of it where you're getting immune to it, kind of like the bull and frog syndrome. You put a frog in a bowl, slowly turn up the temperature until the frog just boils and it kind of like cooks from the inside out because it's adjusting to the temperature as it increases, and it's adapting. And sometimes that's what happens with us is we adapt to things, and we're adapting to it in a way that it's creating a lot of stress and a lot of things inside of us, but we're so adaptive to it because that's all we know, that's all we've been doing. And we get to a place where we're numb. We don't have a response, to certain things. And we have to be able to channel that, because as long as you have experience in doing any one thing, of course you're going to get kind of like driving that car. The first time you drove it, you were very attentive, but as you're driving it now, you don't even think about how you're going to drive it. You just get in and drive. And so eventually that's what happens in professions too. But in our line of work, we get to this place where we get fatigued. We have this compassion fatigue where it's hard for us to have compassion for other people because we deal with it all the time. But yet this may be this person's one-time encounter with the criminal justice system, and they're already getting us at a burnout state. So how can we bring awareness to the table? And this is why this is so important for these students to learn is, yes, this is a real thing, and yes, it can happen. So knowing this early will help you further your career because it's giving you a foundation to start from of awareness so you can build on it. It's almost like, my daughter, she's 23. And so when I was growing up, nobody taught me about, checkbooks and credit cards and all this stuff. I had to learn the hard way about that through life experience. But because I went through some hard knocks of that, when my daughter got to a certain age, we taught her about, responsibility and this and that, and also about her getting a job and doing 401k and investing in herself now, because when you're older, now that I'm 44, I see it on a whole different level than I did when I was 21, starting out. So it's basically as we learn, we share our education and learning with others to hopefully give them a better foundation to work from than maybe what we had. And that's why this is important here, because if students are really serious about going to work for 911, you're giving them this early foundation now that they can build upon based on their level of awareness that they know that this is a real thing and how they can work to be proactive in it. All right, compassion fatigue, again, is a condition characterized by emotional and physical exhaustion, leading to a diminished ability to empathize or feel any compassion for anyone else. It often described as a negative cost of caring. It is sometimes referred to as secondary traumatic stress. So again, this is a real thing in our profession as well as in all public safety entities, that we have to, number one, recognize it, and number two, we have to be proactive to try to get our people the support that they need before we get to a place of lawsuits and people making bad decisions based on how they feel in a moment. So let me share this with you guys. So I'm gonna do a stress management test. What do you guys see here? Ronnie, you got to sit up, pay attention to this now.
Orange and blue dots moving.
All right. Somebody says orange and blue. What else? Anybody else see anything?
It's moving.
Okay.
So I don't see orange dots.
I
only see
don't
blue
either.
dots. Is there really orange dots in there?
No.
I only see blue.
So I see 3 cylinders.
Mm-hmm.
I do see 3 cylinders.
And you, Angela, was it you that said it's moving?
It looks like some of them are
It's
moving.
flowing.
Yes, ma'am.
Like wavy, like a wave, like a little
wavy.
wave.
Mhm.
All right.
Oval.
Let's see what you see in this one. Anybody see any movement?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Slow movement.
What about this one?
It's waving.
Yeah, it's
Wavy.
moving. Waving.
Now, what if I told you guys that these are still images? There's no visual effects to these images at all. They're still images.
And I knew you were going to say that.
All right, so let me share this with you then. So I can share this research with you guys if you want this to share with your classes, but this there's a series of tests that were given to some of the hardened criminals in California. And a lot of the people that they were testing saw these images going really, really, really fast and moving very, very fluent and just crazy. And then there were others that saw very, very, very slow movement. And then there were others that said they really didn't see any movement at all unless they blinked their eyes or something like that. So all the people that they were doing this research or this survey with all reported something different. Okay, so the end result of the research was done to say that the people in this Department of Corrections facility that were the hardened criminals, the murderers, the sex offenders, all these individuals saw all of these things as spinning out of control. The ones that had white collar crimes or very low level criminal activity, they saw things as moving very, very, very slow. Now, that's not saying that you're a hardened criminal or that you're a white collar criminal. What it's saying is it was all psychology based on the brain and how we handle stress. So people who were high levels of stress would see fast movement. People at low levels of stress would see low movement or slow movement. So, you know, it's amazing research, you know, when you read it, and the research is kind of old. It was done, you know, back in the early, probably, I think it was 1980, whatever, 21, but anyway, it was done back in a time where, you know, the research now is probably going to be different, and they're starting to look at another research model to try to go back and do the same thing again, but with a different approach and see what they get. But the purpose of this is to share that not one, two people are the same in how they're perceiving something or how they're seeing something or even how they're handling stress. You know, it's not saying that people that are high levels of stress will commit crime. But what it's saying is it's showing that our brains and how cognitively we think and how we ponder and how we wonder, how we do this, it affects our ability to see certain things and to do certain things. And I thought that was great research just to share, because I'm always trying to read about neurological function and why people do what they do, what creates behavior in a person to be mean or to just be acting in a certain way. You know, I'm always looking at things like that. So take a proactive approach.
If you look at it by the sections, then you can see that it's standing still.
Yes, if you focus on one area.
Yeah.
Yep. Why are you trying to give away the antidote? No, but that's true. And here's and you just said it, and I didn't even have to bring it up, but what you focus on. When you apply focus, it changes how you're seeing things because you're not paying attention to all the other noise, right? You're focused on one thing. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. But yeah, it was a great research that I reviewed, and I used it in my term papers and stuff when I was doing things in psychology classes. But it's just it's very interesting to me, how that works. All right, so when we're taking a proactive approach, unsolved and untreated stress has a number of negative manifestations, including compassion fatigue, burnout, and in its most serious form, post-traumatic stress disorder. We tell if stress has become destructive. There are a number of red flags that could indicate that stress is having a negative impact on your life, and they can manifest in 6 different areas. The areas affected are, again, the physical form, the mental, the emotional, the relational, behavioral, and spiritual. So when we talk about physical, we're talking about fatigue, headaches, back pain, insomnia, nausea, diarrhea, sweatiness, sleeping too much or too little. And this is not all. This is just some things, that are relative. Our mental, forgetfulness, poor concentration, boredom, paranoia, poor teamwork, perfectionism. Then we have the emotional, which is our irritability, our depression, anxiety, anger, fear, mood swings, apathy, increased sensitivity to any criticism, even if it's constructive. Relational is some people have loneliness, or they're withdrawn, they're intolerant, and they have relationship problems trying to maintain any relationship. Behavioral is the substance abuse, eating disorders or problems, risk-taking, hyperactivity, overwork, procrastination, missing deadlines, social behavior. And then our spiritualness is people have, they're empty. They don't know what their purpose is, and they are looking for signs to tell them, what they're here to do. Loss of belief or sense of meaning, cynicism, and again, that compassion fatigue. So when we talk about our workplaces, out of the 6 of these, the behavioral one is the one that we can see. That's the one that we can kind of identify when somebody is changing in their approach of how they are as a person, and their demeanor and their attitude, their tone. These are things that we can hear, we can observe, and we can see. And we also, if we're true in our relationships with people that we care about, we should be able to bring that to conversation without making them feel like, putting them in protective mode, to make them, at least know that, hey, we're noticing, we hear you, we see you, something's wrong, and try to offer a hand for someone. Chapter 8 is our interpersonal communications. This chapter, when you're teaching for the basic class, is, again, it's explaining basic elements of interpersonal communications, explaining verbal communication and nonverbal communication. And this chapter is to ensure that the 911 telecommunicator, that they understand interpersonal communication as it relates to 911. Because here's a big secret, when you think about communications in a 911 center, would communications appear to be a weakness? You would think not, because it's the performance and the job in itself is communicating. But that is our biggest weakness. In a center, it is our level of communication. There are some interpersonal things that go on behind the scenes, with people. There are things that happen with our providers, our service agencies, and things like that, our personnel that we're here to serve. But again, you have nonverbal communication, you have verbal communication, and when Next Generation 911 came to conversation, I'm still an opponent of it, because I don't really want to have our staff, seeing a crime in progress, or being able to have a video conference or call with people, because it's traumatic enough to just be able to visually paint a picture in your mind of what might be happening than it is actually seeing it happen. Now, this is kind of a graphic, but I'll just share it with you. Franklin County has had a case of a male mental ill individual who decapitated his mother's head. And is that something I want a telecommunicator to have to see happening? Or it's bad enough to hear it, but to think that they would have to see it. It's like when I'm call taking, I can paint that picture however I want to, and I can give it an ending however I want to in my mind, because it's what I'm thinking. But when you see it, you can't erase what you've seen. You have to process it. And So I'm not a fan yet. I think that just because the technology is there, I don't think we should jump right on the bandwagon of it. I think we need to have proactive steps for getting our mental health support structure in place beforehand, because if post-traumatic stress disorder is something that affects all of us as far as these professions, how is it going to be after the fact when this starts to be introduced to people who aren't ready for it? You know, oftentimes telecommunicators chose this because they want to be behind the scenes. They don't want to be boots on the ground, so to speak. You know, they want to play a part to help their community, but they want to do it in this space that doesn't require this much of them to be able to see something or engage with people in that way. You know, if that's something they want to do, then they would be in law enforcement, they would be in EMS, and they would be a firefighter, you know, but they chose this position for a reason. And I would hate to think that any entity would force this upon a PSAP to make happen. And like I said earlier, the technology and the capabilities are there. We just don't have it turned on yet, and I don't know if we'll ever turn it on for us if we have a choice. But I think there's a place for that technology. And just like flying drones, you know, when they talked about AEDs, you know, for telecommunicators to fly AEDs by drones, yeah, I think that needs to go in the hands of the EMS provider, not 911. And because again, where does the role and responsibility end? You know what I'm saying? So, and the same thing with drones for law enforcement, you know, for active shooter situations. You know, telecommunicators don't need to see all that. It needs to be given to a administrator with the law enforcement entity to do that, because that's all evidence that would need to be collected for that particular incident anyway, you know. But again, it all goes back to our communication styles and how we communicate. So this may be a refresher for many of you, but just to share it in a grid format or an image for people to get. So in order for communication to take place, you have to have a sender and a receiver. And so when we look at it from the sender being our callers, receiver being our telecommunicators, there's a lot of encoding that has to go between the channels, you know, whether it's verbal, whether it's written, you know, and the responses of how it's going. So the sender is received or sending a message, the receiver has to receive the message, and there's a message in the middle of the conversation or the communication, which is why it's taking place. And then also the feedback, you know, going back from receiver to sender. And so when you look at this on a visual plane, you can see a lot of distractions, a lot of noise, a lot of things that are there, whether it's background noise, whether it is, you know, coworkers on the scene situation happening, unfolding. There's so many things that can create for miscommunication is the point here. Also, the means of communication, you know, when people are typing by text or typing in emails, how often have you received a written notification and you may have taken it the wrong way because of how it was presented to you? It had a tone, or it had all capital letters, or it had something to make you feel like this was in a negative response to anything that you sent or whatever. And so oftentimes written communication has that effect because, you know, when we started doing Department of Social Service reporting, and I was working on succession planning with our telecommunicators, so when I'm out of the office, these reports can still be processed. And I had to send an email to all of the social workers to let them know, hey guys, I just want to share that I'm succession and planning within the Franklin County Emergency Communications Center. There are going to be times when I'm out of the office and a telecommunicator will need to process your report request. I'm sharing with you that when they respond to your emails, the emails will be all in capital letters. So please don't take offense to a yell, a tone, or anything inappropriate. It's the way the communicators, it's the way the telecommunications are set up for them to type in all capital letters. And I had to do that because if I didn't do that and one of my telecommunicators shot off an email to one of them, it's very easy for one of them to have taken it as that telecommunicator was being disrespectful or in shouting. You know, that's the rules of written text, right? If it's all caps, that means you're shouting kind of thing. And so we have to communicate that. Because if we don't, people can misinterpret something, and it may not be anything related to me. It could be maybe something going on with that individual at the moment that they receive the message, that's how they receive the message. And so I think we're all victims of that in one way or another, whether it's an employer, whether it's a supervisor, whether it's a colleague, a friend, a family member, text messaging, whatever. I think we've all encountered miscommunications on some level. And it's no different in 911. We can have the same miscommunications if we're not careful, you know, with the way and the style of how we're doing it. All right, so here's a video, and this is a humor kind of video here, but again, it points about the communication spectrum, and I'll share a little bit more about it after you guys see it. All right, so here you go. Maybe. Maybe it'll be a cliffhanger for you and you won't know what it is. Oh my gosh, it's not gonna play. Oh, let me see. Oh, let me go back. Well, you guys have to see it, so I'll have to take a detour for a moment and go to YouTube so I can share it with you because it's just, it resonates so much. So give me just a moment. Let me pull this video up. Oh man, any other time it'd be right here in the front of this thing. Let's try this
I think you had it up earlier. If you just back it up a little bit. There you go.
There it is. Yeah. Can you guys see it? Okay. Okay.
We're out here now, man. I hope you're happy. Yeah, I'm happy. Well, good. Now what? Well, I just think we should have worn our safety vests. Oh, come on, man. Those vests are for daggone people who really like to use them. You don't even see them. They're colorblind, stupid. Golly. Hey, Tiny, get something? Tiny, what'd you get? Tiny. Tiny, oh my God.
911, what is your emergency, please?
Yes, please help us. I think he's dead. What do I do?
Sir, calm down. I can help you. We'll walk through this together. First, I need you to make sure he's dead.
Well, I can do that. Hold on a second. He's dead. Now what?
All right. So the point of this, when I play this slide here is, you know, some people do take us literally. You know what I'm saying? So we have to be very careful in how we're communicating with people because we can't assume that everybody is on the same page as us or the same wavelength as us. You know, we have to be very clear in our communications because some people do take things literal. And when you say, I need you to make sure somebody's dead, well, you know, with us, we would think, you know, checking a pulse or shaking them, shouting, you know, but hey, there could always be that 1% chance that there's a person out there that can take you literal, you know, and that's just a slide for awareness that we talk about when we're dispatching, you know, in our radio communications block. We do a lot of this as far as like sharing videos and talking it out and talking about even when you think it may not happen, it can happen. There's a reason for policies. There's a reason for rules. There's a reason why things are done the way they're done. Because if not, you know, you're opening the door for this small percentage, you know, to come in that can really, you know, create for havoc, you know. So we have to be very careful in our communications and our interpersonal communications with people. And so, yeah, we play a lot of these videos and we talk about them. And you know, it's not to offend anybody. It's basically just sharing that there's diversity on this planet. You know, everybody is operating differently and what they know, how they feel, what they perceive, you know, all of it. And we have to be ready and armed for answering calls of all classifications with individuals. And so, you know, it's a great dialogue piece when we talk about discussing callers and the interactions with our telecommunicators and also our telecommunicators interactions with our officers and our responders, because there's a lot of miscommunications that can take place in dispatch. And, you know, officers can't see and hear what we see and hear. And on the reverse side of that, we can't see and hear what officers encounter. And we can do many ride-along programs and encourage ride-along programs all day long. But when people are in their environment of their work, it's like, what ride-along? You know, it's hard to think about it because people are habitual people that focus on habitual tasks. And so if this is my habit, this is the way I do things, it's hard for me to change that habit, you know. And that's why oftentimes, whether it's a student or whether it's an employee, coworker, family member, whatever, we get pissed off at people because we cannot change them. People have to change themselves. I mean, we can be a part of the vessel to help and support and communicate, but at the end of the day, we don't control people. They control their own thoughts, their own behaviors, their own actions. And so our lesson is to allow people to be who they are, but also for us to set our boundaries and also ask for what we're needing and working through our stuff too. So, but those are just some things to share there. So again, when you're getting into your discussions with students, the role plays are highly recommended. I think you guys may do this already in your other disciplines, but in the telecommunications side, it is a good thing to do it there too. The Chapter 9, Emergency Communications Technology, the purpose of this basically to help the students to understand the levels of technology in a PSAP, to be able to recognize the technology, to, just understand what public safety telecommunications, what it really is, explaining the differences between basic and enhanced 911, and list and describe various symptoms, I'm sorry, I'm thinking medical now, but systems within a 911 system. So how many phases are there in 911? Okay, so this is our evolution. So this may be a review for some of you, for some it may be new knowledge for you, but a basic 911 call was before all the technology got into play. It was where a caller picked up a landline phone, which is a phone that's plugged in a jack in a wall, or a payphone, or something that was a standalone, fixed location of a phone system. They would pick up the phone, they would dial 911, it would hit the telephony, the call switch, and go right into the 911 center. It was a direct, dedicated line to 911. The call taker was calling, the dispatcher picked up. There was no Annie, no Allie. It was just communication between a sender and receiver. So if the caller wasn't able to tell the telecommunicator where they were and what was happening, then the call taker had really no information to go off of to be able to get support to an individual. So it was just a basic point A to point B relay of communication with no technology in between the two, other than the fact of the phone system working. The enhanced 911 system, this is when it got into Annie and Allie. So with enhanced, a caller would pick up the telephone from a landline, they would call 911, it would go to the switch at the telephone company, and then it would drop into a master street addressing guide, or MSAG is what we call it, and that's where it will pull the caller's registered phone bill by their name of who the phone was registered to, the physical location of the call, of where the call was registered to, and give us information as far as police, fire, medical for that jurisdiction response. And then it would go to the 911 dispatcher. So when you call 911 in the enhanced 911 version, a caller might hear 3 false rings before the telecommunicator ever heard the first ring in the center. So what that means is when you're dialing 911, you may hear 3 rings and the telecommunicator's hearing it for the first time. Reason being is because it has to travel from the circuit, from the landline to the switch, to the MSAG, then to the 911 operator. And that's why when we train telecommunicators in call taking, we train them to answer the phone as much as possible on the first ring and no more than the 3rd ring. We want them to get it within the first 3 rings, because when it rings for the 3rd time on our end, it's the 6th time for them on the other end. So if you were the caller and you're calling 911 and the phone is rung 6th time, how would you feel when the phone finally got answered? What took you so long? Because you're expecting an immediate response. And that's what the public doesn't know is, there are false rings where, you're thinking that we're hearing it, but really we're not, because it's got to go through all of the switches before it gets to the 911 center who's going to receive the call. So again, it goes from one entity to the other. And then it got to where when people were calling 911, they're like, why are you asking me what my address is? Can't you see it on your screen? Can't you see it on your display? Well, the answer to that is yes, we can, but human beings input the data into the system. So I get dyslexic from time to time. I can transpose numbers and letters and things like that. And any human being, if they're stressed and worried and rushing or whatever the circumstance, can make a mistake. So we're asking for your address to verify what we're seeing on our systems to be the same. If you give me something different than what I see on my system, then something's wrong somewhere that we have to fix, because if not, every time this person's calling, they're going to encounter the same problem. And what if they couldn't speak and a telecommunicator only has the anti-alley window, which is the number and address to go off of, and it could be going to the wrong place if the numbers are transposed or whatever. Or you have a person where there's a main street in every town, and if a person is inputting the data and they forgot to change the city and it defaults to another city, you can have responders going to the wrong place and an emergency is happening in a different place, which is going to delay a response. So we ask the questions for verification, not to try to delay a response. It's just to make certain that what we see is what we have, that we can respond to and send people to the right place. So again, the caller, calls, it goes to the switches, and then it goes to the dispatcher, and then the dispatcher is able to verify information from that point. Okay, again, the false rings, you get 3 rings before you actually get the first ring on the telecommunicator side. Then we throw wireless into the occasion. So when cell phones first came out, and I've already told you my age, but when they first came out, they were bag phones. You plugged them up with cigarette lighters in your car. And I think everybody had the long bag with the corded phone and stuff like that, or the great big thick, kind of flip phones that they had at the time. And so the technology has increased over the years to now we have these pretty little slimline, smartphones that we can carry around. And so it's expanded quite a bit. But when wireless E911 first came out, when people were using 911 or calling 911 from these devices, it was not giving us any latitude or longitude. It was only giving us the cell tower address. So if a caller couldn't tell us where they were, we would have a hard time trying to get services and responders to them because we didn't know where they were. So that was kind of like the early stages of wireless. It was a phase, what we call a phase 1, where you only got the address of the cell tower. And if it was a hang up, we couldn't do nothing with those calls because we're not sending officers to a cell tower every time we get a false, or hang up call. So back then it was more challenging because, if the people couldn't speak or tell you anything, you were pretty much helpless trying to figure it out, trying to work with people. So that in itself created a challenge. Then we get into voice over internet protocol, which is where we have 911 being used over the internet or Wi-Fi calling. Now, there's disadvantages, in my opinion, to the voice over internet protocol, because if you have a cable company providing you telephone services through an internet provider, if the power goes out, you also lose your telephone. You will not have a means to be able to call 911. All right. So, with the voice over internet protocol too, if I, Heather Joyner, register my VoIP call for my address in Roanoke Rapids and I travel to Texas and I'm calling 911 from my device in Texas, who's going to get my phone call? Is it going to be Texas or is it going to be North Carolina? Anybody know? Well, it would be North Carolina. Yep, you got it. It would be North Carolina. So there's a time delay because when you get the dispatcher in North Carolina, that dispatcher has to figure out where you're at because there is no information for them to know where you're at. So you have to tell them where you are. They have to look up into the National NENA registry to find the right PSAP to where you are to reroute you back to a call. So you can imagine that takes time. And if the dispatcher is busy, it can add more time, to that. So if you are traveling with voice over internet protocol, we ask people to turn the Wi-Fi calling off, because if you're not using Wi-Fi, then you're using your kind of data. So it's going to pick up on the towers of where you're located versus using Wi-Fi calling. So again, that's just something that they don't advertise. They don't advertise that to people on the television, when they're trying to get you to join their Spectrum or whatever cable company or internet provider they are. They don't tell you all this, for your telephone side of it. But public relations and public education, we are trying to expose that to make certain people understand it. Okay, then we have, well, let me back up for a moment, because even with the phase 1 for 911 and we have phase 2, which is where when you're calling 911, it will give us first the address of the tower and the sector you're hitting off of, and then it will advance into a latitude and longitude where it will actually plot you on a map for me to be able to see the area where you are. So the phase 2 approach it was a wonderful thing, because even if you could not speak, I at least had a place that I could send a responder to check an area to see if they could locate or see if there was a problem going on at that time. So with our next generation 911, or what we have is the EZNet, you can see how convoluted this can all get when you talk about, the providers, and you got all the providers. You got your telephone companies, your internet companies that are going through cable. You also have many smart individuals that are creating apps for calling 911. And so all of this technology has to fit in this protocol here for the EZNet telephone system, which is North Carolina's statewide telephone system that we're working in to increase our network capabilities across the state. So now if you were in Caswell County and you got me, it's easy for me to still process the call and work with Caswell than it would be to give you kind of like a referral, we'll call this number or call that number. It's kind of a backup support method for communications to take place. Everything's in the cloud, so to speak. It's no longer kind of your camel trunks or telephony telephone trunks or companies. It's more or less in the cloud, like an internet-based phone system. So right now in the state of North Carolina, and this is a slide that I need to update because we have completed more projects, since this slide was put in here. But at the time that I shared this slide information, which was February of this year, we had 76 PSAPs in the state that were already transitioned over to this new phone system, which is Next Generation 911. And also active projects was 49, and we have one other one approved for migration. So there's 128 PSAPs in the state of North Carolina, and by the end of, I think, 2022, they're hopeful to have 100% compliancy with all PSAPs being merged into the EZNet platform. And again, the purpose is for cybersecurity support, for integrated ability to work with our sister counties, for statewide backup. There's a lot of advantages to this. It also opens the door for your video messaging, for your text messaging, which we have text anyway, but it's an additional, instead of text being used as like a teletype, it's actually being sent like a SMS, which is how you're doing it on your cell phones today. And so it's increasing the telecommunicators' ability to communicate with callers in a text platform. And so this is kind of where we were back in February. So our 911 equipment and our software, the telephone system. So this is what one phone system looks like, for a PSAP. And it shows you the anti-alley on the far left-hand side, which is your alphanumeric and your alpha location information for the phone number and the address of the call. And if you notice, it says it's a VoIP call. So it doesn't tell me from this call coming into my center what fire, police, or medical responder this is. So I have to use my mapping and my coordinates to be able to determine that. Whereas a landline, call would give me that information, and also some of the phasing calls would give me that. But if the caller is a business, or if the caller has a registered name, last name, first name, it would be here. It gives me the classification so I know what type of call I'm working with. So if I were to receive this call, I have to know that if this person tells me they're in Houston, I can't debate it with them because I can see that they're calling from a voice over internet telephone, and so I can work with them to know that right away. It also gives me, my 911 transfers, my, county numbers, my state law enforcement records. They're like speed dials. There's so many different layouts to phone systems. So when you're instructing students about call taking and you're sharing some slides or pictures of a PSAP, just reiterate to them that, it may be this way for this particular 911 center, but it may be a different, appearance as far as how it can be used in another center. Yes, they all perform the same ability to receive anti-alley information, but the layout of the screen could be different. Your speed dials could be different depending on the area of where you're at, for the phone system in that PSAP. And again, this just gives you a closer look at, the actual anti-alley screen here and the classification. Okay, here's another one that's showing this Verizon caller. It's giving me the address of the cell site. Showing it's on the east sector of the cell site, and it's showing me the WPH2 to let me know that this is a wireless phase 2, meaning that it's giving me latitude and longitude to plot on a map of where the caller is calling from. So that's an example of a phase 2 cellular or wireless call. With our new platform, the screens actually look a little different. We now have a window that looks like this, where it gives me the type, mobility, the method of how the call is coming in, and the provider of who's providing it. Is it Sprint, Verizon? Is it Alltel? Is it, any other cellular, provider that we have in our area? And then our GIS mapping. So this is a picture, again, just one software. This is Southern Software's mapping. So if I answer this 911 call, it will plot on a map. So this was an actual call of a person reporting a vehicle accident, and where they said they were is exactly where they were. And so we were able to dispatch responders. But if we had people unconscious that, maybe one person was, not really oriented, but they were oriented enough to make a 911 call, that at least if they couldn't speak, we could at least see where they were located, or in the vicinity of where they were located, to go ahead and get somebody en route to check the area. Your CAD, which is computer aided dispatch, again, is the resource accountability. This is an example of Southern Software, and it's all merged onto one screen, but basically you saw where there are 6 monitors. So telecommunicators can spread out this, but it was condensed just to kind of show you the different windows of how, the screens are looking. So at the top, you have Mariah Parham, Youngsville Rescue. These are calls that are either pending or announcements. And then at the bottom, these are active calls that actually have units that are dispatched to them, and the locations and what the call types are. Down here in the bottom left, it kind of gives you a little narrative information about the location of this call. And then it shows me the responder who was on this particular call or dispatched to this particular call, or what their status is on this particular call. So a CAD is a resource accountability tool that helps us to keep up with our units, to know where they are, how long they've been there, or how long a call has been waiting to be responded to. Because sometimes we have short-staffed on the patrol side, as we do in dispatch, and sometimes an officer, if you only got 4 officers and you got 7 calls, they have to do by prioritization, and they have to stack their calls to be able to take them by priority. So we have to do that sometimes to remind them, hey, we still have this call pending, or whatever, so we don't drop a ball there. So here's the call window for when we're receiving a call. We can fill in the information here. If it's a 911 call, the data will automatically transfer into this window, so we can see the information like this. So if I call from a landline on 911, it automatically pulls the data into the CAD system, so we know, what law enforcement, what fire, what EMS, if there's utility, if there's cross streets from 2 directions, telecommunicators can pull all that data in, and then they basically fill in the blanks for the rest of the information that needs to go in there. And again, every PSAP may have a different software vendor that they use for CAD, but they all pretty much are doing the same by documentation to be able to keep up with responders and notes in calls pretty much. Previous calls, every time a person's calling 911, there's always a internal longevity record of the call. So if you, from the time 911 came into existence in your area, so if 911 came in existence in 97 in your area, then any call from that particular address since 97 to now, the call takers have the ability to go back and look at past and previous call histories to be able to give responder updates, to know that, just want to make you aware of reference, activity at this location, or if there are vicious animals that have been deemed at this location, or whatever the case may be, call takers have the ability to be able to ensure responder safety by sharing this information when they see it, or when they're looking for it, basically, because it doesn't pop up automatically. They have to go in and actually look for the data to share it, or to see CAD, is what they say sometimes. And that's really what they're saying, is your previous calls are there if you need to go back and look at anything. All right, any questions so far? All right, so I got 156, so let's take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and get into our radio system. Any questions? Awesome. All right, I'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, there we go. All right, we're good to go now. All right, does anybody have any questions about anything we've kind of talked about so far up until this point? Okay. All right, so we're going to jump into the radio system side, and just want to reemphasize this a little bit with you guys. So when you're talking with your students, you know, telecommunicators are not required to be radio technicians, okay, as far as like understanding the ins and outs of the operations of a telephone or radio or a handset or, you know, portable or anything like that. They are basically to know when there are issues of concern, but they don't really need to know how components work to this, that, and the other. They just need to understand the radio consulate and how it works when you're patching or how you are communicating or how you're paging a fire and rescue. But as far as the actual back end radio components of transmitter, receiver, source of power, you know, all of that, they don't need to know like what a radio maintenance technician would know. They just need to know that if they're trying to transmit or they're trying to patch and things are not working, they need to know the resolutions for that, but they don't need to understand all the radio components to be able to operate the radio consulate, if that makes sense. So there are key people in place that can provide radio maintenance and support should there be challenges with a radio consulate. But it's not the telecommunicator's responsibility to be a radio engineer to go in there and try to refigure and figure it out. It's basically for them to know troubleshooting and the awareness of the components of the radio system and how it works from a 911 perspective. But the back end, from the tower sites to the repeaters and all the other stuff, we really don't go into a lot of detail because that's something that they're never going to put their hands on or even have to be worried about. It's just those that do those jobs that will need to know more of that training and technology and the advancements of those systems. So in Franklin County right now, currently, we operate on a Harris radio system. And so again, every PSAP may have a different vendor for who provides them radio support. So I know with Halifax County, there's transitioning over to Motorola. Currently, we're on Harris, but I think there's conversations for us to transition over to Motorola. So there's many different vendors or providers for radio capabilities that, you know, so when you're teaching a block, you can't just teach on one thing or say this is the one all be all. It's basically diverse systems across the state. Now, Viper is a statewide radio system that can, you know, not only be here in North Carolina, but we can talk to people in California. It's a bigger system, but it's state-owned system, and we have the capabilities to patch into that network to communicate, but that is not our primary functionality in communication. So every PSAP, you know, you may have some on Viper, you may have some on a 800 megahertz, you may have some on a VHF, UHF system. There are many different radio platforms out there. So just know that there's diverse in radio systems too, just like there is in telesystems for 911 centers, as well as CAD systems. So for the radio system, this is a screenshot of our radio system for Franklin County, just to give you an example of one system. And it shows you, basically, we have law channels, we have ops channels, we have TAC channels for fire. We also have EMS channels. We have other backup channels. We have connectivity to Viper if we need to connect into other PSAPs or other entities. We have our paging for all of our fire departments and EMS. We have statewide call, which is connected to emergency management for the state. You know, especially for hurricanes or natural disasters or even terrorism for that matter, you know, anything that's a large scale that's going to impact or affect people across the state or PSAPs across the state. And we have instant replay recorders to be able to allow the telecommunicators that if they are multitasking and get sidetracked and they miss the last 2 seconds of a transmission, they can go back and play any of the radio transmissions from this radio consulate right here. Now, when we're training our telecommunicators, we teach them not to be so reliant upon the recorder system because it's still technology and it is a matter of, you know, when that technology is not going to work. So that's why we have to be multifaceted in our approach and our documentation, you know, with our CAD, because if we don't have audio recordings, we at least have manual documentation from paraphrasing or synopsis of certain events that are taking place. And so sometimes if an officer is asking me to contact a wrecker, I'm going to document that in my CAD system. So if my radio transmissions or corrupted or file corruption, whatever the case may be, there's still documentation somewhere that shows that at this date and time that officer so-and-so requested next rotation or owner's request or whatever. So we are training our telecommunicators not to rely on this, and never, never to acknowledge a unit and not know what they said and go back and try to play the recording, because again, you can acknowledge a unit, and when you do so, that unit is assuming that you got them and they're going on to their next step or their next task or their next approach. And it's almost from a law enforcement perspective on a traffic stop. If a dispatcher says 10-4 that they copied your traffic and they're, saying that, you're moving on to your next step. And when you're approaching the window and you're in conversation with now the driver of that vehicle or occupants of the vehicle, and then you have a dispatcher to come back and say, Central to so-and-so, can you re-advise your location? And it rattles me because, I've been on the receiving end, not as a law enforcement officer, but on the other end of things. And it's hard to disengage to be able to relay back by radio what's going on sometimes, because our safety in the field is of the utmost importance. And if I'm out with someone, especially in certain areas or certain mannerisms of people, I can't just like disengage without that person probably thinking whatever, so or taking my focus away, and then something happened and I make a mistake. So we always train our people to never acknowledge and use the recorder to go back and play traffic. If we have people doing that, and I can teach and train all day long, but at the end of the day, can they do it? Yeah, they can. But it's like playing Russian roulette. You never know when you might get caught up in something if that's a practice that somebody's doing. But again, it goes back to supervisory quality and assurance, because if you're reviewing calls and if you're looking at calls, then PSAP managers can tell and pick up if people are starting to use it as a crutch. So, but I mean, that's nothing you guys have to worry about. I'm just sharing that with you from a radio perspective, that radio communications, we don't see each other. We are only communicating by radio with each other. And so we have to trust each other and build trust. So when I say 10-4 or you're telling me 10-4, we are understanding that, okay, it's time for me to move on to the next task. And so this is where a lot of miscommunications and frustrations can come in if there are bad practices. And so we have to be ready to listen. We have to be prepared to copy. We have to be, ready to take action, should and when we need to, without being confused or doubtful about what we're doing. All right. So in our chapter 10, the FCC rules and regulations, FCC controls pretty much everything. Television, radio communications, commercial radio, television, they control everything. It's like, the purpose of this is just making certain that the telecommunicators are aware of federal, state, and local requirements to ensure privacy and confidentiality of the caller, victim, and information contained in our databases, and what we are basically relaying over radio infrastructure. So when you're talking about the FCC rules and regulations, it's making sure with the objectives that you explain the difference between permissible communications and those that are prohibited communications as it relates to public safety, the explain right to privacy laws, and explaining HIPAA. So when it comes to 911 telecommunications, we're exempt in a lot of ways from having to adhere to certain things, because it is a public safety network infrastructure, and the officer and the individuals in the field, their safety is at risk if we're not doing information on the spot when it's needed, kind of imminent things, depending on circumstance. Okay. So in an active shooter situation, which thank God that's nothing we deal with on a daily basis, but when that happens, really and truly the right to privacy is gone at that point, because we have to engage with our officers and our responders for their safety in the field. So if I have a name of a perpetrator or a suspect or an accused, yes, I'm going to give it. If I have a description, if I have a BOLO, if I have information about it, yes, I'm going to give it. Now, we have to use common sense to how much intel we're going to give over the radio system, because perpetrators can have scanners and apps, to review and listen in as well. So if it is something that's going to create for an officer's approach or something that is tactical, we may have the commanding officer to give us a call and relay of information instead of putting it over the radio. But when it comes time to it, like 9/11, for example, nobody was thinking about, oh, I got to be protective of this, this, and this. Everybody was reacting to what was happening for the level of, trying to protect citizens and the responders, and trying to do their best with what they had to work with under those circumstances. So there are times where yes, we can take the extra minute to do certain things and we can process certain, protocol ways, but in imminent situations where life is on the line, we go plain English, we go into basically making certain that the officers and responders are getting what they're needing, because again, we don't want to send them into situations where they become victims, and so we try to give them as much information as possible. Now, on the EMS side of things, definitely when it comes to patient privacy, yeah, we're going to be a little bit more observant to those rules and regulations on the medical side because of HIPAA and because of, the right to patient privacy. We're not going to give you names over the radio. Now, have some PSAPs done that? Yes, but we are not encouraged to do that. We don't encourage that. If a responder asks us, is this the residence of so-and-so? We may tell them, when you have a moment, you can see CAD, but we're not going to give certain information by radio because of that privacy that we're trying to maintain. Again, treating people how if it was your family or if it was you, how would you want to be treated, But in the same respect, when it comes to documentation in CAD and radio communications in CAD, any person that signs up to be an officer, paramedic, or EMT, or firefighter, or a 911 operator, you know that when you take on that role and responsibility, especially if you live in the area that you're going to serve, there are going to be calls that are going to involve your family members or people that are directly related or involved with you. And there are times where you're going to get information that, is sensitive because it's in the nature of the scope of your work. So are there times where there may be a child of a firefighter or a medic or an officer or a family member to commit suicide or something happen or domestic or whatever, and it be colleagues or it be, family members? And yes, we all take that knowingly that when we live and work in our communities that we're going to engage in that activity at some point in our career. And so, we still have to perform our duties as expected of us. It's almost like you can't favor, if it's a situation where I know it's the officer's, wife or husband or whatever the case may be, I still have to act in my performance of my duties to document things, because I have been in many court cases where, the discovery phase comes about, where they want to get all the calls from the 911 center, they want to get all the records of this and that and the other, and we cannot show favoritism. Because if you ever step into showing favoritism and deviate from your policies and procedures, trying to have courtesy, I guess, or consideration for someone, it's almost like you open the door for a defense attorney to rip it to shreds, because you have to be able to be fair and consistent in the performance of duties. And, regardless of who it involves, you still have to process it. So if you had a former police detective who's turned criminal and he or she goes out and commits a crime, you still got to dispatch it as if you would if it was John Doe out there committing a crime, to let the officers be aware, because sometimes officers aren't in areas where they can all call 911 to get information, or they can't, see CAD for X amount of reasons. So what I'm trying to say is, with our privacy and sensitivities and all this, it's expected that when we're working in our communities where we live, that yes, we're going to encounter people that we know. And we still have to perform our duties, and if it's my 2-year-old missing versus Ronnie's 2-year-old missing or Steve's 2-year-old missing, we got to treat it all the same, now, do we always? I can go ahead and tell you no. I mean, there's more favor shown to one of our own, so to speak, but we should be that way with everybody's child, who might be missing. And that's just me in my opinion. But when you talk about rules and regulations and privacies, basically what it boils down to is a human being's willingness to react to how they're going to react. So yes, we may have rules and regulations, but in the time of an incident occurring, it all is going to be reliant upon that dispatcher or those responders to act in their manners of how they want to act, which goes back to what I was telling Ronnie earlier on, that, at some point people have to take responsibility for their actions or their inactions. And at the end of the day, it's about how can I rest at night? Can I rest at night knowing that I did everything to the best of my ability? Or do I go to bed knowing that I should have done this, but I didn't? Or, it's just about being consistent and fair across the board. So the FCC rules and regulations, yes, we have to comply with those. We can't use profanity over the radio. Now, does it happen from time to time with responders? Of course it can, but we're not supposed to be horse playing. We're not supposed to be joking. We're not supposed to be misusing the radio system. because it is mandated and governed by the FCC as far as the radio frequencies that we're communicating off of. It's like almost like daytime TV. I don't know if you guys know Jerry Springer when he used to come on. Every other word was beep 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 beep. You know, because they were blocking out all the profanity because of the violation. You know, because they were trying to adhere to the FCC guidelines to not have vulgar language spoken on daytime TV. Now you can turn on the TV or watch any Netflix or anything, and it's everywhere now. But there's still certain standards on daytime TV that has to be followed. So when we talk about FCC, all 911 PSAPs have a registry listed with the Federal Communications Commission, and as well as their frequencies, their operation standards. You know, all of this is a PSAP registry that is public record, where individuals can go and see the licensing databases to know what's licensed, what's not licensed, what frequencies can operate on a wide band, dual band, whatever the spectrum is set up for that particular PSAP's radio infrastructure. So all of this is a public website. Now, yes, there are memberships to get more information on certain things, and yes, there's memberships for sensitivity of information that the public doesn't have access to. So yeah, there's a public side and then there's a private side of this particular website, but at least it gives you something for your students in a discovery phase as a research project or as a group exercise for you to tell them, I want you to go find me the registry for Cumberland County or Vance County or whatever county you assign, and let them go and filter around in this database and bring you back information for discussing it, basically. Okay, so we've already done this. Okay. Alrighty. So here again, it's just the join the group. If you are on social media and on Facebook, this is the name of the group. It's PS2 NECI 911 Basic Telecommunicator Instructors. It is a private group. So if you are on social media on Facebook and you want to join this group, you can just send me information and I can get you added onto this so you can get into the conversation that we're going to be starting to have, because we're just now kicking this off as far as a group, private, group for us to communicate in. All right, any questions about anything that we've gone over so far with this block of instruction? All right, so now we're getting down to the inroad here. All right, so this is our last block of instruction. This is session 4 out of the, for the 8-hour block. This section here is basically reviewing of our chapters 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 review. It's basically the end blocks of instruction. Okay, so when we talk about chapter 11 call processing techniques, this is probably one of the most important blocks that you will review with the students, as well as the civil liability block. It's basically the purpose of this is to ensure that the 911 officer or telecommunicator cadet understands how to effectively process calls for service from all classes of a situation. During the block of this particular instruction, they should be able to listen and describe different call processing techniques and listen and explain the different types of calls. So this block is basically, it's a fun block where you can role play in. If you have simulators, you can use that. If you don't have simulators, there are resources online that students can participate in to test their skill sets, memorization, multitasking, things of that nature. So there are free resources if you don't have the simulators to work with. So in our basic call taking instructions, we teach basic where, what, when, who, and weapons. And yes, there is a particular order to how we teach this, because if a line is dropped early, if I get the where and nothing else, at least I can get help going to the last location or the known location of where this emergency or incident is occurring. The what, the when, the who, and the weapons. These are 5 W's that, regardless of any of the protocols that we have, if we are going old school basic call taking, this is the 5 things that we focus on: the where, what, when, who, and weapons. Notice you do not see a why in this equation. It doesn't matter why people are fighting. It doesn't matter why this plant blew up. It doesn't matter why this person is in here acting a fool or whatever. It doesn't matter why. The why doesn't offset that the emergency and the need is still there. The why is just me being nosy, nosy telecommunicators do make the best dispatchers. However, we have to set boundaries around certain things, because the why can take us and distract us into things because we're not there to be psychologists, to tell people what they need to do as far as that goes. But we are there to get the information, relay it to the proper authorities, have those proper authorities en route, and give pre-arrival instructions to help an individual, whether it's medical, fire, or police related, until those responders get on scene. Now, again, we're not to engage in the why stuff, because that is noise. That is taking us off our mission, off of our focus. Because again, I don't need to know the why. I just need to know what and who it's involving, and if there are any weapons. And I also need to know when it's happening. And again, the most priority is the where, because the when helps me prioritize it, and the what just tells me, who I need to be sending to support, the effort. The who is the caller, as well as the people, if there are perpetrators involved. The who is important, because as a telecommunicator, I have access to all this data. So if I'm dispatching an officer to a dispute or to a verbal altercation, a fight, or domestic, or whatever, if I know the who's, I can go ahead and check warrants on individuals prior to their arrival. That's what good initiation and dispatch is, not waiting tell me what to do, responder, and is it that I would want to as I'm en route. So the 5 W's are very basic, but they're very important. So again, we talked about the anti-alley and call taking. When call takers are receiving information for verification, we're training our telecommunicators as well as our students. Don't tell callers what to tell you. Don't put words in a caller's mouth, because in the event of a major emergency, if I asked Victor if he called 911 and he's telling me, and I says, "Sir, you're at 103 North Church Street," he's going to be like, yeah. He's not even hearing me, because he's in need of his emergency, and he's just agreeing to anything and everything, and it happens. So it's not for us to tell him what to tell us. It's basically, just asking, "Victor, can you give me your address? Can you verify that for me?" And letting him repeat it to me, and I can look on the screen here, and if he says 104 North Church Street, I can say, "Well, Victor, I'm showing that you're calling from 103. Are you next door?" I can actually engage with him at that point. But if I'm telling him what to tell me, I could be wrong. My systems could be wrong, and we could miss vital information. But again, this is the, window of that anti-alley screen. Again, this is another review of just the mapping. So if he was calling and this was the intersection here, I would be able to verify by the anti-alley and the maps, where he may be calling in from. Also in the call taking is, yes, we want to know the location of where a crime or an incident is occurring. We also want to know the location of a caller if it is different from where the incident has happened. Sometimes you'll have people to have a larceny of a purse or something, or wallet at a Walmart, but they don't know until they get home that it's missing or that it's misplaced, or, they don't know where it is. And so if I send people, or if I send an officer to the Walmart and she's at home, it's wasting time, because there's nobody there at the Walmart for him to talk to or her to talk to. So it's very important for telecommunicators to make distinctions, between the location of where responders need to be, caller location, and phone numbers, and basically information pertaining to a call. So the call taking part is the most critical part, because, it's what leads and guides everything else that's to happen. Now, if I get a call that I have a person who hasn't really given me the what of what's going on, it could be medical related, but I'm not going to send medical responders into something unknown. So if I have a call where it's a silent call, or I have a call that I'm not able to get a lot of information, but I can tell that there's some distress going on, we always will send law enforcement first to secure a scene, or to make sure a scene is safe, before we send responders into it. Now, can I stage my responders? Yes, I can stage them if I think that it is medical related, but based on previous calls or something of that nature. But I'm never going to send medical units or firefighters into an unknown, unsecure kind of territory if I can help it, So in the event of the unknown, we always have our law enforcement to go first, because we want them to secure the scene. And I can tell you, in my career, there was a time where we had an ice storm really, really, really bad. And it was right after Christmas. I think it was like December 28th or somewhere along in there. the kids were still out of school and things like that. And I got a call from a gentleman, and he was out of breath, and he said, "Ma'am, there's been an accident. There's been an accident." Now, we had answered over 100 wrecks, fender benders, and people sliding in ditches all day long, in that 12-hour shift, because again, it was ice and mixed sleet and snow, and the roads were in bad condition. And this man said there's been an accident. So what would you initially think just by him saying an accident? What would you think? That's probably a car wreck, right? Another, fender bender, another accident. And I could hear what sounded like other people in the background talking a little bit too, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. So I told him, I said, "Sir, can you verify your location for me?" And he gave me a landmark of like a cross street, not an address, but a cross street. So again, I'm still thinking this is a wreck involving vehicles when he said accident. So I'm paging out, my fire responders and my EMS and getting highway patrol notified to this location, and then I never mute my phones. Anytime I call take, and I try to train my dispatchers this too, I never put a caller on hold, because if you put them on hold, you don't know what may change, So when I would dispatch my units, I would always leave my telephone line open so I could still hear if my caller said something different. And I'm thankful I did, because, when I was dispatching, the tones were dropping for fire and EMS. And as the tones were dropping, I heard this man say, "I'm on 911, I'm on 911. And I heard somebody say, "What's going on?" And then I heard him say, Nude's been shot." And I'm like, "What?" It was a startle shock effect. So after the tones finished, I had to, basically cancel, what I had just done. And I said, "Sir, is this a vehicle accident or has somebody been shot?" He said, "Ma'am," he said, "it's kids, ma'am." He said, "It's three boys, I got one looks dead in the floor, one's missing, one's this," and he starts rattling off a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm like, "Okay, sir, hold on just a moment so I can notify law enforcement." Now, with sleet and ice and road conditions being what they were, they weren't going to get there fast. It was going to take them time in the county to get to where they needed to be, because this was an area that wasn't an area we typically get calls for, so I knew there was no patrol deputies in the area patrolling in that area. So I knew it was going to take at least 15 to 20 minutes to get law enforcement there. And EMS and the fire service was just right around the block, it wasn't that far, maybe 2 blocks down the road. And so I'm talking to this man, and he's telling me that, he's been in the house, and there's 2 kids on the floor. One looks dead, the other one's barely breathing. I don't know where the third one is. Now, I don't know if this is accidental. I don't know if this was a home invasion. I don't know what happened, but I do know that we can't have 100 people in the community walking through the crime scene or that house, So I'm like, "Sir, this is what I need you to do." I said, "Are you able to block the doorway and not allow anybody in or out of that house?" And he's like, "Ma'am, I'm going to try. And so, the whole time I'm talking with him, we have law enforcement en route. We've already put EMS and first responders on kind of like staging, for standby, but they were staging at their departments because they were so close. And so one of the members, that was on the scene, he kept saying, "Ma'am, what is taking so long?" And I said, "Well, sir, law enforcement has to get there first because we don't know what happened. And I can't send my responders in there not knowing if they're coming into a crime scene or what the situation is." And he's like, "Ma'am, ain't nobody here going to hurt nobody." And I said, "Sir, I understand that. However, I still can't send responders into an unknown situation of what happened." And so, so basically what happened too is there were people outside that were making comments. "Well, we can pick them up and drive them to the EMS station." And they were trying to like do all that. And here I am trying to talk this one man into talking this group of individuals that's growing by the minute, that no, we need to leave the scene as it is. Nobody in, nobody out. Don't touch anything, leave everything as it is. And I said, "Sir, are you sure that both the boys are not breathing? Are they breathing? Can you give me any update on the patients?" And he's like, "Ma'am, I don't know." And I said, well, we can check." And so we tried to start CPR on one of the kids, and it was just mass chaos. And so finally, law enforcement got on scene, and then our emergency crews, came in right after. So I know you're probably curious to know what was the situation that caused all that. What happened was there was it was a brother set of brothers and a cousin, and they all lived in this community together, houses apart. And one of the boys got a shotgun for Christmas, and no adults were home. The kids were alone. It was right after Christmas, and the little boy went off, and it charged kids who were not side by side each other. And so one of those kids was able to be revived, and to my knowledge, he's still alive today. The other child unfortunately died at the scene. But then the third child, the shooter or the accidental shooter who actually discharged the weapon, he was so afraid that he went and ran in the woods, and all he had on was a t-shirt, a pair of jeans, no shoes, no jacket. And it was at least 20 some degrees then, you know, if not lower, because of the temperatures and the weather. And news media, everybody came out, you know, and finally within 14 hours, I think it was around midnight or something that evening, that he emerged from the woods. And that's when they found out what happened. Because up until the little boy came out of the woods, they were looking at a home invasion that happened. That's how they were treating it, as that crime scene, as a home invasion, because they didn't know until the little boy exposed himself and came to a media van and was cold and hungry. And the media people took the little boy to the law enforcement, you know, representatives there, and that's when they got the whole story about what actually happened. So it was a very hard situation, but it goes back into the call taking, that we have to be attentive to what we're hearing. We can't make assumptions. So now when I'm sitting at a console, when I hear people say there's been an accident, my next question is, what type of accident? So that one call taught me that. And because of that experience, now it didn't delay services. They still got responders, you know, and things like that. But it helped me to make distinctions when I hear people speak about, you know, an accident, not to automatically assume that it's a vehicle accident. That it could be anything. It could be a shooting, it could be a drowning, it could be anything that could be accidental. So just by my experience in that, I'm able to teach that so other people can make those same distinctions. So hopefully they won't get you know, caught off guard with something and dispatch one way and it turned out to be something different. So that was just kind of just sharing another experience. But there's never a dull moment in the telecommunications world. You know, we're always taking calls that are cat in a tree, you know, all the way to the most severe kind of crime you can probably think of. And, you know, even active shooters we've dealt with, not on the magnitude of what some national levels have been, but yes, we have had active shooter situations. And a lot of times when you think of active shooter, people think of schools. Well, active shooter happens in domestic situations a lot more common than not. You know, when you have domestic expertise and violence in play, sometimes active shooter can be an individual shooting their significant other and then committing, you know, kind of like homicide, suicide situations, but it still creates one active shooter event. And so these things happen, you know, and they don't make the nightly news all the time. So we have to be mindful that when we're call taking, you know, basically everything we're taking and dispatching to those responders. So I wanted to share with you guys, with our next generation 911, we also have these applications with smartphones that are being advertised to be able to alert 911 just from your cell phone device. So I only promote those that I have tested and know to be true that actually work. So What 3 Words is an application on your smartphone. It is free. It doesn't cost a thing, you know, to have this application. And What 3 Words, what it is it's a company out of United Kingdom that has taken the whole globe and addressed every 10-foot square of the world. And every 10-foot square has a series of 3 words, but not replicated. So if you're in the ocean, if you're hiking a mountaintop, if you are in the lakes or the rivers or wherever you are that does not have a traditional address, you can use What 3 Words to tell a 911 operator where you are to get help to you. And this has proven 97% of the time to be very accurate. It's already been a software or an application that has saved people from out of the ocean, you know, who've had medical emergencies in the ocean or on the ocean on their yachts or on their boats or fishing or whatever, and has been able to pinpoint exactly where they are in the ocean, where before it may take a long time to figure out where somebody is, or we had to get the boat patrol to get to an area that was familiar to responders to get to them. And so the What 3 Words is, it doesn't work off of a data, you know, so if you're in an area that doesn't have any type of, you know, voice data or data in general for texting, it will, voice data for communicating, it will still be able to send out a text notification. So it's an offline database that is used, that is typically, it works in rural counties, it works in rural areas and in dead cell phone spaces. It has been tested on the Roanoke Rapids, river. It's been tested on the, Gaston Lake. The Roanoke Rapids or Gaston Lake is between 2 states and 5 counties. And we've had responders to do kind of like scavenger hunts using this app just to get familiar with how to use it. And so far, it has been very accurate into finding people in the middle of the lake, especially if they didn't know what county or state or what side of the water they were on to know who to be, sending. The What 3 Words was able to tell the communicators right away whose jurisdiction it was and what responders needed to go. So I highly recommend this. It is a free service. It is free to 911. It's free to, people who want to use this for 911 purposes. It's also free if you want to use it for recreational use. So like if Steve and Victor and Ronnie and all of us want to go to a football game, and y'all know there's probably 5 entrances to a stadium, or there's locations for, tailgating and all kinds of things. It doesn't have traditional addressing, so you had to navigate people by landmarks. So you had to tell them, well, when you turn by the Coca-Cola stand, you take a right and then come down 2 tents and it's over here. That's typically how you had to navigate people to where you were. Now you can just send them your 3 words and it will navigate them to where you are. So it's NASCAR events, football stadiums, baseball stadiums, places where you have mass, concert amphitheaters. It's been tested in so many levels, and if you are interested, you can download it yourself and play with it with your own responders and yourself, with other people, and just draw your own conclusions. But we get nothing for sharing it. It's just a public relations notification to let people know here's an application that has been tested in North Carolina that we know works. And it's something that in the time of you needing something, if you don't know how to vocalize where you are, you can use this as a backup to be able to tell the operator, your 3 words. So this is a picture of Lake Royale. And this was one spot that we picked out just to kind of show you like the 3 words. So if somebody were to call 911 or they text this 3 words to 911, it will let us know, okay, when I put in this information, this is the location of where they are on the lake, and this is where we need to send responders. So it's a huge app, and it's one that we've been playing with, regularly. One thing I like to tell people too, I know you guys probably do this on the medical side of things. If you're EMT or medical, I know you've heard it before. Treat your patient, not the machines. It's the same thing with 911. We're to treat our callers, not rely so much on the technology. We still have to have that human component to be able to, ensure that we're giving the right information and putting the responders in the right place. So, at the end of the day, don't argue about the discrepancy between what your anti-alley shows and what the caller is telling you. You can use both the informations to check both places, but don't argue the fact that, well, that's not what my system is showing me. Well, technology can be wrong. Databases can be corrupted. I mean, things can happen. So, basically by having this information, and if there is a discrepancy, we can let our officers and responders know that instead of arguing about who's right, So always treat, your people, your callers, and so forth. The call processing technique, there are 6 call handling techniques required of the 911 telecommunicator, courtesy and professionalism, call reception, interviewing, controlling the callers, appropriate response, and handling multiple calls at the same time. So how do we teach this, Courtesy and professionalism is basically setting standards of expectation for how they answer the phone, what they're expected to do based on what they're being told in these calls. The call reception side of it is we have a duty to act. If I'm in my call center and that night, whether I'm working on the clock or not, if I'm in that call center and the phones are ringing and I can see my colleagues are struggling to keep up, I have a duty to respond, to sit down and start answering calls. And also the call reception is when a county or a entity is offering 911 services, we don't have the luxury of putting a out of the office sign up. We have to answer these calls, and we have to provide a means for these calls to be answered 24/7. Now, many of you may have heard about Durham. The department there struggling with having to, send their calls to Raleigh Wake, and Raleigh Wake supporting Durham, and there was a big news, information share about that. And it was going on quite a bit during the pandemic, plus the center being so short-staffed and things like that. And again, if people don't know how it works, it's easy to sit on the outside and judge it and to make them wrong. But from the inside of it, there has to be certain, rules regulated. There has to be certain things done to be able to provide service. So even the center might have been shorthanded, they still provided a level of service by transferring those calls over to Raleigh Wake. The calls were still being answered. Now, were there discrepancies and time delays? Of course, there were some things happening, which is what brought this to light. But at the end of the day, they still fulfilled their obligation to ensure that the calls were being answered. And now I think they are working through some things to try to onboard people, to try to build their partnerships with Raleigh Wake to ensure the telecommunicators get resources to understand mapping and the addressing in the Durham area. So there are things that, because of this happening, that has made improvements in the communications for that for both sides of the spectrum there. But again, at the end of the day, there has to be someone at the end of the 911 line to receive a call. The interviewing process is basically those 5 W's, being able to interview with the callers. Notice it does not say interrogate. We're not here to interrogate callers. We are here to ask questions based on what we need to give an appropriate response. So it's not for us to judge, who's guilty, who's innocent, who deserves help, who doesn't. That's not our place. Our place is to receive information, to document information, to ensure that we have appropriate responders en route to those locations. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
When I was in Durham, somebody had hit my car in the parking lot, and I was worried about them driving off. So I had to obviously get a report. So I called 911 and got an answering machine.
Really?
Yeah, first time ever actually got an answering machine with this was before the pandemic.
Wow. Did not know that was in place.
Yeah, called 911 and I got an answering machine.
Mm.
So I thought that was interesting.
Well, we're recording right now, so we can talk offline about that, but that is not good.
True story.
Yeah, I'm sorry you encountered that. That's not really how it's designed to work. And yeah, we can talk offline about a little bit about that. But yeah, I mean, technically when you're offering 911 services, a caller should never get a dial tone or busy or an answering machine. They should always have some connectivity to an individual to provide support, to an individual. And so, man, that's the first I've heard of that. But yeah, thanks for sharing that. I mean, so basically, can it happen? Yeah, but should it happen? No. It should
Yeah.
never.
So what I had done was there was a so in Durham, animal control is run by the sheriff's office, so they're sworn deputies, and so they were nearby, so I actually hung up and I flagged them down, and then later on, like, it was a little bit afterwards, I ended up getting a call back from them, but it was several minutes later.
Yeah, that's correct. That's like when when again, just because technology exists really doesn't mean that we have to use it. You know what I'm saying? Because there was a time where you had calling systems that were being put in 911 centers, and I'm sure there's still some in operation today where when you dial 911, it asks you press 1 for medical, 2 for, fire, 3 for law. And I'm thinking, what if a person doesn't have time? I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like the liability, in my opinion, in my mind about it. I look at it through multiple lenses. Me as the victim or the caller, me as the 911 operator, me as the director of the center. I mean, I try to look at it from multiple perspectives, but if I'm the one in the field needing the help, do I want to go through a calling tree? No, I want to know that when I call, I'm going to speak to a human who can understand and process what I'm saying to be able to get me help or tell me what to do in the event of my emergency, right? And but yeah, everybody was like, jumping on the bandwagon of that. Oh, it's going to save this, it's going to save that. You won't need X amount of telecommunicators. And I'm like, guys, I'm not buying into it. I just don't see. I see it as a disservice. Now, if I'm a big operation, then yeah, I might concede, where that could be applicable. But for a small rural county, I just don't think that's going to be something we need to do. But it just goes to show, there's multiple means to doing things, and Yeah, I just don't want to be on the receiving end of, if anything, I'm going to fail trying than to try to reduce level of service or operations. So a role playing exercise that that we are sharing too is like, again, have your students to role play, have someone to be a call taker, have another person to be playing the role of an officer or a firefighter or medical, provide a pre-script, or you can have them to write their own script, for what they want to say to the operator. Require the students to role play with a pre-script scenario or with table partners. Also to reverse roles. So if I'm the call taker and Victor's the caller, after we do our scenario and our role play, then we swap roles and then we get to do it again, but in different roles. And again, reminding the students to focus on responding to a caller's need and not their behavior, which is very hard to do sometimes. And yeah, in the beginning, when you do a role play, sometimes it's awkward for students to engage in it, or there's a lot of playfulness or, things that can happen. But with good structure and setting of expectations, it really works very well. I know for the Sheriff Standards Basic Telecommunicator course, we do the role plays and script where, we have students to be a call taker, others to be, the callers. And then we may even have others to play the role as a responding officer or medic or whatever, just so they can get the feel of multitasking when they're on the phone trying to retrieve information and having units still checking in, routing on scene. And we even got very creative by getting two-way radios to be able to have them in separate rooms at the colleges. We have room to spread out, and we would have them in separate rooms. And so we would have them in one room being the caller, and then radio dispatch, and have the units in another with their radio portable, talking back and forth. And it actually focused them a little bit to see, how this really works. We've even done it with the BLET class, and we've also done it with the EMT classes, doing that role play, because it's introduction to it. It's not saying they're going to master it by no means, but it is an introduction to training them to hear out of one ear and being responsive in another, and just being receptive, to that type of environment. So a national 911 receiving standard. The standard, again, is answering time allocation is 90% of all 911 calls should be answered within the first 10 seconds. And the reason, again, behind that is because of the false rings and trying to make certain that we're getting the calls as soon as they're coming into the center. Busy hour answering times are typically 95% of them should be answered within 20 seconds. And then the order priority, all phone calls will be answered in the following order, meaning that we get our 911 calls first, our 7 to 10 digit phone lines that are dedicated to alarm companies for reporting of alarms. They kind of fall in with 911. Then we have our non-emergency lines, and then we have our administrative or our internal phone systems, basically, or internal lines. So this is a priority. So if I have 5 911 trunks or 5 911 phone lines, and I've got 7 administrative lines, if all of my 911 lines are ringing, those admin lines will ring off the hook. It's okay for non-emergencies or admin lines to go to ring all the time, or to, ring busy or whatever. But for 911, you always want to keep those lines open. And if all 5 of my 911 trunk lines are busy and a 6th 911 caller calls, that's when you have backup redundancy, that it will ring and another 911 center will answer that and be able to process that call. So it happens a lot. Just sharing from my area, like Franklin County supports Halifax County, and Halifax supports Franklin as well as Warren County. So if Halifax is busy and all 5 of their 911 trunk lines are ringing busy, and then Warren County, the 6th line comes in, it will bypass Halifax and come to Franklin, because we don't support Franklin primarily, but Halifax does. And because it rolls over to Halifax from Warren County, it will then roll over from Halifax to Franklin County. So at the end, a 911 operator will be answering that and not getting an answering machine. That's how it should work. And I don't know why it wasn't working that way with Durham's situation, but I do know that that's the standard. So chapter 12 is the ADA and the TDD for the telecommunications device for the hearing impaired. Again, when an entity is offering 911, it has to offer 911 to everybody, the visually impaired, the hearing impaired, as well as people who can hear and see. It has to be offered to everybody. And so up until texting services came to light, really our hearing impaired community were not always, I guess, having the means to connect with 911 as effective as a hearing person could, you know. So we have since changed that with the technology growth. So in some respects, you know, change is good with technology when it's benefiting people. And so with our next gen for texting services and our relay calls for service, it's actually helping the hearing impaired community communicate more effective with 911 than ever before. And that is a wonderful thing. Before we used to operate on what we call the telecommunications devices for the hearing impaired. And it was a little bitty typewriter that you put the phone coupler in, and it was like a dee-dee-dee-dee, it's like a fax tone or DTMF tones that would go across, and it'd be a little screen window displaying what the text was. And when you're speaking with hearing impaired individuals or you're communicating with hearing impaired individuals, they don't understand where a question is or when the conversation stops for them to begin. So telecommunicators have to learn keystroke strips, or they have to learn shortcut keys to be able to communicate. So if I'm making a statement, at the end of my statement, I would hit GA for the caller or the person to know that meant I'm finished. Now they can go ahead with their response. And when the conversation was over, you would have to hit like SK for stop keying, because that's letting them know that you're no longer going to be monitoring, you know, this little device or whatever. And so there are abbreviations that are used in the hearing impaired community to let them know, you know, where you are in the conversation. It's different with us because if I were to ask a question, you know, I'm asking a question based on how I'm speaking. But for them, if you're texting to them, you have to put a Q at the end, not a question mark, but a Q for them to know that this statement is me asking a question. And plus, again, it's multilingual in the fact that, you know, your hearing impaired community don't communicate in full sentence structures like we do. So it's short, you know, keys like, you know, fire, house, help, quick, you know, things like that that you will get sometimes. And so it's very short and it's very shorthand, if that makes sense. And so we don't engage in long sentences like emails or text exchanges in that way. We're basically very short and to the point and being able to communicate with that community. But the Americans with Disabilities Act, again, that requires that all answering points or public safety answering points known as PSAPs are provide direct equal access to their services for people with disabilities too. So again, you know, it's got to be available for everyone. So
if their house is on fire, I mean, should they be inside talking to you?
yeah, well, here's the thing with that. Before mobile came to light, that's how they had to do it, unfortunately. And they have to use good common sense too. I mean, if the house is so involved that they are being taken over by smoke, of course they're not going to do that. They're going to get out, you know, and somebody else can make the call. But typically for a grease fire on the stove, they would use their phones to call 911 to tell us, you know, what's happening and all that. But yeah, you're right. You would hope that no one would stay in a fire infested, you know, place to make a 911 call. And I do know that with PSAPs, we work very closely with emergency management, and we oftentimes every year will get grants to have the NECI radios for weather, you know, the weather radios, because they come with a vibrating disc that they will sleep with. So in the middle of the night, if there was a tornado or warning or something happening, that vibrating disc would wake them up, you know, for them to be alerted to know that there was a weather alert that was coming out. So even to this day, we still, free of service, you know, it's a grant that we always get every year that we're able to provide for the hearing impaired community, these NECI radios with vibration discs and flashing lights, you know, just so if there are natural, you know, emergencies that are happening or warnings or watches or whatever, that they would be able to have the alerts just like a hearing community would, with the alerts on the TV for emergency messaging, or now they have them on the cell phones where the emergency, you know, notifications go out, but they can't hear the tones, but they can see the flashing lights. And so with the hearing impaired community, many of them use those vibrating discs, you know, and still sleep with those just in case there's something happening like smoke detection in the home or things like that. So, and a lot of times the public doesn't know that because that's not something that they advertise, because you don't want people, just because it's free, trying to take it, you know, you want it to benefit those people who really need it, kind of thing. So the anti-alley, you know, screens, again, it basically is a help to let us know how we're receiving calls of service, if it is coming a relay line, if it's a wireless, over internet. However, the method of the communication is coming is very helpful. So if you notice on the right-hand side, you see kind of like a texting box, like a little dialogue box, and it's showing that this is the technology that's integrated in our phone systems so we can communicate by text messaging. So if you're texting to 911 for hearing community, or if your hearing impaired community is texting, you're using the same infrastructure here to be able to communicate. The only difference is the codes at the end will let us know based on if I'm dealing with a hearing individual or if I'm dealing with a hearing impaired individual. So yeah, but the coding and the classification of the call and the way it's set up, basically lets us know what class of a call it is. And oftentimes too, well, even today, we train our telecommunicators to treat all silent calls as if it is an emergency, because oftentimes you may have hearing impaired individuals being in places that don't have certain resources for them. So sometimes they may dial 911 and just leave the line open, or dial 911 and you don't hear anything, or you may hear a person trying to communicate, but they're not saying anything. And so that happens too sometimes. And recently, last year, your hotels, used to, when you stayed in a hotel, you had to dial 9 and then 9 and 11, to get an emergency call out in a hotel. Well, Kerry's law passed about a year ago that no longer exists. So you won't have to dial an extra digit before you can get a line out to be able to call 911. Kerry's law, what happened there was a juvenile in a hotel room with her mother who was in a domestic violence situation where she was being beaten basically to death, and the little girl was trying to call for help, and she wasn't able to get the call out because she didn't know you had to dial 911 to get an emergency call out. So Kerry's law came into effect, that bypasses that. So now when you're staying in a hotel, you can dial 911 without having an outside number or outside line to connect to. And that's a great step in the right direction, because there have been many child callers to not be able to call out in those situations because of their age and not knowing, certain things. So here's just another kind of a screenshot just showing you real-time text versus TTY calls. So in an SMS message where you and I may say, let's celebrate what time, for them, for your hearing impaired individuals, you would have to put like question, GA, and letting them know where they are in the conversation. So it is a little different, but it's still relaying of information. And the same thing with emergencies, what's your emergency, and basically having these pre-programmed messages, so it saves telecommunicators time from having to constantly type it. They can just pre-script and actually send it very quickly, when dealing with that community too. And here's just another example of like today's smartphones when you're doing a TDY kind of text messaging approach. So in addition to the TDY or texting 911, again, they do have relay services that community can use to make a phone call to 911. So basically how that works is you have a hearing impaired individual who is signing to an interpreter. The interpreter is having the communication, so there's a middleman, and then that interpreter will contact 911 by phone. We don't have the video side of it. We only have the voice side of the relay operator. So the middle person being the interpreter to receive the video call, process the video call, and then relay it to the appropriate authorities based on what is going on. It's very similar to a landline for as far as language line services for those that are speaking a different language. So we have a language line called Voyance that is 150 dialects of language, that if we get a caller and we can't understand what nationality or what language they're speaking, we can bring this middle service or this middleman in, and the middle service comes in and they're able to hear and determine what nationality that communication is or that language is, and put that interpreter on the phone. And we're not seeing by video, but we're hearing the exchange, and the interpreter will ask questions based on what we're asking, and then they would relay to us, but they're not to ad lib. They can't go outside of just having a conversation. They have to ask specifically what we ask, and then they in turn give the caller's response. So there's that middleman person in there for those foreign language callers. All right, any questions so far? Okay. Well, if it's okay with you guys, we're going to keep rolling and kind of finish this up. So, you know, because I don't want to prolong it. I mean, it's just a small number of us, but, you know, so as we move forward, if you guys are okay with that, we'll skip a break and just go right on through. Is that okay? Yes, no?
That sounds good.
It's
Okay.
okay with me.
Okay, awesome. All right, so
I did kind of have a question though.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, at the 911 centers, do you guys have ham radio?
Yes. We have, maybe not in the 911 center directly, but in the emergency operations centers, we do. And I can tell you, you know, I don't know, I can't speak for every county, but I do know based on boards and committees that I sit on, majority of them do have access to ham radio operators and equipment. But I do know in Franklin County, they have a radio amateur group that, you know, meets on a regular basis, and it's about 20 members. And they do field exercises, and they're constantly in communication and exercise activity, I guess you could say, with Franklin County. So I just got introduced to these individuals last year during the pandemic, and so now that we're getting back to an in-person kind of setting, we're actually working with them, building our new facility to incorporate them in our conference area. So in the event of a relocation to assist us in communications, that they would have a setup in our PSAP to be able to operate. But that is a very good question. And yes, those ham radio operators they're going to be our saviors whenever this world gets into a blackout setting, because that's going to be the only ones to communicate. That's my opinion, but they're very much, you know, they're limited. There few of them around, but when you can find them, you want to network with them, because those are going to be the individuals that are going to help us during those technology blackouts or situations that may happen.
You know, it's a smart thing to do. I mean, especially with the who knows how far this hacking stuff is going to go.
Mm-hmm. I hope I never see it in my lifetime. I hope I never see it in, you know, ever. But we know it's just a matter of time before some genius is going to be using their powers for evil and is going to take down a whole communication network. It's just a matter of time. And that's why I think, you know, people look at me like Noah and the Ark, you know, you're crazy for thinking this, you know, all these firewalls and all this stuff, it's just impossible. And I'm like, anything is possible. And I don't want to be caught, because at the end of the day, we still have to provide service, and we still have to provide protection and safety to our responders. And how are we going to do that if we're working in the dark? You know, I mean, yeah, you can have generators and you can have all this stuff to keep your lights on, but what are you going to do about your communication efforts, you know? And that's really where I'm not one to put all my eggs in one basket. You know, yeah, Viper's great. All these statewide networks are wonderful, but I still need to have a redundancy system in play when this should come down, so that I can still operate. So that's my message, and what I try to convey with my colleagues is, you know, don't get sucked in by all this technology, because it's just, again, it's not a matter of if it happens, it's just when it happens. And I hope it never does. I hope I'm wrong, but I do think that if they can take a gas pipeline and they can do all this other stuff that's supposed to be under high security, what makes you think they can't take down our networks? You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't cost a whole lot of money for each fire station to put a little base station in.
No, it doesn't. And again, you know, change is hard for some people, but I think if we can explain the reason behind it and show the return on the investment, and yes, like insurance, you may have it and never use it, but when you need it, it's there, and you got the people who can operate it, and that's what I'm going to try to work towards anyway. But yeah, thank you for that, because they are a silent, you know, majority that they are definitely going to be very much needed in emergency operation, you know, centers when something should happen to help us communicate, no doubt.
But of course, all of us that are on we all teach 62, so we teach CERT. And so radios, CERT teams use ham radios. And so I'm on with Apex CERT team with Samantha Royster. And so they use ham radios when they do exercises.
Yeah, and I think that's smart. It's the time to learn is not the time you need it. You know what I'm saying? I think it is very smart to incorporate that in countywide exercises, that people need to be doing on an annual basis, if not, semi-annual. But yeah, thank up, and I am going to add that in my next presentation because, it is a silent majority, and those individuals are a need when that time should come. They're a great resource. Chapter 13 is our call classification and response. So when we're receiving calls for service, the call types is basically allowing us to, select the appropriate, call type for giving appropriate pre-arrival instructions, as well as giving an appropriate dispatch to our, resources for police, fire, and medical, or all of them, basically. The purpose of the call classification and response type is to ensure that the student can recognize, prioritize, as well as determine an appropriate response level for all types of law enforcement, fire, and EMS or medical calls. So with the students' objectives here is basically they have to explain call classification, explain call prioritization, and explain resource selection techniques to how are they going to select or how are they going to direct, because sometimes you can have medical calls for service and it can tie up your whole countywide emergency service, apparatuses or people. And you have to get to this place where if they're going to a code 1 call and then there's a trauma that comes in, sometimes they have to divert. And then we have to make contact with the non-emergency response to say, hey, we had a rescue unit en route. We're going to divert them and send you another, basically communicating with the individuals to let them know what's going on. The worst thing you can do is do a diversion and not communicate that. And then that creates for a lot of drama, especially after so many minutes and you're not on scene, then the callers are going to call 911 and 911 is going to get ridiculed, for the delay of response or whatever the case may be. So again, it is about the classification, prioritization, and how we're resource allocation, basically how we're working with those entities. So our protocols, again, the police, the fire, and the medical protocols will help us to establish prioritization of calls. So in my call taking, if I'm taking a classification of a call and it codes it as an Omega or an Alpha response, a Bravo, Charlie, Delta, or even an Echo, it's letting me know that this is the prioritization. And when the calls are going in, the responses may not be done in the way or the number of how the calls came in. It's basically done by the prioritization of what is going on with each of these calls. A B&E in progress is more of a priority than an old B&E where somebody went on vacation and came home and their house has been ransacked but nobody's there, kind of thing. So you have to kind of balance it. But at the end of the day, it is not the telecommunicator's job to hold calls. It's basically telling the command staff or, the sergeant, lieutenant, or whoever's in control at that time to say, have call pending, call pending, call pending. And they can prioritize based on what their standard is, for how they're operating in that respect. So if you have an armed subject versus a solicitor, naturally your armed subject is going to get the priority over solicitation. So, but in the solicitation call, I always tell telecommunicators, calls can go from 0 to 60 in less than half a second. So you may have a solicitor, but then you get a solicitor who gets into a communication that gets into weapons now being, used. So, a call can come in as one code and it can actually escalate into another, or vice versa. It can come in as a high alert and then de-escalate down to a level. So it can go both ways. But the call protocols here, or the protocol types, actually help us to make those distinctions based on the calls that we're putting in, and then also never holding calls. So if we have officers that are tied up, we would just tell the lieutenant, call pending and give it to him or her, and then they can divert people, or they can take it themselves, or they can tell us, central, hold that call for a few more minutes or whatever. And then in a few more minutes, if nobody's checked en route to it or acknowledged it, we'll remind them that this call is still pending. And that's how we ensure that we don't drop any balls here, that all the balls are kept in the air, so to speak, juggling, this act, because you don't want to drop and accidentally, have a call that's not responded to, kind of thing. So that's what the CAD system is there to help us to do, because officers in the field, we're their eyes and ears in the clerical side of it, whereas they can focus on the more scene side of it. But again, at the end of the day, we're not their secretaries. We are a support staff to them to be able to make certain that they're keeping stat of what they need to do during the process of their shift, basically. Chapter 14, the radio broadcasting techniques. This is very important too, is still communicating. It's all about professionalism and being very professional over the radio. Again, no horseplaying, no use of profanity, no, slang or things like that. We're not like CB radio operators where we're like, come back and, you have to have a standardization of how you're communicating, and you want to set that professional tone in communicating. So no playing music on the radio, or, does it happen? Yeah, it does, but is it something that we encourage? Absolutely not. And, so basically it's just trying to upstand, just saying, hey, we got to have a professional conduct. I don't care how responders act in the field. I don't manage them, but I manage our center, and we're going to be professional at all times. And that's the message. And if we've got users abusing the system, there's a process to alert that. But it's not for us to take bait and get into arguments or trying to, reprimand somebody over the radio. That's not our place. Our place is to be professional, be conductive in our work. And there are other ways of handling all this other stuff. But, we're not there to do that. We're there to pass info. We're a relay point. We receive it, we pass it on. We receive it, we pass it on. And that's what we're there to do. So by the end of this block of instruction, it's basically describing procedures and protocols and radio technique and identifying appropriate radio speech and tone and rate, because all of that makes a difference. Again, you want to sound very confident when you're on the radio. You want to let your responders know that you are in control of that radio, because technically you are. You're giving information, you're directing units where to go, you're responding to their requests, you're following up with those requests. You're basically the command structure of any and all calls. So yeah, we do kind of control that spectrum there. And if we have people abusing the radio system, we can technically cut that unit off or cut that portable off, or there are ways that communicators can have a way to keep FCC compliancy if it's highly abused, which, I mean, knock on wood, I've never encountered that, but can it happen? Yeah, it can. And so we do have the capabilities, or somebody can steal a radio and be playing with that radio and interrupting the communications of what's happening. So we can actually cut that radio off, where, yeah, they'll still have access to it, but they won't be able to communicate on the system with it. And there are ways that telecommunicators can control that, from where they are. So your radio broadcasting techniques, I know you guys are doing CERT, and I know you do NEMS and ICS and all that, and that's wonderful, because again, that is given foundation structure to what's expected of them when they get into public safety, whether it is 911, police, fire, medical. So the National Incident Management System for NEMS and Incident Command System for ICS, yes, we encourage these courses. Anything and everything that's FEMA related that people want to take is always a plus. But for our side of it, we do go by the ICS model. It's unfortunate that a lot of our departments don't. We do have departments that practice and teach it within their own department, but they haven't practiced it with multi-jurisdictional response or multi-departmental response. And so that is always a challenge, because fire, doesn't want to do what police say. Police don't want to do what fire says. EMS, everybody's out there doing their own thing. But the ICS model works when it works, and if people will work within the structure. And again, it's about building relationship, building trust, practice, and really just working together to make the ICS model very, very useful. What hurts us from the perspective of telecommunications is everybody has been taught NEMS and ICS, but when you got medical asking for something that police has already asked for, or fire, it's like we're replicating the same request, tying up people doing the same thing that's already been done, and the right hand don't know what the left hand's doing, and it creates a lot of confusion, and a lot of miscommunication can take place that way. So what we are encouraging our telecommunicators to do is to ask, if we're not told who the ICS person is, who's in charge, who's the IC, ask them, can you advise who's IC, and then we try to educate from that perspective without making them wrong, but basically trying to let them know that we need one point of contact to get this request. And especially when you have a large scale incident going on where you have multiple department response, active shooter, or you can have, bomb threats. You can have many things that will create a departmental response across your jurisdiction that you need that ICS for accountability of those units on the field. And because not everybody may check en route with dispatch or check on scene with dispatch. You may have admin staff or command staff going and not communicating with us, but you got boots on the ground. And so if people are going in, you got to know accountability wise how many are going in should be the same number coming out. And if you don't have this in play, it really creates for a lot of confusion and liability and some mishaps, and unfortunately somebody getting hurt. So I know the fire departments practice this and work with this. I know medical has worked with it. I know law enforcement has worked with it. But I would love to see all three working closely more together with it, because that's where it truly matters for us when you have large scale events. And again, with the radio communications for this, when 9/11 happened, it got to a point where it was a debate between plain language over the radio system versus 10 codes or phonetic alphabets or signal codes or chapter codes, because when 9/11 happened, there were so many responders, police, fire, and medical going to New York to support in the search and recovery efforts and the handling of those calls for public safety. Because even though 9/11 happened, there were still other people having heart attacks and falls and crimes happening, that they had to have extra hands on deck, to not only deal with the magnitude of the recovery effort and the cleanup effort, but also dealing with daily routine calls of service. And so what was happening was you had all these responders going, and everybody was speaking a different language. And a 10 code might mean one thing for me, but in your area, it may mean something totally different. When I transitioned from Halifax over into Franklin County, a 1092 in Halifax is a DOA. When I got to Franklin County, I was hearing 1092 all the time. And I'm like, God, y'all have a lot of dead people over here. But actually 1092 doesn't mean DOA in Franklin County. It means taking, county vehicle home or something like that, But we're sister counties and we touch, but yet we're operating on different 10 codes. And so that's what was experienced there, which is why NIMS and ICS came to life, why Homeland Security come to life with this, to say, okay, we need to all operate under a national umbrella of standard here. So when we have magnitudes of incidents that happen on this scale, that we're able to communicate together. And so that's when plain English came, and that's when grants were given for people to do the NIMS and ICS and offer more support, from Homeland Security to help in that effort there. And now slowly over time, it has reverted back into a 10 code usage, because law enforcement was pretty much, out of all of the public safety spectrum, law enforcement were the ones that were the most vulnerable, because you don't want to use plain English to tell an officer that he's out with a person wanted for murder, or he's out with a wanted person, or this and that and the other. You want to have some sort of way that you can communicate with your officers, because they can't always, if I say secure your mic, what is that person going to think? So there has to be a way that we can find a balance between using things that can help protect our officers, but at the same token, when you have a major scale incident happen, to be able to be bilingual, to be able to speak this language for this, but also for your responder safety to be this way. Is that a challenge? Yes, it is. But when you look, I straddle the fence, because I see law enforcement's point of view, and I also see the other side of it too, point of view, but majority of the time we're working with our own individuals. And so I definitely want to make certain that they are, safe, and that we're doing our part in that. And so that's where agencies have to work together to come to a common ground of how we're going to communicate, because you don't want to be inconsistent and one person's doing it this way and another person's doing it this way, and it creates for, that miscommunication to happen or misunderstanding. So it is about finding what works and working towards that and supporting that. And so for the most part, we do use a lot of plain English, but when it comes to officers out with armed or individuals that are a threat or a gang member or something, terrorist alert or whatever, yes, we're going to use certain codes to kind of relay that to them. But it's not like it used to be where you would drop in 10 codes every 2 sentences, We've actually toned it down to try to find a balance in it. But across the state, it's different. Some PSAPs in the state are still using full out 10 codes. Need you to respond to 122 made up street, 1040 in progress, 1033 traffic. They're using codes more so than they are the plain language side of it. And then other PSAPs have found the balance between using majority of plain, but when it's warranted, being able to use codes for officer safety and responder safety. 24-hour time, we talked about that, for documentation purposes. It takes out the confusion between AM and PM because it's all in a 24-hour time span that we're documenting, which is very helpful. All right, any questions so far? Okay, so the microphone techniques, this is something that a lot of the responders, they may not understand it, so we try to educate a little bit, but microphone technique matters because, the radio system with our portable radios, for example, I have been in the field of radios with the antennas that are coming up this way are meant to be vertical in this way to communicate, 2 to 3 inches from the mouth or 1 to 2 inches from the mouth, to be able to communicate because your signal's high and it's there. But sometimes you'll see responders, turning it sideways and the antenna's going down instead of up. So the information that's trying to be conveyed to dispatch is garbled. It's not coming through, understandable. It's unreadable or whatever because of the way of the positioning of how users are using their portables in the field or their, lapel mics that they're using. It never fails when you have a responder who was out on a structure fire and they, for whatever reason, I'm not judging it because I know it's just not maybe knowing why or what happens, but if an apparatus is running, a pumper or engine or whatever is running, it's so loud in itself. And if you're standing next to that apparatus trying to talk to me, I'm not hearing everything that you're saying because the background noise of that apparatus engine is distorting your transmission. Or if you are hanging keys on your antenna, because some people do that, they'll hang their keys on their antenna, or they have it on the side of their body here. They get in their vehicle and they shut the door. Well, then they're creating more of a barrier between the signal of that antenna to the signal of the tower where I need to get that transmission. And oftentimes when a telecommunicator will tell a responder, unable to copy, sometimes responders think that they need to yell because they think we can't hear, but the yelling is distorting too. So it's almost like just trying to educate. And we also understand too that there are times where you have no other choice but to be where you are when you're trying to communicate. But just understand that when that time comes, that there may be challenges because of location of the individual next to apparatuses, or because of the positioning of the radio when they're trying to communicate, or even with their lapel mics. Like today here in my area, it's been kind of windy and it's raining all day and the conditions are pretty bad here. And if I had an officer on a lapel mic, trying to talk to me, if the wind blows, it distorts the communications through that lapel mic. And so that creates a challenge too. Another thing I bet you guys did not know, if you work in the field and you have your cell phone chargers plugged in near your mobile, unit, it will distort your radio from your mobile too. So we've had to educate people, your cell phone chargers and stuff, there are certain brands that you cannot have in your vehicle because it will make your mobile not usable at all. And even with portables, if you're using a portable and your cell phone chargers, I can't remember the I'll have to look it up and share it with you guys because I know some of you work with fire and rescue, but it's basically a certain chargers that will distort, if you're in your vehicle using a portable, or if you're trying to use a mobile and you have a cell phone, that particular cell phone charger in play, it will distort your communications. And there's other things too, like topography, environmental skip. There's so many things that can distort a UHF and a VHF system. There are pros and cons with both. I know with the Viper, it's digital. And so if I have 2 units trying to talk at the same time, they will cancel each other out. And I hear nothing. Or if I have an analog system and I have 2 units trying to talk, I can at least hear that I got 2 people trying to talk to me. But on a digital side, it's all or nothing, all or nothing. And so just trying to educate the responders of that, because they don't know what they don't know because they're only focused on the side that they're on. But when we can bring to light through cross training or through cross communications of sharing roles and responsibilities and educating them, it lets them understand from our point of view, why things don't work the way they should, and vice versa. We get to understand from their side, why things from our line of work don't work the way they should. So it's very helpful. But, you know, shouting, talking too fast, sometimes there's clipping of the mic where a person is trying to transmit, but they clip off the beginning or the end of their transmission. And sometimes telecommunicators do that too, where it's saying like, you know, D95 10.4, all you hear is a key up, or you might hear 4, or you might hear 10.4, but you don't hear the unit number. And so we're trying to train our staff as well as educate users. You got to hold the clip in for at least 1 to 2 seconds to let the repeater kick in so you can communicate. And that way your whole transmission will go out and it won't be like a clipping of the transmission, if that makes sense. Key points here is you can't operate effectively and efficiently without clear and concise communications. Technology advancements have allowed for the increase of valuable, important information, and proper training and use of the technology will render more efficient, effective, and enhance safety. That is a big, big, big thing. 911 telecommunications, your life, you know, the lifeline. We are the lifeline for our responders as well as for those callers. Known facts here is the quality and professionalism of a telecommunicator will make a significant impact on the shift and vice versa. It is vital to maintain control of all information and relay in a structured and professional manner. And telecommunicators are a partner with our public safety entities, and we're an extension of their divisions. So again, we don't work for anyone, we work with everyone, and we look for that same in return. You know, in Franklin County, I can tell you that, you know, for me, it's about building relationships, building trust, and working through things that may have been of issue to try to, you know, for me, I don't care what happened 10 years ago. I care about what's going on today and how we can make the system better moving forward. Yes, it's important to know certain things, but let's not harp on what wasn't working. Let's harp on where we are today and what we need to do to move forward from this point on. And that's how things, you know, get resolved in a very effective way, is when you're able to work with your partners and to be able to hear the good, the bad, and the ugly on both sides, and vice versa, you know. Chapter 15 is our special incidents. Okay, this overall goal for this chapter is to inform the telecommunicator of special situations which they might encounter and their responsibilities within each of these categories. So receiving and processing calls for airplane-related incident, hazmat incidences, active, you know, shooter situations, or human trafficking. It amazes me because I never really thought about it until the research is being done, and we're starting to see this more often. But human trafficking is on the rise. It is very much on the rise. And because we have like I-95 and I-85, we have a lot of major interstate ways here, and we have international airports and everything else. You know, this is happening. It is happening on a local level too. So, you know, again, we have to be able to identify, we have to be able to support, we have to be able to, regardless of what we think about a call, you know, or situation. Yes, thank you, Steve. I-40 in the military, yes. And now they've got what, US 64 is now what, I-87? I think they've changed that, you know, to interstate too. So it's like, you know, we have, you know, all of the interstate ways and the CSX, you know, railroads that are coming through our state that are opening doors for people to do wrong things. I mean, Greenville, for example, they've had, you know, men in a white unmarked van spotted in several cases at the mall, you know, trying to kidnap young girls and things of that nature. So, you know, we have to be mindful that when people are calling, we can't discount what they're saying. And also, just like with 9/11, you know, people think, oh, well, it never happened here. It was a small community, small town. But 2 of those pilots trained in Halifax County at the local airport here for their pilot license. So, yeah, it may not happen because I don't have high infrastructure in my county, but yet this was a training ground for 2 terrorists. You know what I'm saying? So, and I live close to this rural airport, and I know they passed over my house many a times. But yet, you know, people have this closed mind to think it's never going to happen here. You know, we're a rural community, we're this, we're that. Well, honey, I'm here to tell you that's the place where the criminals will come, because they can hide. You know what I'm saying? And not to make light of it, but that's the truth. You know, we can't discount that human trafficking. When you hear that, you think of New York, you think California, San Diego, you think about all these places, but it's happening right in our backyards. And we don't see it on the news every day. But I mean, FBI agents and you know, all kinds of agents have been able to recover hundreds of children, you know, in our state that have been human trafficked. And so it is happening. And you know, and we have to train our telecommunicators to identify and be able to support, you know, when these calls are coming in for those things. Suspect descriptions. When we are taking information from a caller about a suspect, we always want to get a physical clothing and any weapons. And we also, again, don't want to put words in a caller's mouth. If they say it's a white male, black male, Asian male, Indian male, you know, unknown, you know, race of an individual, we don't say, ma'am, you said he was this color or this race. You let them repeat it. Ma'am, can you give me the race of the individual again? Because sometimes in emergency situations, they're not hearing what you're saying. They're just agreeing to what you're saying to go ahead and get help on the way. Especially when you have crimes in progress, such as a bank robbery or active shooter situation, you may have 10, 20, or 100 calls on a situation, and I guarantee you, you're not going to get the same description. You're not going to get the same height, the same weight, the same clothing, because what looks aqua color to me might be green to somebody else, might be royal blue to somebody else. I mean, everybody has a different way of how they describe things. And so from a call taking perspective, you know, we don't tell them what to tell us. If we get 20 different shirt colors, we're going to put all colors in the call to say received public service advising that the suspect was wearing so and so and so and so, because it could be multiple people. It could be maybe one person, but we don't know. But we still need to be documenting, you know, what we're being told, because these are witness reports that are coming in. You know, some people can say, oh, they were heavy set, and when you ask them a weight, they say 250, but the person may only weigh 180. You know, so again, we can only take what a caller's perception is, but we have to document every one of them. And that's why bank practices are, if there's a robbery, before they get into conversation with anyone, there's a sheet that they pull out. It's in their box, you know, that they have to pull out, and they have to fill it out before they talk to anybody about what they saw. And the reason being is because if I'm in conversation with, you know, Angela, and I say, oh, he was wearing a black hat, wasn't he? And then she may question what she saw and say, well, yeah, he was. And he could have been wearing a ball cap. I mean, or he could have been wearing a baseball or a toboggan for all we know. But because the conversations will make people question what they actually saw because of somebody else's perception. And so again, you know, we have to make certain that we document and report all of that. So this is basically the sheet that that they use in those cases of robberies, and they can fill out this information while it's fresh on their mind. Multiple people can use the form to fill it out, and then after the form is complete, then if they want to talk about it, that, you know, they can do so within conversation with law enforcement. But the reason they do this is because while it's still fresh and evident on their mind, they can go ahead and fill it out before doubt comes in with conversation of other people talking about what they saw, what they heard. It's just something that's encouraged for them to go ahead and complete. So we always describe from head to toe. We use acronyms, you know, with the vehicle for symbols. So we get the color, the year, the make, the body style, you know, we get the license plate, you know, all information of that nature, anything characteristic wise that stands out. So we use that information to help. In a driver history, this is kind of a inquiry on the OLN, or operator's license number, that that we see. So here's an example of what one would look like if we had a name that we're looking at. If an officer stops a vehicle and gives me this ID number or this OLN number, I can run this information and it will come back with the person's name, their address, their date of birth, their height, their weight. Well, Virginia, they do weight, but North Carolina, they don't. Their sex, their eye color, hair color, their race. It also gives me any other, you know, known location of a license. If they relocate it from New Jersey, it would have, you know, an optional New Jersey license in here. It gives me information of that. It also lets me know if there's any violation or any history. It lets me know if the license is active or if it's suspended. So when you're stopped on a traffic stop and they ask for a OLN check or a 27 by number or 27 by name, this is what they're asking for, is to get a history to know if they're out with a valid license holder or a person who should be driving a vehicle. NC Aware, this is a software that is new to North Carolina for at least probably the last 5 years maybe. We're now switching over to a new system called eWarrants that is replacing NC Aware. But NC Aware, again, is a statewide warrant search database for just North Carolina. So it lets us know if, if Steve and Victor committed a crime over in, Stanley County, and now they're over here in Halifax County, I can run their name and check warrants on them, and I can see that they have outstanding warrants over here in Stanley County. So it's a great system to be able to, again, get offenders off the street sooner rather than later. Here's kind of a description or a picture of kind of what that software system looks like. We can run it by name, we can run it by alias, we can run it by so many different things, just a social security number, your DMV number. If I want to just check an address to see if there's any wants on a particular address, I can do that on a statewide, network. So again, this system is very helpful in being able for officer, safety to let them know what they're going to, or who they're going to encounter and what they may encounter. And is very helpful in that respect. So the vehicles, again, we use symbol, color, year, make, body, all other characteristics of the vehicle, like back window stickers, personalization of a vehicle, and also the license plate number. So symbol is what we use when we're trying to obtain information descriptions of vehicles. Sorry. So that's kind of what we use. So we use the body description from head to toe. We also use the vehicle descriptors with symbol. We also use all of our databases. So if there's an individual that was last seen running from a location that a crime occurred, and all they know is his name is Pookie, I can run Pookie on a level, local as well as a statewide, to see who all has that alias name, and that kind of gives us something to work with. A lot of times telecommunicators can solve cases because a 911 operator is in a consolidated PSAP. They have the eyes and ears to know what's going on in the whole county at any given time. So if we have a detective working a home invasion case with X amount of descriptors of this person and vehicle, and then we take calls of another area in our county for another department, let's say the sheriff's office, and that investigator is researching this type of thing, we can connect the dots, and we can be able to use our databases to connect the departments to say, hey, that vehicle and that individual is actually, we had a call on them over here, and they can work together on the case. So a lot of times telecommunicators can make or break cases. How we can break them is by our failure to document, failure to do what's asked of us to do, failure to put certain things in play. I mean, not taking initiative to look up certain things. That's how we can fail the system, is if we're not doing our job. We're very complacent, very lazy, because like that missing person, for example, let's say that missing person now has committed a robbery in another county, but yet we didn't do our part. So when they found the person and they ran them, they had them. So how would they know that they were missing or reported missing here? You see what I'm saying? So everything is all circular, and the link in the chain, like, we're only as strong as that weakest link. And so if that person who was entered as a missing, let's say they were missing a caution indicator, and they didn't enter that person, and then an officer stops a vehicle and that person opens fire or wounds an officer or kills an officer, and then it all roots back to an operator who made a decision, well, we're not going to enter them because they'll be back in 12 hours. I don't want to take that risk. And so again, that's how things can happen from a liability standpoint, when telecommunicators are taking it upon themselves to do what they think needs to be done versus doing what the policies and procedures are, what they should be doing. All right, any questions about anything that we have talked about today? No? Alrighty, so that's really, this is the last of our slide deck for the instructor's course. We are finishing up really an hour early, basically, because again, we didn't take breaks on this last time, but I do need to correspond with David though, because in order to complete the instructor's course, you have to take that final exam. So what I will do is, and you'll have access to the recording, you'll have access to the PowerPoints and everything else. So taking of the final exam, you will be able to pass without, I'm not worried about you guys being able to pass it. So I just need to correspond with David to find out how that needs to take place. Because obviously you can't do it this way, you'll have to do it very similar to a link, to go to do it. So once I follow up with David, I will get back up with you guys to let you know how you need to go about taking that final exam. The final exam is, I believe it's 20 questions. It's again off of the PowerPoint and the conversation and discussion. It's nothing that's going to be new to you. It's everything that we pretty much have talked about on this live, session today. But the means and the method is what I got to figure out, because I don't think I got an answer to that when we were prepping, for this. So once I get that, I will definitely follow up for you guys to be able to take the final exam so we can get credit for this. So you guys can, those that have finished the basic can go ahead and get certified in the instructor. And then for Ronnie, when he finishes his basic exam and passes, then he can, get the credit for this side of it too. All right, does anybody have any questions?
So there's an exam for what we just went over today, correct?
Uh-oh. Am I speaking?
Yeah, you're speaking.
All right, let me stop this recorder right quick.